Chapter 482. In the celestial prison in the capital city, Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun went to Jianghu City. Mo Yike tried his best to persuade Shiyu the Great, so he was sent to the celestial prison to wait for Shiyu the Great to come back and deal with him. In the celestial prison, Mo Yike's cultivation was sealed. He was wearing a bracelet and a prison uniform. He was leaning against the wall and looking at a group of people in front of him with a gloomy face. The leader of the group was wearing an official's robe. He was bowing to Mo Yike respectfully. The Minister of Justice? Lord Qin, you've hidden yourself well. You're one of Hikang of Silla's people. Now that Hikang of Silla is dead, you're betraying the country? Mo Yike said coldly. Although he was imprisoned and had no way to fight back, Mo Yike was still calm and fearless. Mr. Mo, a wise man submits to circumstances. Daewon's time is up. What's the point of holding on? His Highness has given me an order. As long as Mr. Mo is willing to join His Highness, he'll treat you as a guest of honor. Lord Qin said with a smile. Oh, treat me as a guest of honor? He wants me to commit treason? Mo Yike said with a cold smile. It's not treason. He just wants you to leave this sad place. His Highness promises that you won't have to participate in the war of Qian Yuan. Lord Qin said with a smile. Isn't that treason? What if I don't want to join His Highness? Mo Yike said with a cold smile. Lord Qin's face suddenly turned solemn. His Highness admires Mr. Mo's ability. If Mr. Mo is unwilling to enter His Highness's residence, Mr. Mo should know that with His Highness's character, no one can have what His Highness can't have. Kill me? Mo Yike said coldly. Not kill you. You'll commit suicide in prison. Lord Qin shook his head. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and looked at Lord Qin coldly. Lord Qin's men had taken control of the celestial prison. The prison guards and guards were all his men. Lord Qin, it seems that you didn't betray Daewon after Hikang of Silla's death, but you betrayed Daewon a long time ago? Mo Yike's face turned cold. Mr. Mo is indeed powerful. That's right. However, it was only because Duke Shikong was muddle-headed that we dared to stand in his faction. If we had stood in Mr. Mo's faction, we would have been discovered long ago, right? Mr. Mo, please make a decision now. Lord Qin said in a low voice. Mo Yike didn't answer. Instead he looked at Lord Qin and smiled. Daewon? Haha, it seems that there's a big crisis lurking around. Mr. Mo. Lord Qin looked at Mo Yike coldly. Mo Yike took a deep breath and shook his head. I promised my father that I'll be loyal to Daewon forever as long as Daewon is not destroyed. Mo Yike clearly rejected Lord Qin's offer. Lord Qin's face turned cold. Humph, Mr. Mo, you can't blame me for what I'm about to do if you don't want to. Lord Qin took a step forward as he spoke. He reached out and slapped Mo Yike's chest. Mo Yike sighed slightly and slowly closed his eyes. However, his expression did not change at all. Just as Lord Qin's palm was about to land on Mo Yike's chest, a voice rang out. You're courting death, humph? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from behind. Chi. Suddenly, a bamboo sword shot over. What? Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to be on guard. However, the speed of the bamboo sword was too fast. In an instant, it cut off Lord Qin's hand that was about to strike Mo Yike's chest. Ah! Lord Qin immediately clutched his hand in pain. Who goes there? The surrounding jailers and guards all drew their swords. Humph! You don't know the difference between life and death. The cold voice sounded again. Buzz. Suddenly, a large amount of bamboo sword chi appeared in the prison cell. In an instant, they shot towards everyone who raised the sword. They were so fast that they instantly pierced through everyone's dantian. Screams resounded throughout the prison cell. In the other prison cells that were very far away from Mo Yike's prison cell, the prisoners all looked over. They did not know what had happened. They saw that all the guards, old men and jailers including Lord Qin were instantly crippled. What happened? The jailers were crippled? That's Lord Mo's prison cell. All the prisoners looked into the distance in horror. Lord Qin held his arm and his crippled dantian as he fell to the ground. His face was filled with pain. Mo Yike slowly opened his eyes. He saw that all the ferocious prisoners were now crippled. They fell to the ground and looked at the white-clothed man standing outside the prison cell with pain and despair. Qin Zibai. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Qin Zibai held the bamboo cane that Qin Yun had given him. He bowed slightly to Mo Yike and said, Mr. Mo, you must have been frightened. Frightened? Not at all. I was just a little surprised. Lord Qin, why are you in the prison? Mo Yike asked curiously. Before my father passed away, he told me to protect Mr. Mo at all costs. Since the day you were locked up, I have been waiting outside the prison. I didn't expect that Lord Qin would. Qin Zibai looked at Lord Qin with a gloomy face. Lord Qin, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Lord Qin shouted. Lord Qin, please spare my life. We are following Lord Qin's orders. This has nothing to do with us. His subordinates were terrified. Qin Zibai looked at them coldly and turned to Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, are you okay? Mo Yike looked at the bamboo cane in Qin Zibai's hand and frowned. I remember that the bamboo cane in your hand belongs to your father. Your father never leaves it? Ah, yes. My father asked me to take care of it. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. Mo Yike was silent for a while. Then he sighed. Qin Yun? I hope he is fine. What is it? My father is in danger? Qin Zibai's face changed. A few days ago, in the last conversation between Qin Zibai and Qin Yun, Qin Zibai had already felt a trace of the idea of entrusting his son to Qin Yun, but he had never dared to think about it. Now that Mo Yike said it, Qin Yun's face suddenly changed. Mo Yike glanced at Qin Yun, shook his head and said, Your father is loyal to His Majesty, but he is also a wise man. Unless His Majesty is in mortal danger, he won't do anything. Don't worry too much. But Qin Zibai was anxious. Let's wait for His Majesty's good news. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed bitterly. Mr. Mo, what should we do with these people? Qin Zibai looked at the disabled people on the ground. Mo Yike stood up and looked around. He took a deep breath and said, Lock them up first. They will be useful in the future. Okay. Qin Zibai replied. Men come. Qin Zibai shouted. Soon a group of Qin Zibai's trusted subordinates stepped into the prison. Lock them up and wait for His Majesty to come back. Qin Zibai ordered. Yes. In the blink of an eye, a group of disabled people were taken out. Mr. Mo, His Majesty is going to Chaoga. What will happen? But why does His Majesty want to go to Chaoga? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion. Mo Yike thought for a while and said, His Majesty is not only going to Chaoga to compete with Gu Hai, but also with Dai Qianxing. Gu Hai, don't you see what he has done all these years? In just a few years, how much has he done for De Qian in such a short period of time? He has protected Liang of Gojoseon. He has protected Long Wanyu. As far as protecting Long Wanyu is concerned, this is already the most important thing for De Qian. If Shiyu the Great goes to Chaoga to kill Gu Hai, how can Dai Qianxing watch? Mo Yike said in a low voice. What? His Majesty Dai Qianxing is known to reward those who make a contribution. If he allows Gu Hai to be killed by His Majesty, will he still reward those who make a contribution? Therefore, if Gu Hai is in danger in Chaoga, Dai Qianxing will definitely protect him. Therefore, His Majesty is not just going to compete with Gu Hai, but also with Dai Qianxing. Mo Yike sighed. A battle with the Emperor of the Great Qin Dynasty? Then His Majesty is going to. Qin Zibai's face changed. His Majesty knows. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. His Majesty knows? Yes, His Majesty knows that Dai Qianxing will definitely protect Gu Hai. However, His Majesty is not willing to give in to Dai Qianxing. His Majesty wants to compete with him. This is the first competition between His Majesty and Dai Qianxing. Mo Yike said bitterly. But Dai Qianxing can't go in person. Indirectly? Qin Zibai was surprised. Yes, indirectly. However, Dai Qianxing has already taken action. I advised His Majesty not to go because I wanted His Majesty to stop fighting with Dai Qianxing. However, His Majesty refused. His Majesty wants to use this battle to prove himself. Using this battle to draw the curtain to the Battle of Qianyuan. However, it is good to win this battle. If he loses, the Battle of Qianyuan will be completely lost. Mo Yike said bitterly. Then His Majesty still wants to go? Qin Zibai was confused. His Majesty wants to go, but your father didn't stop him. Maybe this is the so-called Emperor's heart that my father talked about. I don't understand the Emperor's heart, but I know it will be very dangerous. Of course, even if your father disagrees, he can't stop His Majesty. If only my father was still here. My father used to be in charge of domestic affairs. As long as my father agreed, His Majesty never disagreed. If only my father was still here. Mo Yike said bitterly. Grand Duke Missouri used to be His Majesty's first strategist. His Majesty listens to him. Maybe because of this, Grand Duke Missouri works too hard, so. Qin Zibai said bitterly. I only hope that His Majesty can go smoothly. If not, Day One will be in danger. Mo Yike sighed bitterly. Besides the traitor just now, there must be other traitors in the court. Mr. Mo, can you find them? Qin Zibai suddenly looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike said bitterly, find them? I can find them, but is it important? Why is it not important? These spies are Daewon's biggest secret. Qin Zibai stared at him. Mo Yike shook his head. No, the most dangerous thing for Daewon is not these spies, but His Majesty's battle. Just as the two were talking. Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from the sky above the capital city. Roar. The golden dragon of luck suddenly let out a sad cry. Oh no, His Majesty lost. Mo Yike's face suddenly changed. Chapter 483. The doors to the palace hall where Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened. A large number of officials had already gathered outside the palace hall. Greetings, Your Majesty, the group of officials greeted respectfully. Your Majesty, what are you cultivating? What? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in shock. The sacred voice from the past 10 days had shocked Chang Ming. Originally, he thought that he had already learned an extremely powerful cultivation technique from his savage master. However, compared to the emperor, what was that cultivation technique? Gu Hai did not answer Chang Ming. Instead, he looked at the group of officials and asked, did any of the citizens die or get injured in this shockwave? The leader of the officials showed a bitter expression as he replied, yes. This subject has already checked and comforted the citizens. Shiyu the Great caused too much shockwaves. Although there is a ritual array protecting it, some shockwaves still managed to enter. Nearly 1 million citizens died or were injured. Nearly 1 million? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Yes. Venerable Lu Nian is currently reciting scriptures for the victims, that official said respectfully. Bring me over to take a look. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. With the group of officials surrounding him, Gu Hai quickly headed for the place where the citizens gathered. After 10 days, the overcast sky had cleared up. Gu Hai entered the residential area. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Countless citizens bowed to Gu Hai. Be it the 10 days of weather or the battle from 10 days ago, the citizens felt even more respect for Gu Hai. Soon, Gu Hai led the group to an area filled with coffins. Hundreds of thousands of family members wept as they hugged the coffins. Venerable Lu Nian sat in the center, reciting scriptures. It seemed like he was helping these dead citizens find peace. Your Majesty? When the family members saw Gu Hai, they were slightly stunned, but there was still sadness in their eyes. Shiyu the Great's attack and Qin Yun's closed eyes world-cleansing Zen had power that exceeded what an imperial dynasty could withstand. Perhaps Gu Hai was the cause of this calamity, but no one blamed Gu Hai. No one blamed him, but Gu Hai still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Bring me some wine. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. A group of officials quickly served wine to Gu Hai. The people of Jianghu? A few months ago, I was not in Jianghu, which led to the bat ancestor poisoning the people. It was my fault. 10 days ago I was in Jianghu, but I still couldn't protect hundreds of thousands of people. I am ashamed, so I offer this wine to all of you to express my apology. Gu Hai slowly sprinkled the wine. Your Majesty, it's not your fault. Your Majesty, you tried your best. It's not your fault. If not for Your Majesty, all of us would have died. Your Majesty, you don't have to blame yourself. The people immediately comforted Gu Hai. You all trusted me, but I couldn't protect you. How can I not be responsible? The great Yuan imperial dynasty has wreaked havoc on the Han royal dynasty time and time again, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among the Han royal dynasty's citizens. If I do not take revenge for this, how can I face all of you? I am here to promise all the heroic spirits and all the citizens that I will not rest until the great Yuan imperial dynasty is dead. All of you watch as I take revenge for all of you. I will use the destruction of Daewon to honor all of you, to honor the humiliation of the Dahan. Gu Hai shouted. Long live the Emperor. The tens of millions of people immediately knelt down. Order all city lords to gather troops and officials to follow me to attack the Daewon imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The group of officials responded. After the Han dynasty issued the denunciation of Yuan, Gu Hai officially led his troops south to avenge the humiliation of his country. At the same time, the Deqian Celestial Empire officially issued the Four Directions Crusade, and officially sent troops to the Floating Cloud sect, the Deqian Imperial Dynasty, the Deyi Imperial Dynasty, and the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. The Daewon Imperial Dynasty was led by the commander of Daewon, Takashi Ryushin. The army charged into the Day One territory. In an instant, the Day One territory was filled with flames of war. At this moment in the capital city, Shiyu the Great finally returned. Boom! With a sense of loss, Shiyu the Great rushed into Daio Hall and slammed the door shut. Your Majesty! A group of officials gathered at the entrance of Daio Hall. However, Shiyu the Great refused to open the door. Where's my father? Did you see him? Qin Zibai asked the officials anxiously. Lord Qin, only His Majesty returned. We didn't see your father. The officials shook their heads. Qin Zibai was extremely anxious. However, Shiyu the Great locked himself in Daio Hall, and no one could do anything about it. Qin Zibai was extremely anxious as he rushed to the prison. Mr. Imo, His Majesty is back. However, he's locked in Daio Hall alone and won't see anyone, Qin Zibai shouted at Imo Yike. Imo Yike leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. Chaoga City, it seems like His Majesty suffered a huge blow. Mr. Imo, you're very good at predicting things. What do you think happened to my father? My father didn't come back. What do you think will happen to him? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Imo Yike looked up at Qin Zibai and shook his head. I don't know. After all, we will only know what happened to Chaoga City after a while. However, I know that the Dechen soldiers have entered the territory of Day One. But Qin Zibai was anxious. Lord Qin, you'd better not worry too much about your father because everything is useless. Now, you'd better think about persuading His Majesty to deal with the troops of Great Chen Dynasty. Imo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai nodded anxiously. However, His Majesty hasn't been willing to see anyone since he came back. What should we do? Imo Yike remained silent for a while. His Majesty can't see anyone, so he can't deal with the affairs. Sai, let's do it for him. Now, you have the highest authority in the army. Send a message to all the cities and armies to fight against the enemy. Imo Yike said seriously. Me? But I don't have the tiger tally. It's disrespectful to mobilize the troops without permission. Qin Zibai said anxiously. Go ahead and mobilize the troops. His Majesty won't blame you. Imo Yike said confidently. Why? Because of your father. Imo Yike said confidently. What's wrong with my father? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Imo Yike smiled bitterly. He knew that he had let it slip. However, he still shook his head. If it were your father, would he mobilize the troops? Qin Zibai was silent. Day One is in danger. Lord Qin, His Majesty doesn't care. You are the only one who can command the three armies. Imo Yike said solemnly. I'll listen to you. Qin Zibai nodded. Thank you. Imo Yike heaved a long sigh of relief and said gratefully. Without the Emperor's order and the tiger tally, mobilizing the three armies was no different from rebelling. If it were anyone else, they would never agree. However, Qin Zibai was willing to agree. Imo Yike couldn't help but be grateful. Also, give my token to the officials under the Imo family. Let them control this group of people. Imo Yike said solemnly. As he spoke, Imo Yike took out a scroll. There were many names written on it. Mr. Imo, you asked me for a pen and paper just to write these names? Control them? Could it be? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Imo Yike nodded. Maybe some of these people are innocent. However, I don't have the time to filter them. The country is in danger. I'd rather catch the wrong person than let one go. Qin Zibai raised his head and looked at Imo Yike blankly. Mr. Imo, His Majesty has already sent you to prison. Why are you still working so hard? I'm loyal to the Day One Empire, not His Majesty. Imo Yike sighed slightly. Huh. I promised my father that no matter what, I would do my best to protect the Day One Empire. Unless the Day One Empire is destroyed, I have to be loyal to the Day One Empire. Sending me to prison? Hey, it's just a capital offense. I don't care about one more capital offense. Imo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai looked at Imo Yike in silence for a while. Finally, he bowed respectfully to Imo Yike. Mr. Imo, you're the best in the country. Please accept my bow. Imo Yike smiled slightly. Mr. Imo, the Qin family will help you. I'll listen to you no matter what you ask of me. Qin Zibai said solemnly. Imo Yike nodded. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shiyu the Great didn't see anyone. However, the Day One Empire continued to operate in an orderly manner. The entire Day One Empire's central command was moved to the prison. With Imo Yike's operation, he constantly assigned different tasks to all the officials. The Imo family and the Qin family acted quickly. They quickly captured a large number of officials in the imperial court. Most of them were spies from the Dechen. There were also a few that Mo Yike didn't have much time to investigate. There was no time left. News kept spreading to the front lines and news kept coming from the front lines. As expected, when Mo Yike received the news, the Deqian had already taken down 3 cities. My father is dead. Ah. My father is dead. Father. Qin Zibai said sorrowfully. Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai's sorrowful expression and sighed. Uncle Qin? I see. I see. He was trying to repay his majesty. The one who killed my father was Guhai? Was it Daiqianshim? Was it Takeshi Ryushin? Qin Zibai said with a ferocious expression. Mr. Qin, why didn't you include his majesty? Mo Yike retorted. When he heard Mo Yike's words, Qin Zibai immediately collapsed. Yes, his father died for his majesty. No one killed him. He was trying to save his majesty. No wonder Guhai, no wonder Daiqianshing, no wonder Takeshi Ryushin went. Your father is different from my father. When my father died, I had to be loyal to Day One. When your father died, he took away all the favors that Day One gave the Qin family. Uncle Qin? Everyone underestimated you. My father also underestimated you. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Before my father left, he really said goodbye to me. Why didn't I see it? Why didn't I see it? Qin Zibai said sorrowfully. It's useless even if you saw it. Uncle Qin made up his mind 600 years ago. How could you stop him? For that day, Uncle Qin didn't see the light of day for 600 years. Would he be swayed by a few words from you? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression was dejected. His Majesty has been greatly affected this time. Day One can't do without His Majesty. We have to get His Majesty back on his feet. Mo Yike gritted his teeth. Chapter 484. The 4 men set up an incense burner and kowtowed to the sky. Heavens above, I, Shiyu, Mon, Changxing, Qinyun, today become brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, same month and same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month and same day. 4 light figures faced the sky and kowtowed respectfully. The 4 people in the light figure were Shiyu the Great, Qinyun, Changming and a man who looked very similar to Mo Yike. He was Mo Yike's father Mon. Ha 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 ha. After the 4 of them kowtowed to the heavens and became sworn brothers, they stood up with laughter. Big brother? Mon, Changsheng and Qinyun shouted at Shiyu the Great together. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Shiyu the Great looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Big brother, don't worry. The 3 of us will definitely assist Big brother and let Day One dynasty become an imperial dynasty, a celestial dynasty. Changxing laughed. Now that Big brother is the emperor, then in the future won't Big brother be His Majesty? Ha ha ha, then in the future it will be His Holiness? His Holiness, His Holiness, His Holiness, long live His Holiness. Qinyun laughed extremely happily. Big brother has saved our lives. Big brother, don't worry. We 3 brothers will assist Day One for generations. We will always be your most loyal subjects. Mon laughed. Ha ha ha, us 4 brothers, as long as I have it, you have it. We will enjoy together and we will endure together. This is my promise to you. Shiyu laughed. Big brother? The 3 younger brothers shouted excitedly together. The light figure seemed to help Shiyu the Great recall the scene of swearing brotherhood in the past. Perhaps only Shiyu the Great could see this light figure. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had reddened eyes. The light figure changed again. Third brother, Bat Ancestor, has pledged his loyalty to me. He wants to establish a family of vampires. However, even though he has established a few families, none of them have achieved much. I can only ask for your help. Shiyu the Great said to Changsheng. Changsheng looked at Shiyu the Great with some uncertainty. Big brother? Your Majesty, you want me to become the descendant of the Bat Ancestor? No, let my entire clan become the descendants of the Bat Ancestor? Yes, right now the only one I can think of is you. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. But don't worry, one day I'll help you refine the Bat Ancestor. When that time comes, you'll possess the power of the Bat Ancestor's divinized form. Big brother will help you. Shiyu the Great promised. Changsheng stared at Shiyu the Great for a while and said bitterly, Yes, Your Majesty. My 3 brothers and I were saved by Your Majesty. How can I not believe Your Majesty? Your Majesty, I'll listen to you. Time changed. In the blink of an eye, it was the time when Guhai went to Dada City not long ago. Changxing once again asked to see Shiyu the Great alone. His eyes were full of sadness, like a bullied child asking for comfort from his parents. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor broke 3 of my bones, Your Majesty. I'll warn the Bat Ancestor. You should recuperate. Shiyu the Great said lightly. Chang Sheng looked at Great Emperor Shiyu, his face revealing a trace of bitterness. Yes. After that, Chang Sheng lowered his head and left in a daze. Looking at the light and shadow of Chang Sheng leaving in disappointment, Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had bloodshot eyes. Third brother, I. Shiyu the Great gripped the armrest of the dragon throne with more and more strength. Finally the armrest cracked. It's big brother who's sorry? Shiyu the Great's eyes were slightly moist. The scene in the light and shadow changed again. It was a place of ruins. Countless monks were dead, and the ground was covered in blood. Qin Yun stood in front of Shiyu the Great. Fourth brother, what's wrong with second brother recently? Shiyu the Great asked in a deep voice. I don't know what's wrong with second brother. He told us that there is a difference between emperor and minister. He told us not to be as casual as before. He told us to respect you as the emperor and not as big brother. But I like to call you big brother. Qin Yun shook his head. Difference between emperor and minister? Oh, second brother is really thoughtful. It's fine to call you that in front of outsiders, but it doesn't matter in private. Shiyu the Great laughed. That's right, big brother. Your cultivation has improved so fast recently that we can't catch up with you. My cultivation is fast enough, but I still can't compare to big brother. When big brother attacked earlier, there was a very cold feeling on your body. It was similar to the aura of the Ingo zombie we saw last time. Big brother, what are you cultivating? Qin Yun asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just an ordinary ice cultivation method. You just slacked off. Shiyu the Great frowned. He didn't want to say. Big brother, this Tao-seeking assembly is very dangerous. Previously, when we were attacked by the zombie army, we almost died. Speaking of Ingo zombies, if only one of us could emit zombie aura, then we wouldn't have to suffer. We almost died, almost. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Shiyu the Great frowned. There was a secret in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Time changed. In the blink of an eye, the scene of Jianghu City appeared. Under the Ingo Great Art, His Majesty's strength soared. The gap between us grew bigger and bigger. We couldn't keep up with His Majesty's footsteps. His Majesty looked at us more and more vaguely. However, this old servant is still His Majesty's old servant. But in the end, with my last advice, I hope that the past His Majesty can come back. All the decline can be reversed. Your Majesty, leave quickly. In the scene, Qin Yun's last expression was infinite sadness and expectation. Shiyu the Great raised his head. Fourth brother, there are no outsiders. You don't want to call me big brother anymore? Back then I knew the Ingo Great Art, but I didn't use it. I didn't use it, causing you to be trapped in the future Buddha barrier. You almost died. You knew I knew the Ingo Great Art, but I didn't save you. You must be very disappointed, right? Big brother also had his difficulties back then. But, as you said, no matter how big the difficulties were, you are still my fourth brother. Why didn't I save you? Fourth brother, you were the most lively back then, but in the end, you were the most lethargic. You knew I knew the Ingo Great Art, but you still chose to practice the closed eyes world meditation? Big brother is sorry. 2 streams of tears streaked across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Shiyu's eyes. In the scene in front of him, everything was still changing. In the blink of an eye, only Shiyu the Great and Mon were left. Big brother, today's case, you know that I was right. You know that. But why are you on the side of Hikang of Silla? He is your blood relative, and I am your second brother. Big brother, is this the Emperor's technique? Is this the way of balance? You used the Emperor's technique on me? Mon looked at Shiyu the Great and argued with him with clenched fists. Mon. Shiyu the Great shouted coldly. Big brother? Mon was slightly stunned. Day one needs to develop. You 3 brothers are my right-hand men, but it is not enough. Day one needs to accept all rivers into the sea. We need more different voices. I don't want only your voice in the court. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. Mon was suddenly stunned. After a moment of silence, Mon smiled bitterly and said, I know. Some time ago, there was a very urgent matter that I didn't have time to inform your Majesty. I made the decision without permission. It is my fault. I will be more careful in the future. Hearing Mon's sudden words, Shiyu the Great couldn't bear it and said, Second brother, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that. Your Majesty, you don't have to say any more. I understand. I did cross the line in the past. Your Majesty, rest assured that I will always support your Majesty. My Mo family will defend Day One for generations. This is my promise. Mon said solemnly. Time changed. In the image, Mon aged countless times. He was lying on the bed. Cough, 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 cough. Mon coughed. Shiyu the Great came to see him anxiously. Seeing Shiyu the Great coming, Mon trembled and tried to get up. Don't get up. Second brother, how are you? You can't be hurt. Shiyu the Great anxiously grabbed Mon's arm and instilled power into him. I have disturbed your majesty. Please forgive me, your majesty. Mon said weakly. You're still calling me your majesty at this time? You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Shiyu the Great said anxiously. Mon smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, you should deal with the flood in South City as soon as possible. I can't do anything about it. Your Majesty, you don't have to comfort me. My situation may change in the next moment. Second brother, you'll be fine. Your Majesty, I can't be loyal to you anymore. But Your Majesty, don't worry. I've already told my son Mo Yike. He's smarter than me. After returning from Yingzhou, he'll be able to polish off all his edges and be of great use. My burden can be handed over to him. Your Majesty, please believe me. My son can be loyal to day one. Mon said weakly. Second brother, don't say any more. Don't worry, I'll save you. Your eldest brother didn't take good care of you. Shiyu the Great said sadly. Your Majesty, I only hate that I can't live for a few more years. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Mon's eyes were getting darker. Second brother, you're still not willing to call me eldest brother? Have you forgotten our oath of brotherhood? Shiyu the Great said sadly. Oath of brotherhood? Hearing the oath of brotherhood, Mon's eyes suddenly lit up again. Heaven above, I Mon swear to be brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but I ask to die on the same day, month and year. Mon said weakly. Heaven above, I Shiyu swear to be brothers of the opposite sex. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but I ask to die on the same day, month and year. Shiyu said as he followed. After saying it, Mon looked at Shiyu the Great and smiled. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself. After saying that, Mon closed his eyes. The scene was fixed on Mon's closed eyes. That scene was probably something that Shiyu the Great would never forget. He remembered every wrinkle on Mon's face clearly. Second brother, you're not willing to call me eldest brother even when you die? Eldest brother is regretting it now, do you know? At that time, eldest brother was in high spirits and lost his mind. Now eldest brother understands everything. Some things once wrong can't be turned back. Second brother, eldest brother misses you so much. Shiyu the Great burst into tears. Shiyu the Great looked at the light in front of him and felt indescribable grief. Outside the hall, the officials kowtowed and asked Shiyu the Great to open the door. However, Shiyu the Great was not in the mood to care about the officials outside. At this moment, Qin Zibai's shout came from outside the hall. You all get out of the way, I will break open the door. Qin Zibai shouted. Don't, Lord Qin, His Majesty did not allow it. This is offending His Majesty and is equivalent to rebelling. The officials immediately stopped him. Get out of the way, I will break the door. Qin Zibai still shouted. Boom. Chapter 485. Gu Hai led his 3 million-strong army out of the Han dynasty's territory. More than 10 million civilians were killed or injured. This was an extremely tragic number. Over the past few years, Gu Hai's good governance had made the civilians recognize the Han dynasty. Now that the enemy was wreaking havoc, the civilians were naturally filled with righteous indignation. Gu Hai stood at the moral high ground and the civilians responded. The various cities also sent troops to respond. Originally the army should have been larger, but Gu Hai only chose 3 million soldiers. Most of the 3 million soldiers were civil servants. They followed Gu Hai into Daywan's territory on the flying ship. Zhu Lu and the Lu Shishir people stayed in Chaoga to prevent chaos. Gu Hai led Venerable Lu Nian and Chang Ming to the deck of a flying ship and looked at a city in the distance. They saw that the city walls of Daywan had collapsed, and there was still blood on the ground outside the city. The city guards were no longer Daywan soldiers. Instead, they wore Dechen uniforms. Who are you? A general immediately flew over and looked warily at the group of 100 flying ships that suddenly appeared. When he saw Gu Hai, the general's expression relaxed. So, it's the ancient emperor. You know me? Gu Hai looked at the general in confusion. Back in Ying province, when you were fighting against the traitor Liu Yang, I was fortunate enough to see the ancient emperor from afar. The general said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The Grand Marshal has already led the army to the front lines. He asked me to wait for the Ancient Emperor. If the Ancient Emperor is willing, I can guide you to meet up with the Grand Marshal. Of course, the Ancient Emperor can also go to Dechen City on your own. We are not to be stopped. Solemnly, the general said to Gu Hai. Jianghu of Silla said that? Gu Hai looked at the general. Yes. The general answered. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, then I'll have to trouble you. Soon, under the leadership of this general, Gu Hai's 100 flying ships headed towards the interior of Daewon. At the side, Changming frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, why do you want to join forces with the Dechen soldiers? Now that Daewon had fallen, wasn't this the best time for the Han dynasty to develop? Even the Daqianxing allowed you to form an alliance, which means that the city will belong to the Dahan. If we join forces with the Jianghu of Silla now, how are we going to expand? Gu Hai looked into the distance and shook his head. We are here to take revenge, not to attack cities and seize territory. Then we won't use this opportunity to expand Dahan's territory and take over Daewon cities? Changming said blankly. After saying that, Changming frowned and said, that's not right, Your Majesty. Didn't you bring a large number of officials to organize the city? Gu Hai shook his head. Destroying the Yuan dynasty is not to cause harm to the people. It's also not time to take back the city. Changming was at a loss again. If it was in the past, Changming would just nod and let it go. But now, with Gu Hai's guidance, there were many things that Changming needed to think about. After a while, Changming seemed to understand something and said, Your Majesty, is this what you mean? It was Shiyu the Great who caused the disaster to Dahan, so we should only look for Shiyu the Great for revenge. The commoners were innocent after all. No matter where they were, it was the same. Taking Daewon could not cause harm to the commoners. After all, they might still be the people of the Great Han in the future. Taking back territory and cities would have to wait until Great Emperor Shiyu was annihilated. After Shiyu the Great is destroyed, our army can be considered to have taken revenge. Daewon will also be destroyed and cease to exist. At that time, these cities will be ownerless. Dahan can take over a group of cities easily. The people won't be against it, right? Gu Hai looked at Changming in surprise. He was indeed a smart person. He understood it immediately. Gu Hai smiled slightly and didn't explain. He turned his head and looked into the distance. After analyzing these obstacles, Changming's eyes flashed with excitement. It seemed that many things would become so simple if he used his brain to do things. The flying boat flew quickly. Along the way they encountered a few broken cities. There were countless casualties and rivers of blood. Dechen is breaking through cities with brute force? Isn't that too much? We've already broken through several cities with brute force. Changming said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head and said, this might be Daqianxing's intention. Attacking everywhere, not only to destroy these 4 factions, but also to tell the world that Dechen's might is not to be offended. So what if it's the imperial dynasty? So what if it's a mid-tier sect? Those who dare to provoke Dechen will be destroyed by Dechen. In the blink of an eye they were all destroyed. The might of the celestial dynasty is not to be blasphemed. Gu Hai said solemnly. Dechen wants to shock the world with a thunderous attack? Changming was suddenly stunned. Gu Hai nodded. After flying for half a month, they saw a lot of battle traces along the way. Gu Hai and his team finally caught up with Dechen's team. Boom, boom, boom. There was a roar in the distance. From afar they could see hundreds of flying boats floating in the air. On the flying boats, there were flags with the words Qian or Xinwu written on them. Your Highness, the army is here. In front is Kong City. The soldier who led the way shouted. Kong City? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Wasn't this the place where His Holiness hid in the past? Here, Gu Hai used a formation to imitate the fake Shiyu the Great and tricked His Holiness into committing suicide. In the end, the city where Shiyu swallowed 5 million divine blood soldiers' souls? In the distance the battle was extremely fierce. Gu Hai's flying boat soon arrived. However, when they learned that it was Gu Hai's flying boat, they immediately made way for Gu Hai, allowing him to proceed alone. Gu Hai made arrangements for his flying boat. Then he led Changming, Venerable Lun Yan and a few officials over. In the distance, Jianghu of Silla led a group of generals and waited on the largest flying boat. A youth in embroidered clothes stood beside her, looking curiously in Gu Hai's direction. Whoosh! Gu Hai's group landed on the deck. Greetings, Jianghu of Silla. Gu Hai said with a slight bow. Mr. Good, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jianghu of Silla said with a smile. As Jianghu of Silla spoke, the youth in embroidered clothes revealed a cold smile and said, Third uncle, this is the Gu Hai that you often mention? Ah, did cousin die for him? Takeshi Ryushin looked at the youth in embroidered clothes and nodded with a faint smile. Gu Hai, this is my big brother's eldest son Long Outyen. Takeshi Ryushin introduced. You're Long Outyen? Gu Hai suddenly felt stunned. Seeing Gu Hai's stunned expression, Takeshi Ryushin and Long Outyen were stunned. Isn't Gu Hai's reaction a little too big? Mr. Good, you know Outyen? Takeshi Ryushin asked, feeling confused. Long Outyen casually revealed a cold smile as he thought to himself. Don't think that I can give you a good attitude just because you worship me. Dream on. No, this is the first time I've heard of it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Outyen? Long Outyen? This was indeed the first time Gu Hai had heard of this name in this world. However, in his previous life on Earth he had seen a lot of this name. During that time he had read novels and all the main characters were called Long Outyen. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyen strangely. This gaze made Long Outyen feel very uncomfortable. Long Sanchen didn't follow His Highness? Gu Hai was confused. His Holiness decreed that Long Sanchen followed my big brother's army. Long Outyen followed my big brother's army. Jianghu of Silla explained. The Qin Celestial Dynasty's crown prince? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. Takeshi Ryushin was the De Qian's third crown prince. The third crown prince's son followed the first crown prince's army. The first crown prince's son Long Outyen followed the third crown prince? Was Daqian Sheng trying to divide the crown princes? Along the way I noticed that His Highness has already conquered 6 cities? And he hasn't changed his direction and is charging straight for the capital city? Gu Hai looked at Takeshi Ryushin. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. That's right. This is His Holiness's route. We will continue forward without any detours. The first few cities were relatively easy. However, the Day 1 Celestial Dynasty's reaction was extremely fast. They quickly deployed troops from all directions to attack. When we reached Kong City, the defending army was more than 5 times ours. It has been 2 days. Oh, they also have a Zhongtian palace? Gu Hai was slightly surprised. In Gu Hai's opinion, Takeshi Ryushin only needed to destroy the city or kill the enemy leader. Then the battle would be over. That's right. He should be Daewon's hidden expert. However, he's only an assassin. I was about to make a move, but he took advantage of the gap to assassinate my subordinates. I fought him once and he wasn't my match. However, he's hiding in the dark. Takeshi Ryushin said in a low voice. Assassin. Gu Hai frowned. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. He won't dare to come out if I keep an eye on him. However, if I make a move, he'll be the one to assassinate me. If that's the case, we can only let the 2 armies fight? Then we'll decide the outcome of the battle based on military strength? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. Long Outyen laughed coldly. Over the past 2 days, the De Qian soldiers have suffered countless casualties, but they still haven't broken through the city gates. Mr. Good, your Dahan's army rode on our momentum and advanced smoothly. They haven't sent a single soldier before this. Isn't it time for you to send a soldier? Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly, but he didn't refute. Instead he looked at Gu Hai. Changming's eyes flashed with anger. However, Gu Hai smiled and said, I'll try. Takeshi Ryushin was slightly taken aback. I can only try. If the Daewon's army sees me as an enemy, the Dahan can't do anything about it. We can only take a detour. We only have one target, and that's Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Outyen sneered. All right, then we'll have to trouble Mr. Good. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. Beat the gong and retreat. Quang. A loud gong sounded and the 2 armies fighting in the distance stopped. The De Qian's army collected the corpses and returned to the main camp. The city guards of Kong City also collected the corpses and returned to the city. Gu Hai led everyone back to the flying ship and made arrangements for his subordinates. The next day, Jianghu of Silla, Long Outyen, and the others stood in the military camp in the distance. They watched as Gu Hai's 100 flying ships slowly flew to the outskirts of Kong City. There was a large Han character on the flying ship. In the city, countless soldiers and civilians were surprised. Isn't that the De Qian's army? Someone asked in surprise. It's him, Mr. Good. It's Mr. Good. Someone exclaimed. Release the arrows. Gu Hai ordered. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, a large number of arrows, which were filled with letters, were shot into the city. The soldiers in the city were on guard at first, but they soon realized that the arrows had no effect. After the arrows, Gu Hai's flying ship stopped in midair. He had no intention of attacking. This wait lasted for 6 hours. Kong City was silent. On the flying ship not far away, Long Outyen sneered. Back then I pursued my cousin in every possible way, but she ignored me. Why would she like him? Third uncle, this Gu Hai must be crazy, right? Does he expect Kong City to surrender just because he shot a rain of arrows? I thought he could really destroy the city. Long Outyen snorted. Before Takeshi Ryushin could say anything, the gates of Kong City opened. Quang. The gates opened and a large number of officials and soldiers walked out of the city. They bowed respectfully towards the flying ship that Gu Hai was on. The leader of the group, an old man, shouted, "The mayor of Kong City and all the civilians of Kong City welcome the Emperor of Kong. Long live the Emperor of Kong." Chapter 486. Capital City, outside Daio Hall. A group of officials tried to stop Qin Zibai, but he still rammed into the door. Boom. The door burst open and Qin Zibai rushed into Daio Hall. In the hall, the tears in Shiyu the Great's eyes evaporated instantly. He looked coldly at Qin Zibai and the officials who rushed into the hall. "How dare you?" Shiyu the Great snorted. "Your Majesty, please forgive us." The officials knelt down in fear. Qin Zibai wasn't afraid. Instead he shouted, "Your Majesty, I was the one who acted willfully and offended you. It has nothing to do with them. Your Majesty, Daiyuan's crisis is imminent. Why is Your Majesty in the Hall of Great Leisure? The entire country needs Your Majesty to take charge of the overall situation, but Your Majesty does not care? Today I have offended you. If you want to kill me, I will not complain. I only hope that you can take charge of Daewon and face the Deqian army." "Your Majesty, Mr. Qin is right. The Deqian army has entered Daewon's territory and has taken over several cities. Your Majesty, please take charge of the situation." "Your Majesty." The officials knelt down immediately. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Qin Zibai and the officials. He didn't blame Qin Zibai. "The Deqian army has been deployed?" Shiyu the Great asked coldly. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Shiyu the Great's voice. "Your Majesty, news came from the front line. According to Mr. Mo, no, according to prediction he should have arrived at Kong City by now. Your Majesty, the Deqian army is attacking the city in a straight line. I have overstepped my boundaries and sent troops to intercept them. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Qin Zibai said respectfully. Mo Yike ordered this, right?" Shiyu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai was slightly startled, not knowing if he should say it. At this time an official jumped out and said, "Reporting to Your Majesty, while Your Majesty was away, Mo Yike colluded with Lord Qin to arrest officials in the imperial court. As a wanted criminal, Mo Yike didn't repent and even tried to influence the imperial court from the imperial prison. Please punish him severely, Your Majesty." The criminal, Mo Yike, even threw the imperial guard into the heavenly prison. He did not repent and disrespected His Majesty. He should be punished severely. Another official shouted. "Your Majesty, Mo Yike has disobeyed Your Majesty and brought disaster to the nation. He should be punished severely." Immediately several officials stepped forward. "Bastard. I asked Mr. Mo to help me find the Deqian spy. Are you in cahoots with the Deqian spies?" Qin Zibai glared. These officials were indeed traitors. However, after Mo Yike caught all of them, they were instigated by the people sent by the Deqian. They only had one goal, which was to kill Mo Yike. Mo Yike had Qin Zibai's protection, so naturally no one could hurt him. Now they could only start with Shiyu the Great. Her Majesty had just returned and was in a rage. As long as they added fuel to the fire, Mo Yike would be dead for sure, right? Shiyu the Great looked coldly at these officials who wanted to punish Mo Yike. "Men, arrest them." Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, why?" "We are not guilty, we are not guilty." The officials exclaimed in shock. Qin Zibai took action and detained the officials in the blink of an eye. Qin Zibai did not treat the officials who framed Mo Yike well. "You are not guilty?" The Deqian invaded, and Mo Yike did not forget to serve the country in prison. "You want to use my hands to kill my good officials?" "Men, take them away and beat them to death." Shiyu the Great said coldly. "Your Majesty, we are not guilty. Your Majesty, we are wrong, we are wrong." The officials exclaimed in horror. In the blink of an eye, everything was exposed. The other officials did not have the slightest sympathy. They only felt that the emperor was not as depressed as they thought. "Your Majesty, Mr. Mo, he..." Qin Zibai looked at Shiyu the Great expectantly. Mo Yike is not guilty and is released. Shiyu the Great said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty is wise. Qin Zibai said excitedly. I have been in Dio Hall for too long. Bring me the government affairs during this period. Shiyu the Great said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. The officials replied. Shiyu the Great pretended not to know about Qin Zibai's violation of the Great Hall and the mobilization of the army by Qin Zibai and Mo Yike. He did not say anything. After some arrangements, the officials took their leave. Qin Zibai. Shiyu the Great suddenly called out to Qin Zibai. Yes, your majesty. Qin Zibai said in confusion. Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun's son. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, All right, you may leave. Qin Zibai was slightly confused. He nodded and said, Yes, your majesty. The group of ministers went down and Great Emperor Shiyu read all the memorials. At the same time, Mo Yike was released in prison. A large number of officials came to congratulate him. Qin Zibai welcomed him personally. Mo Yike removed the seal, removed the bracelet and walked out of the prison cell. Mr. Mo, your majesty has released you. Congratulations. Qin Zibai said with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. The officials who came to welcome him also congratulated him. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at the prison cell behind him. After a moment of silence he said, Don't clean up this prison cell for now. Maybe I will be back soon. The officials and prison guards were stunned. What was going on? What did Mr. Mo just say? Bah, Mr. Mo, your majesty has already released you. Why are you coming back? Qin Zibai immediately scolded. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not explain. 2 days later. In Dio Hall. Only Shiyu the Great, Mo Yike, and Qin Zibai were left in Dio Hall. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike and sighed. Mo Yike, you are really like Mon. Your majesty can remember my father. My father should be at ease in the afterlife. Mo Yike bowed slightly. I have already seen these memorials. You have arranged them well. The 4 armies have already gone to stop the Dechen army. Shiyu the Great solemnly said. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Your majesty, stop the Dechen army? I can only stop them for a while. This time Day One is in danger. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike. I have overstepped my boundaries and calculated Day One's defeat. I hope your majesty will not blame me. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said. The power of the army is in the prestige of the country. The prestige of the country is in the hearts of the people. A few years ago we had just conquered dozens of cities and the war had just ended. Before we had time to rest and comfort the families of the dead soldiers, we started to attack Dechen again. How could the people not be angry? How strong would an army be if they were angry? This is Xiang 1. The 5 powers invaded Dechen but the Dechen took revenge. My Day One was the victim, but we were forced into a passive position. Naturally, the morale of the army was not high enough. This is Xiang 2. The invincible zombie army was lost. Your majesty went to the north and returned in defeat. The prestige of the country was lost once more. This is Xiang 3. I have found a large number of spies in the court, and there are definitely countless spies in the cities. Dechen has been plotting for a long time and attacked heavily. However, my Day One's strength has been greatly damaged during this period of time. This is Xiang 4's defeat. If I am not wrong, Daqian Sheng probably has something important to do, so he cleaned up everything and forced the 4 powers to rebel. That is why he attacked with all his might. He was determined to win and showed his strength. This is Xiang 5. Mo Yike said solemnly. Qin Zibai was shocked. He originally thought that Day One did not have a high chance of winning against Dechen. However, after being counted by Mo Yike, it seemed to be more dangerous. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Yike. Your father was right. You did not disappoint him. Lord Mo, Day One is in such a dangerous situation. How do we defend against the enemy? Qin Zibai asked worriedly. I have a plan, but I wonder if your majesty would like to hear it. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh, tell me. Shiyu the Great said solemnly. Please surrender Dechen and cut off the country as compensation. Announce to the world that we will seal the country and wait for the right time. Mo Yike said solemnly. Surrender Dechen? You want me to surrender to Dechen? Shiyu the Great stared. Yes. Mo Yike said solemnly. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he stared at Mo Yike. After a moment of silence he said coldly, Mo Yike, if you were not Mon's son, I would definitely think that you are Dechen's spy. I only dare to speak the truth to your majesty because I am Mon's son. Mo Yike said solemnly. Day 1 is showing signs of defeat. I have analyzed it. If this continues there might be changes. However, it is more likely that Day 1 will be destroyed. This is because De Qian has made up his mind. Day 1 cannot continue. If we continue we will only lose more. If your majesty listened to me last time, Day 1 would only need to give up 1/10 of our territory to appease De Qian's anger. Now that the country war has started, we must give up half of our territory. Mo Yike said bitterly. Ha ha, Mo Yike, are you sure that De Qian is willing to form a new alliance after I give up half of our country? Qiyu the Great said coldly. Dai Qianxing has always been a benevolent and righteous ruler. If I, Day 1, compensate half of our country to show my sincerity, and if he continues to pursue his holiness, he will become a laughingstock. If something big happens to De Qian in the future, all the major powers in the world can use this as an excuse to interfere. However, this is definitely not what Dai Qianxing wants to see. Therefore it must succeed. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh. This is also why I said that we need to seal the country and wait for the right time. De Qian is going to have a big event. This time, it is so big that even Dai Qianxing himself is not confident. That is why he wants to intimidate the world and get rid of future troubles. When that big event happens, it is the time that I am waiting for. Your Majesty, bear with the humiliation and become the ruler of the world. Mo Yike said solemnly. Bear with the humiliation and become the ruler of the world? Ah, Mo Yike, you want to persuade me to surrender? Don't even think about it. The battle between Day 1 and De Qian will not stop. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. I will accompany him to the end. Qiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, you can't. Mo Yike said anxiously. Qiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike, took a deep breath and said, Don't submit to De Qian. This is not only what I said but also what Mon, Changsheng and Qingyun said. Back then, when I went to De Qian with the 3 of them, the 4 of us swore that we would never humiliate De Qian again. We would rather die than submit. Your Majesty, that was then and this is now. Please think thrice, Your Majesty. Mo Yike immediately knelt down. There is no need to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. This is also the promise I made to the 3 of them. Qiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, my Day 1 is in danger. My Day 1 is in danger. Your Majesty, my Day 1 is not far from being destroyed. Mo Yike anxiously begged Qiyu the Great. Mo Yike. Qiyu the Great glared at him. I have already said don't submit to De Qian. Why are you still nagging? Do you think I don't dare to kill you when you say that your country will be destroyed? Qiyu the Great glared at him. Your Majesty, please forgive him. Lord Mo is also anxious for Day 1. I beg your Majesty to forgive Lord Mo's offense on account of Grand Duke Missourian's face. Qin Zibai immediately pleaded. Mon? Hearing Mon, Qiyu the Great's expression softened. Throw him into the prison and await his punishment. Your Majesty. Mo Yike bitterly knelt down. However, Qiyu the Great didn't care at all. Qiyu the Great didn't want to go against the 4 brothers' promise. Chapter 487. After the Battle of Kong City, Takashi Ryushin and Long Outyen looked at Guhai strangely. With one arrow letter, the citizens of Kong City suddenly rebelled, clashing with the authorities and requesting to surrender to Guhai and the Han dynasty. Even the surrounding reinforcements were useless. Where was that unyielding attitude of facing death with equanimity? Tens of thousands of our people died, but we failed to capture Kong City. Yet, you managed to capture it without expending a single soldier with one arrow letter? What kind of expression did the citizens have when they looked at Guhai? Thinking about this, Takashi Ryushin showed a depressed expression. Along the way they captured several cities. All the citizens who captured cities looked at their army with eyes filled with hatred. They were both capturing cities. Why were the citizens overjoyed after Guhai captured the cities? Was this a matter of luck? Not far away, 2 of the Dahan's flying ships were left behind in Kong City. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Guhai in confusion. Mr. Good, I read your arrow letter as well. It was just a plan to help the citizens. Why did the citizens of Kong City want to join the Dahan so strongly? Furthermore, they clashed with the authorities and the army, forcing the Daewan's army to withdraw. Guhai did not say anything. However, Chang Ming, who was at the side, took a deep breath and said, If my guess is right, it should be that the citizens of Kong City have lost all confidence in the Daewan. Venerable Lun Yen asked out of curiosity. Venerable might not know this, But something major happened in Kong City about half a year ago. The entire city was nearly destroyed. His Holiness the Great Slaughter killed everywhere. The citizens cried for help, but no one answered. At that time, the Bat Ancestor and my uncles were inside. Not only did they not save the citizens, but they even trapped them. Perhaps the citizens' hearts turned cold. However, His Majesty risked his life to save the citizens at that time. Pouring water in the snow and sending charcoal in the snow are clear at a glance. The Emperor had already accepted the people of Empty City back then. This time he was just pushing the boat along with the current. Chang Ming explained. I see. Venerable Lun Yen sighed. The hearts of the people cannot be deceived. If you treat them well, they will remember it. If you treat them badly, they will also remember it. Perhaps they do not have the ability to change anything, but the hearts of the people will remember it clearly. When the time comes, if the people have the ability to repay you, they will definitely do everything they can. The hearts of the people are kind, and evil cannot bully them. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Yes. Solemnly, Chang Ming nodded. Chang Ming, if there are any vampires that haven't died along the way, if you have the ability, do your best to recruit them. The Bat Ancestor has fallen, so the vampires have no one to rely on. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. Chang Ming will definitely not disappoint your majesty. Solemnly, Chang Ming declared. Gu Hai nodded. The army continued to advance toward the capital city. Ever since Gu Hai captured a city with a single arrow scroll, Long Outyen stopped encouraging Gu Hai to attack a city. This was because the result of attacking a city belonged to whoever captured it. Empty City was a place of war, a city that all militarists fought for. However, Gu Hai captured such a crucial city. This would make things awkward for Long Outyen when he took over Day One in the future. Kill. Boom. The battle continued. However, more and more Day One soldiers arrived from all directions, continuously blocking Day One's attacks. Gu Hai's army followed behind and did not attack. While the army was still going all out to capture the city, it suddenly seemed like internal strife broke out in the city. Bastard! General Zhang, what are you doing? Are you betraying the country and joining the enemy? General Li, are you rebelling as well? Sneak attacking us from behind? Are you still Daewon's army? Amidst the chaos, Takashi Ryushin's army suddenly felt much more relaxed. This was because many of the enemy's soldiers seemed to have turned traitor. A city whose military strength was not inferior to that of Empty City, under the pincer attack from both inside and outside, was completely conquered in just 2 days. While Gu Hai was puzzled, Sima Changkong led a group of officials and soldiers to Takashi Ryushin. Greetings, Your Highness. The Day One officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I have already prepared a banquet to celebrate your success. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. The officials and soldiers said happily. Mr. Sima, thank you for your hard work this time. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Your Highness is too polite. It's best if we continue to advance in a straight line tomorrow. There are only 4 more cities before we reach Dadu City. Sima Changkong smiled. Alright. Takashi Ryushin smiled. Sima Changkong and Takashi Ryushin chatted for a while before arriving at Gu Hai's place. Greetings, Mr. Good, Venerable Lun Yen. Sima Changkong bowed slightly. Mr. Sima, you've done well. In such a short time, you've already turned half of the enemy's army? Gu Hai praised. Mr. Good must be joking. Half of the army is a third of Deqian's chess pieces. Another third are families that Deqian has slowly turned over in the past 1,000 years, and the remaining third is all thanks to Mr. Good. You've repeatedly defeated the Day One, causing them to lose hope in the Day One and join Deqian. My role is insignificant. Sima Changkong smiled. Mr. Sima is too humble. Gu Hai shook his head. Things were definitely not as simple as Sima Changkong made them out to be. However, Sima Changkong was actually able to turn half of the enemy's army against Deqian when the 2 armies were at war. This showed how capable Sima Changkong was. There were still 4 more cities. Takashi Ryushin did not delay at all. He continuously broke through the cities and headed for Dadu City. The Bat Ancestor had fallen and the Bat Clan, the national beast, was completely defeated. A few giant dragons opened the way and traitors rebelled. In a short period of time, the Deqian army won one victory after another. However, in Dadu City there were constant reports of defeat. Bad news came every day. Empty City, Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. In the hall, the officials stood respectfully, not daring to speak. Your Majesty, I will personally lead the army to meet the Deqian invading army. Qin Zibai stepped forward and said. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. No need. If I'm not wrong, the Deqian army should have already reached Lindu City. By the time you lead the army there, Lindu City will have already been broken through. Let them come to Dadu City. But I can exhaust them. Qin Zibai said worriedly. Alright, let them come to Dadu. Xiu the Great snorted coldly. Qin Zibai was helpless. The officials were also extremely anxious. After the court meeting, Qin Zibai rushed straight to the prison. Although he could not save Mo Yike with Qin Zibai's status, it was not difficult for him to see Mo Yike. It was the same prison cell. Mo Yike was right. He would be back soon. At this moment, Mo Yike was using a pen to write something on the wall. The names of the cities were written one after another. The closest one was Lindu City. Lindu City? Mr. Mo, you know about it? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Mo Yike put down the pen and looked at Qin Zibai with a smile. Mr. Mo, you know about Lindu City? No, how did you guess that the Deqian and Dehan army would arrive at Lindu City? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Do I even need to guess? According to my analysis of the number of spies in Lindu City, many Day 1 families should have fallen. The number of spies should decrease from Lindu City to Deqian. In other words, there are the most spies in Lindu City, then fewer in Lindu City, and then even fewer. In comparison, the Deqian army would be more difficult in the beginning. The closer they are to Lindu City, the easier it is. Qin Zibai's expression changed. From the distribution of spies, it can be seen that the Day 1 is really on the brink of crisis this time. I was going to pick out all the spies and use them to negotiate with the Deqian. However, His Majesty didn't agree. His Majesty seems to have a knot in his heart that no one can untie. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. I wanted to go, but His Majesty didn't let me. He said to let the Deqian army come to Lindu City. Qin Zibai said worriedly. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Then he smiled bitterly. It seems that I don't have long to live. Ah. Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike blankly. I guessed right. His Majesty has a knot in his heart with the Deqian. His Majesty really wants to gather the Day 1 army and attack the Deqian Celestial Empire? Mo Yike's face darkened. What do you mean? If I guessed right, His Majesty is waiting for the Jianghu of Scylla's army to come. He wants to use the Jianghu of Scylla's head as a sacrifice and then personally lead the army to the Deqian Celestial Empire. His Majesty. His Majesty doesn't care about anything anymore? Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Using the Jianghu of Scylla's head as a sacrifice? The Deqian Third Prince's head as a sacrifice? Qin Zibai's expression changed. That's right. His Majesty locked me up because he didn't want me to stop him. He wanted to let me out after he stopped all my thoughts. At that time, I would have no choice but to face the Deqian Celestial Empire. Ha, His Majesty is taking drastic measures, but... Mo Yike looked depressed. But what? His Majesty is far-sighted. However, that Deqiansheng was able to become the ruler of the world. How could he not have schemed against him? The 5 great factions are being toyed with by Deqiansheng. Can His Majesty kill the Jianghu of Scylla? No, he definitely can't kill her. He definitely can't. Mo Yike said anxiously. What will happen if he can't kill her? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. When 2 kings fight, one side is not defeated. What will happen to the other? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. When 2 kings fight, one will definitely die. Qin Zibai's expression changed. The Day 1 Celestial Empire is going to come to an end? Mo Yike showed a bitter expression. That can't be right? How can that be? Also, Mr. Mo, you said that you don't have long to live. What do you mean? Qin Zibai asked with a hint of fear. If His Majesty wins, I can be reinstated and even have more power. However, if His Majesty loses, what about me? Do you think that His Majesty will let me live? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. His Majesty will kill you in advance? That's impossible. His Majesty will not kill you. If I am useless, His Majesty will not care about me. However, His Majesty will not leave me to the Deqiansheng Celestial Empire. So, Mo Yike showed a bitter expression. You are Mo's son. His Majesty will not kill you, right? Since ancient times the imperial family has been heartless. Will His Majesty let me go because of my father? You think too much. If His Majesty valued relationships, Mon Changsheng and Qin Yun would not have died. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. How can that be? Qin Zibai showed a confused expression. Sigh. Now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. I only hope that His Majesty can kill Takashi Ryushin as a sacrifice. Mo Yike sighed dejectedly. Chapter 488. Lindu City. The Dacian army had defeated the defending Daewon City, which was the closest city to Lindu City. In Lindu City, Takashi Ryushin invited Gu Hai for a private discussion after celebrating the victory of the three armies. There were only 3 people in a pavilion: Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong and Gu Hai. Lindu City has been conquered. I just invited a group of outstanding officials to a banquet. This time, I invited Mr. Good here to discuss with Mr. Good how to conquer Lindu City. Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai's ability had been proven by all the things he had done over the years. Jianghu of Silla had experienced many things, but she knew that she couldn't subdue Gu Hai. However, this campaign against Daewon City wasn't just about conquering Daewon City. It was also a chance for her to perform in front of His Holiness. Since all the armies had set off, Jianghu of Silla naturally hoped that she would be the most outstanding one. Your Highness is wise. I'm slow-witted. Following Your Highness, it's enough to cheer from the sidelines. Gu Hai smiled. Mr. Good is slow-witted? How am I supposed to accept this? Sima Changkong immediately laughed. Mr. Sima, you're too kind. Gu Hai shook his head. Mr. Good is too humble. This time Your Highness only brought me with you. Even Long Outyin wasn't allowed to come. Your Highness wants to discuss with Mr. Good how to deal with Daewon Imperial Dynasty. I hope that Mr. Good won't be stingy with his guidance. Besides, isn't Mr. Good going to deal with Shiyu the Great and avenge the people of Dahan? Why, you're about to face Shiyu the Great. Why is Mr. Good holding back? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, do you think I have the ability to deal with an imperial dynasty? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't think that Gu Hai had the ability to do so. Sima Changkong immediately said with a smile, I'm not sure about other people, but since Mr. Good has sent out his troops, he must have a plan. That's why I hope that Mr. Good won't be stingy with his guidance. Mr. Sima thinks too highly of me. What can I do? Everything depends on Your Highness. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, beating around the bush with Mr. Good is just asking for humiliation. Why don't we talk about it first? Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Sima, this is too much for me. Takashi Ryushin took a deep breath and said, Mr. Good, do you still remember the sky-splitting axe? You still have the sky-splitting axe from Daikyenshing? Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin without any surprise in his eyes, as if he had already guessed it. Takashi Ryushin nodded. His Holiness sealed 2 forces in the sky-splitting axe, so there are only 2 strikes. The first strike was used once in Jianghu City. Do you remember? Gu Hai of course remembered the last time. When the sky-splitting axe was used, Shiyu the Great turned into a zombie with the bloody hell saber in his hand. Except for the fact that he didn't mobilize the power of a state, he was at his best. However, Shiyu the Great was defeated in the end, and he was injured so badly that he couldn't fight back. The 2 powers of the Emperor of the Great Chen Dynasty sealed in the heaven-opening axe were used together? There was still one more strike? Does Mr. Good think the remaining strike can deal with Shiyu the Great? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. Even if Shiyu the Great recovers, Shiyu the Great had the bloody hell saber last time. This time, Shiyu the Great can mobilize the power of a state in Daewon. Can he borrow the power of a state? Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, the sky-splitting axe only has 1 strike left. Takashi Ryushin nodded. If Shiyu the Great can mobilize the power of a state, he will definitely win. However, after he mobilizes the power of a state, it's hard to determine who will win. Besides, Shiyu the Great has been defeated by the sky-splitting axe once. Next time he definitely won't stand there and let the sky-splitting axe hit him. If the sky-splitting axe can't hit Shiyu the Great, then... Sima Changkong said with a frown. Secondly, in the capital, almost all the spies in important positions have been picked out by Mo Yike. They can't cause trouble in Daewon in the imperial court. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong had already said so much. Gu Hai didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. The sky-splitting axe? When Daikyenshing borrowed the sky-splitting axe from you, didn't he think about your safety? What if... Gu Hai said in a low voice. Of course His Holiness thought about it. If the sky-splitting axe can't hit Shiyu the Great in 1 strike, I can activate the self-defense function of the sky-splitting axe. The sky-splitting axe can form a shield to protect me and prevent Shiyu the Great from breaking the shield. The shield can last for 10 days. Within 10 days, His Holiness will know and come to save me. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Oh, the shield of the sky-splitting axe? Guhai was a little surprised. That's right. So I have to make some things clear. If you fail, you better stay close to me if you want to be safe. Otherwise... Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Shiyu the Great can't break the shield? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Definitely can't. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Without Daikienshing's power, Shiyu the Great can't break the shield formed by the sky-splitting axe. Now, there's still a portion of Daikienshing's power sealed in the shield. Isn't that? Guhai smiled. Inject His Holiness's sealed power into the shield of the sky-splitting axe? Cover the entire capital? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Trap Shiyu the Great in the shield? But it's only for 10 days. Do you want His Holiness to come here personally? Since His Holiness is here personally, why do you need me to deal with Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin frowned. No, it's enough to trap the capital for 10 days. Guhai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. No, the sky-splitting axe can only trap Shiyu the Great. After 10 days, Shiyu the Great will be free again. At that time we will be in danger. His Holiness's sealed attack has been used. The sky-splitting axe can't deal with Shiyu the Great anymore, right? Takashi Ryushin said worriedly. Your Highness, if you trust me, then do as I say. I will deal with Shiyu the Great. Guhai said with a smile. Set up a formation? Takashi Ryushin looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai shook his head. Daio Hall. Shiyu the Great sat on the dragon throne. The officials stood respectfully, but most of them were frowning. Your Majesty, it's been half a month. After the Deqian army broke into Lindu City, they stopped advancing. An official said with a frown. Your Majesty, the Deqian army must be afraid to come to the capital and stopped at Lindu City. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army to Lindu City and attack the Deqian army. Immediately, a soldier shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and fell silent. Takashi Ryushin, what has Guhai been doing recently? Is there any news? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, Takashi Ryushin and Guhai have never appeared. An official said bitterly. Guhai had guessed that Takashi Ryushin had the heaven-splitting axe, and so had Shiyu the Great. Just as everyone had guessed, Shiyu the Great was waiting for them to come. He could mobilize the power of the country. At that time, so what if he had the heaven-splitting axe? As long as he was in Day 1 territory, Shiyu the Great could attack from a distance. However, that was only the power of fate. Even if he attacked, its power wouldn't be at its peak. If his attack was destroyed by the heaven-splitting axe, then the morale of the two armies would be greatly different. Don't go out? Can't I move the capital to Lindu City and then kill you? Shiyu the Great's face was gloomy. Shiyu the Great had been waiting for half a month. During this time, he had been thinking about how to kill Takashi Ryushin and then personally lead the army to the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, this should have been done more than 10 days ago, but it was delayed again and again. Shiyu the Great felt extremely uncomfortable. This was a battle intent that couldn't be extinguished. If this continued day after day, his fighting spirit would slowly be depleted. Move the capital? Although there would be less fate if he moved to Lindu City, it would be enough for him to deal with the heaven-splitting axe. Just as Shiyu the Great was about to move the capital, Your Majesty, they're moving. The Deqian army is moving toward Lindu City. A guard immediately rushed into the main hall. They're coming? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, I'm going to stop the Deqian army. A general shouted. No need. Let them come. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. Qin Zibai figured out Shiyu the Great's thoughts from Mo Yike, so he didn't say anything. After the court session, Qin Zibai quickly went to the prison and told Mo Yike everything he knew. Half a month? They're finally moving out? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Mo, do you know why? Why did it take half a month? Our people sent news that Lindu City hasn't changed at all in the past half a month. Qin Zibai was confused. Mo Yike frowned and pondered, slowly pacing back and forth. Hasn't changed at all? That's impossible. Guhai and Sima Changkong are both experienced and astute. How could they have wasted half a month there? That's impossible. Something must have happened in the past half a month and something very important. Mo Yike said with a gloomy face. Very important? But, did anyone go in or out of Lindu City in the past half a month? Mo Yike frowned. How could we know? Linda City has already been breached. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mo Yike frowned and pondered for a while. What's there to prepare in half a month? And to prepare in person? That's Gu Hai's style. But there's no trace at all? What tricks does he have? Mr. Mo, you don't know where to start? Qin Zibai asked worriedly. Mo Yike shook his head. I've met so many people and there's only a few that I can't figure out. Sima Changkong is better, but this Gu Hai is always unexpected and always hits the nail on the head. I don't know where to start. Then what should we do? Let's work backwards. If they want to defeat His Majesty, they can only rely on one possibility, the sky-splitting axe. But without Daqianshan controlling the sky-splitting axe, it won't be effective. Especially since His Majesty has just experienced the sky-splitting axe. It won't work on His Majesty again, Mo Yike said with a frown. Since they can't defeat His Majesty by force, what else can they do? Qin Zibai asked worriedly. Attack the heart? Right, attack the heart. That's what Gu Hai is best at. If he can't defeat His Majesty, he'll definitely attack the heart. Let me think, what's His Majesty's weakness? Mo Yike said anxiously. Chapter 489. The Deqian and Dehan armies slowly set off from Lindu towards the capital. On a flying boat, Gu Hai, Takeshi Ryushin, and Sima Changkong were looking at the news coming in from all directions. Mr. Good, I've already done as you said. Can we really deal with Shiyu the Great now? If we can't, our Deqian army will fail. Takeshi Ryushin frowned. Don't worry, Your Highness. Gu Hai smiled. Although Mo Yike has been locked up in the heavenly prison, we still can't let our guard down against Mr. Good. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. I know Mo Yike's ability very well. So, the first thing we have to do is to cripple Mo Yike. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But how are we going to do that? Takeshi Ryushin asked doubtfully. We've already done it. Gu Hai smiled. What did you do? You just sent a letter to Mo Yike? That's it? Takeshi Ryushin didn't believe it. Sima Changkong said doubtfully, when you were writing that letter, we all read it. It was just some casual conversation between you and Mo Yike. Also, you wrote a few wrong lines in the middle. You crossed them out. If you send it to Mo Yike, can you cripple Mo Yike? That's enough. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Takeshi Ryushin still looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Sima Changkong was deep in thought. At this moment, this letter should have reached the Missouri estate. Gu Hai smiled. In the Missouri estate, the steward of the Mo clan received an uninvited guest. Gu Hai's envoy. If it were anyone else, they would have been sent to the authorities long ago. However, the housekeeper of the Mo manor knew about the relationship between the old master and Gu Hai, so he controlled himself and did not act rashly. Are you here to deliver a letter to Gu Hai? Asked the steward sternly. Yes, the emperor asked me to give this letter to Mr. Mo. Please hand it over to Mr. Mo. I'm leaving now. The man bowed slightly. The steward of the Mo clan sent off Gu Hai's envoy in a slight daze. Just delivering a letter? Such a sensitive period? What about this letter? Hand it in to the authorities? The steward of the Mo clan could be said to be extremely loyal to Mo Yike, so he naturally did not think that way. Leave it to the old master. The housekeeper of the Mo clan sighed and put away the letter. Not long after, the housekeeper went to see Mo Yike. The heavenly prison did not obstruct the Mo clan's housekeeper too much. Soon he saw Mo Yike. Mo Yike looked at the housekeeper and asked doubtfully, Did you make a mistake? Gu Hai sent someone to deliver a letter? Old master, I've already confirmed it. It was sent by Gu Hai, said the Mo clan's housekeeper respectfully. Mo Yike took the letter and nodded with a trace of doubt. Well, after all, you didn't follow the normal procedure to see me. You can go back first. Yes. The housekeeper left. Mo Yike sat at his desk and slowly opened the letter. Previously, Gu Hai persuaded me to join his Han dynasty? Now that the world war is approaching, is Gu Hai going to persuade me to join his Han dynasty again? Mo Yike frowned deeply. He slowly read the letter. To Mr. Mo, it has been almost a year since we parted. Mr. Mo, have you studied the 30 chess games thoroughly? Back then, Silver Moon City. Mo Yike looked at the letter doubtfully. He did not invite him to join the Han dynasty? There was nothing, just some trivial matters of life, some memories of the past, and some content that was not written properly. They were all crossed out with a brush. Did Gu Hai make a mistake in these crossed out words? It can't be. Why would Gu Hai send me a piece of draft paper when he wrote me a letter? Did he send the wrong one? That's not right. Did he cross out something for the housekeeper? Impossible, the old housekeeper would not dare to do that. Mo Yike frowned slightly. The letter did not mention a single word about the World War, but Mo Yike was puzzled. Just as Mo Yike was studying the letter, Qin Jilin rushed over. Suddenly, Qin Zibai rushed into the heavenly prison. Mr. Qin? Why are you in such a hurry? Mo Yike asked doubtfully. Did Gu Hai write you a letter? Qin Zibai suddenly shouted. Huh? How do you know? Mo Yike asked doubtfully. How do I know? You are in the heavenly prison, so your Mo residence is a sensitive area. I just got the news. Why would Gu Hai write you a letter at this time? Is it because of the World War? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. No. Mo Yike shook his head. Then why did he write you a letter? What did he write? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. It's just some daily life and communication. Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Gu Hai's letter was too strange. Alright, I hope it is not something sensitive. After all, if I know that Gu Hai sent you a letter, Her Majesty will definitely know too. Qin Zibai sighed slightly. Her Majesty knows too? Mo Yike's expression changed abruptly. Yes, someone just sent me the news. By now, the news should have reached Her Majesty's ears. Her Majesty will definitely know too. Qin Zibai nodded. Mo Yike was slightly stunned. Then, his eyelids twitched violently as he looked at Gu Hai's letter in his hand. At first, it seemed to be just an ordinary letter. But at this moment, it was like a poisonous snake or a fierce beast, which made Mo Yike feel a chill in his heart. Good, what a vicious Gu Hai. Mo Yike's expression changed. At this moment, Mo Yike finally understood why a large number of words had been crossed out in ink on the letter sent by Gu Hai. Why was a letter sent to him with a scribbled-up version of the letter? This was framing him. This is the letter? Gu Hai sent it? Can I take a look at it? Qin Zibai asked curiously. Gu Hai actually had the mood to send a letter to Mo Yike with the impending battle? Why did it have to be Mo Yike? There's no need to look at it, I have to destroy this letter immediately. Mo Yike said anxiously. With his cultivation sealed, Mo Yike had no choice but to tear up the letter. Don't tear it, let me take a look. Qin Zibai said worriedly. Mo Yike did not care and was about to tear the letter. Just as he was about to tear it open, a ray of white light suddenly appeared on the letter. It was as if a magical power had suddenly appeared on the letter. Mo Yike, since Gu Hai has written a letter to you, why are you in such a hurry to tear it open? Is there something that cannot be seen in it? Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the heavenly prison. Your Majesty? Qin Zibai was slightly taken aback. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and cursed Gu Hai in his heart. He was doomed by Gu Hai. The power that prevented him from tearing the letter was released by His Majesty? This time he could not tear it open. Wang. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great appeared in the heavenly prison. In the heavenly prison, a group of guards and jailers saw Shiyu the Great and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings to your Majesty, long live your Majesty. Qin Zibai and Mo Yike could only bow respectfully. Greetings to your Majesty. Shiyu the Great suddenly appeared in the heavenly prison. He did not care about the guards and jailers but looked at Mo Yike. To be precise, he was looking at the letter in Mo Yike's hand. There was a tear in the letter. Shiyu the Great walked forward slowly. This is the letter that Gu Hai sent to you? Shiyu the Great asked in a deep voice. Yes. Mo Yike said bitterly. At this moment, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. At this time, Gu Hai did not send a letter to anyone but you? I would like to see what Gu Hai is discussing with you about the nation war. Shiyu the Great grabbed the letter with a trace of suspicion. He did not care whether Mo Yike would give it to him or not. At this moment, Mo Yike could not reject him. If he forcefully destroyed the letter, it would be even harder to explain himself. It's just some family matters. Mo Yike said bitterly. Great Emperor Shiyu looked at the letter in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it was just some family matters. However, there were many contents that were crossed out and smeared with ink, so he couldn't see the contents clearly. Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes and looked at Mo Yike. There was a desk beside Mo Yike with a brush, ink, paper and inkstone on it. Did Mo Yike cross out the content that could not be seen? Why did Mo Yike cross out the content? Did he not want others to see it? What did Gu Hai tell you about the content? Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike coldly. Qin Zibai stretched his neck and looked over. He was also stunned. What was Lord Mo trying to hide? That's what the letter was about. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He was telling the truth, but who would believe him? At this moment there was no way to explain. From the moment Shiyu the Great saw the letter, Mo Yike knew that Shiyu the Great did not believe him. No matter how he explained, it would be useless. Ha ha ha, that's what the letter was about? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai also looked at Mo Yike with a strange look. Yes. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and nodded. That's enough. No one is allowed to visit the prison anymore. Qin Zibai, you are not allowed to come here anymore. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Yes. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Shiyu the Great flung his sleeves and left. Qin Zibai and the rest could only leave. Mo Yike sat in the prison cell and looked at the letter from Gu Hai that Shiyu the Great left behind with a bitter smile. What do you mean by countering every move? Analyzing Gu Hai's scheme for his majesty? Ah, Gu Hai is so ruthless. With just a piece of paper, you completely cut off my connection with his majesty, destroying all of my plans and preparations? Mo Yike smiled bitterly as he picked up the letter. Chapter 490. The Dahan and Deqian armies continued to march toward the capital. Spies quickly sent back news from all directions. A single letter cut off Shiyu the Great's trust in Mo Yike, and the news quickly spread. Good. Ah, Mo Yike is really trapped now. Mr. Good, your sowing dissension strategy is too good. Takeshi Ryushin immediately laughed. Sima Changkong and Gu Hai took the letter and read it. Mr. Good, it's true and false. Shiyu the Great is also suspicious of Mo Yike. It's just that I don't understand why Mr. Good is so sure that it will work? Sima Changkong asked curiously. During this period of time, I've also dug up a lot of information from the prince. I learned that Shiyu the Great once became sworn brothers with 3 people, and their relationship was extremely deep. Gu Hai picked up a cup of tea and said, Mon Changsheng and Qin Yun? Takeshi Ryushin nodded. This information was too old, and it might be difficult to gather information from other sources, but Deqian still had a lot of records and information. In this war against Day One, the intelligence system naturally provided all the information about Shiyu the Great. Yes, Shiyu Mon Changsheng and Qin Yun? Sworn brothers? For brothers? Shiyu the Great sacrificed time and time again in order to get the 3 of them, and the 3 of them were willing to die for Shiyu. From the day Qin Yun sacrificed himself to protect Shiyu, I knew that the 4 of them were very close. But the 4 of them changed later on. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Although there were feelings, Shiyu the Great didn't trust his 3 brothers as much as he did in the beginning. What? Did the 3 of them not do a good job? Moen had worked so hard for Dayuan that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Changxing knew that he would be eaten by the bat ancestor, but he never ran away. Qin Yun even sacrificed himself. This means that these 3 people have not changed. The one who changed is Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai said solemnly. Are emperors always heartless? Takeshi Ryushin frowned. No, if a person is heartless, no matter what his identity is, he will be heartless. If a person has feelings, no identity can change it. Shiyu the Great? I've concluded that this person is also very intelligent but very suspicious. Gu Hai said solemnly. Suspicious? Sima Changkong nodded. He's so suspicious. Hey, he's suspicious of his 3 younger brothers who are willing to die for him, let alone Mo Yike, whose relationship with him is much lighter. That's why I'm sure that Shiyu the Great will definitely suspect Mo Yike. Gu Hai analyzed. The 2 nodded. Since Shiyu the Great already suspects Mo Yike, then can we rehabilitate the spies that Mo Yike picked out? That's a large group of officials. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Mo Yike was the Deqian spy that he found in prison. He ordered the officials of the Qin family and the Mo family to be captured overnight. In Takeshi Ryushin's opinion, since Mo Yike was a spy, then the people he arrested could be cleared. Gu Hai shook his head. Sima Changkong also shook his head. No, those people can't be saved. Why? Shiyu the Great is just suspicious, but he's not stupid. He just suspected Mo Yike, and in the blink of an eye, he cleared the spies' names. Not only can he not save the spies, but he also cleared Mo Yike's name. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. What? Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. Because Shiyu the Great is too suspicious. He only suspected Mo Yike, but he didn't completely deny it. Otherwise he would have killed Mo Yike long ago. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. An emperor being suspicious is sometimes a good thing, but sometimes... Gu Hai shook his head. In Daio Hall, Shiyu the Great sat on the dragon throne, listening to the officials report some government affairs. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. After the reports were reported, no one pleaded for mercy for the spies of the Deqian officials. Xiu the Great narrowed his eyes. "Oh, it seems that I didn't wrongly accuse Mo Yike? Your Majesty, Mr. Mo might be." Qin Zibai wanted to plead for mercy for Mo Yike. Xiu the Great's face turned cold. "Whoever dares to speak ill of Mo Yike will be punished for treason," Xiu the Great said coldly. Qin Zibai's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to say anything. After the court meeting, Qin Zibai looked at the prison from afar, but there were more guards outside the prison, and they were even stricter. They were not allowed to enter at all. "Mr. Mo, did you betray the country or not?" Sigh. Qin Zibai sighed slightly, turned around and left. Mo Yike sat in the prison cell, leaning against the wall. He sighed slightly. "Your Majesty, I don't blame you for doubting me. But, for day one you must withstand the pressure from Guhai." Qin Zibai returned to his residence. The Mo family's butler came to ask for help, but Qin Zibai was powerless at the moment. He could only refuse. He returned to the small courtyard where Qin Yun used to live. Qin Zibai sat in the courtyard, took out the bamboo stick that Qin Yun left behind and looked up at the sky. "Father, what should I do now? I listened to you and trusted Mo Yike, but now, can I still trust Mo Yike? Is he loyal or a traitor?" Qin Zibai said bitterly. Qin Zibai looked at the bamboo stick in his hand. This was the last thing that Qin Yun gave to Qin Zibai before he left. Looking at the bamboo stick, memories of the past rushed into his mind. "Zibai, I have one last thing to ask of you. If Her Majesty is angry with Mo Yike, you must protect Mo Yike at all costs." "Protect Mo Yike at all costs?" Qin Zibai said blankly. "Today you protect Mo Yike. In the future Mo Yike will protect you." "Protect me?" Qin Zibai was stunned. "Just listen to me." "Yes." Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The memories of the past rushed into his mind, and Qin Zibai's expression changed. There was a long silence. After a while, Qin Zibai's eyes became firm. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't care. Although I don't know if it's right, Father, I will do what I promised you. I will do whatever it takes to save Mo Yike." Qin Zibai felt much more relaxed after he made up his mind. Another 3 days passed. 3 days later, in the morning, on the square of Dio Hall, the 2 rows of officials stood respectfully, all of them incomparably solemn. They no longer discussed the affairs of the court, but instead followed Xiu the Great as they gazed into the distance to the north. Great Emperor Xiu wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with a golden dragon on it. He sat on the dragon throne and looked towards the far north from a great distance. At this moment, no one needed to say anything because everything had already appeared in the north. The Deqian army and the Dahan army came from afar. Ong. Ong. 500 giant dragons lined up in a row, roared toward the sky, and slowly flew toward the capital city. Behind the gigantic dragon were 400 flying boats with huge flags erected on them. The words Qin, Han, and Xinwu were written on the flag. Every flying boat was filled with soldiers. Their fighting spirits soared to the sky as they let out battle cries. The Deqian army is invincible, extermination is tyrannical. The loud roar of the Deqian army could be heard from afar. In the city, all the citizens threw down everything they were doing and panicked when they heard the roar from afar. The news of the Deqian army and the Dahan army attacking day one had long been known to the people, but they did not take it seriously. However, today when the army arrived at the city, everyone suddenly panicked. It turned out that the country war was so close. Countless citizens looked in the direction of Dio Hall. His Majesty Day One Xiu the Great sat there, on the largest flying boat of the Southern Army. Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, Takashi Ryushin, and Long Outyin stood in a row and looked coldly at the majestic capital city in the distance. "We have arrived at the capital city." Sima Changkong took a deep breath and said. Takashi Ryushin nodded. "The majestic capital city? The Day One still has so much fei qi? They are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now only Xiu the Great is left holding the fort." Gu Hai laughed coldly. "Yes, how are the 4 great families? The Chang family has been destroyed, the Shi family is dead, and the Qin family? Only Qin Zibai is left. The Mo family has Mo Yike, but he has been imprisoned by Xiu the Great." Sima Changkong sighed slightly. "What is there to sigh about? That Xiu the Great? He is just courting death. How dare he let us come here on purpose to fight and kill Day One?" Long Outyin laughed coldly. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyin. Marquis Outyin? Do you have the ability to deal with Shiyu the Great? Long Outyin Marquis de Qian Marquis Outyin. What? You can't deal with Gu Hai? Long Outyin laughed coldly. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Long Outyin in confusion. Third uncle, you don't have to look at me like that. I haven't been in Deqian all these years, but it doesn't mean that I have slacked on my cultivation. I have told you before, don't think of any schemes. The sooner we come to the capital, the sooner we can destroy Shiyu the Great, the sooner we can go back. Long Outyin frowned. Outyin, don't try to show off. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. Show off? Third uncle, aren't you looking down on me? Long Outyin said in dissatisfaction. Shiyu the Great is an expert from Heavenly Palace. Why, Marquis Outyin can deal with him. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. Obviously he had never considered what Long Outyin could do. Little Sima, you dare to look down on me? Ha ha ha, I, Long Outyin, have been away from heavenly courts all these years. Do you still think that I am the same old me? Long Outyin sneered. Takashi Ryushin stared at Long Outyin for a while as if he didn't know him. Shiyu the Great? Leave him to me. I want to give his head to His Holiness as a congratulatory gift. Long Outyin said in a low voice. Gu Hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Changkong were all speechless. The three of them were silent for a while. All right, you can try later. Takashi Ryushin said with a hint of curiosity. Gu Hai also had a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The army slowly arrived outside Deqian. Stop! Ling Guanyi shouted. Immediately, 400 flying ships lined up in a straight line and stopped outside the city. Ha! In Deqian the Yuan army also shouted. It was like two armies facing each other, neither giving way. From a distance, Gu Hai looked in the direction of Deqian Hall in the city. Great Emperor Shiyu had been waiting there for a long time. He looked at them coldly. Chapter 491. The Capital City. The Deqian and Dehan armies had arrived at the city walls. The city's officials, soldiers, and commoners slowly calmed down after a period of panic. They looked at Shiyu the Great at the entrance of Daio Hall. Shiyu the Great sat on his dragon throne and immediately saw the gigantic flying cruiser behind the dragons. On the flying cruiser stood 4 people. They were Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, Gu Hai, and Long Outyin. Shiyu the Great sneered when he saw the 4 leaders. A distance away, the dragons parted slightly, allowing Gu Hai's flying cruiser to take the lead. From a distance, everyone looked at Shiyu the Great. The 2 armies faced each other from across the city. Takashi Ryushin? Gu Hai. Hey, you dare come to our day one? Shiyu the Great said with a cold look in his eyes. It was especially so for Gu Hai. When Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai, his eyes were filled with hatred. Because of Gu Hai, many of his schemes had failed. The zombie army of 5 million had been completely destroyed because of Gu Hai. Bat Ancestor and He King of Silla had been killed by Gu Hai. Most importantly, Qin Yun would not have died. Without Gu Hai and Takashi Ryushin, Qin Yun would not have died. 4th brother would not have died either. Shiyu the Great looked at the crowd in front of him and immediately, his eyes suffused a killing intent. Those who offend our Deqian will be destroyed no matter how far they are. The Deqian has been kind and has bestowed you with dozens of cities. Yet you are still unsatisfied. You have led your army north to wreak havoc on our Deqian? His Holiness will no longer tolerate you. He has bestowed me with troops to destroy Yuan Shi. Do you not feel any regret? Long Shenwu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Humph, with just you and Gu Hai? Shiyu the Great sneered. Ever since the arrival of the Deqian and Dehan army, Shiyu the Great scanned the army. However, after scanning for a long time, he didn't find anything special. This shouldn't be the case. Takashi Ryushin was no match for him. Sky-splitting axe? But what's the use of the heaven-splitting axe if it can't hit me? I don't even need to mobilize the power of Day One to destroy you all. Are you here to die? No, that's not right. Gu Hai and Takashi Ryushin looked so confident. There must be something I can't see. However, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't find anything special about it. It was normal. You overestimate yourself. Shiyu the Great said. Shiyu the Great sneered. Before Gu Hai and Takashi Ryushin could say anything, Long Outyin couldn't stand it anymore. Do you think I'm air? You only see third uncle and Gu Hai? Can't you see me standing between them? Can't you see me? Are you blind? Humph, who are you calling overestimating themselves? You overestimate yourself. My Deqian army is here but you don't repent. You deserve to be killed. Third uncle, I'll destroy him. Long Outyin suddenly said coldly. Oh. In the distance, Great Emperor Shiyu was slightly stunned. Shiyu the Great knew Long Outyin. At least the Day One intelligence agency sent a lot of Deqian information every year. There was a portrait of this person. Isn't he Dai Qianxing's grandson? What did he say? He's going to destroy me? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Outyin, who suddenly shouted. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Third uncle, didn't we agree before? Long Outyin frowned and looked at Takashi Ryushin. Shiyu the Great stared at Long Outyin. As he stared, he suddenly noticed a small detail. Guhai glanced at a large hall behind him. It was the main hall on the flying ship. Why did Guhai look at it? Go, bow to the elders in the hall before you go, Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin's voice was very soft, but Shiyu the Great could hear it clearly. There was an elder in the hall that Guhai looked at just now? No, it was Takashi Ryushin's elder. Who could Takashi Ryushin's elder be? The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? Are you trying to trick me? Why would Dai Qianxing come with you? Shiyu the Great did not believe it at all. Elder? What elder? Why don't I know? Long Outyin was slightly stunned. At first, Shiyu the Great did not believe that there was anyone in the hall. He thought that Takashi Ryushin and Guhai were playing tricks on him. However, Long Outyin's exposure made Shiyu the Great slightly suspicious. If I tell you to go, then go, Long Shenwu said solemnly. Long Outyin frowned slightly and nodded. Solemnly he turned to the hall and bowed. Third uncle said that you are my elder, so you must be right. After bowing, Long Outyin turned and said, all right, I'm going. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Guhai stood with his hands behind his back as he watched Long Outyin soar into the sky. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Long Outyin soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the capital city. Little Shiyu, why aren't you here to die? Long Outyin immediately shouted. Long Outyin's shout resounded throughout the capital city. He released his aura, which was the aura of a Zhongtian palace. However, he did not know where his confidence came from. Guhai, who was watching from afar, was slightly puzzled. Shiyu the Great also narrowed his eyes. Great Emperor Shiyu wasn't sure who was in the hall of the flying boat. It was impossible for it to be him, and it was impossible for him to come to where he was. However, why did a Zhongtian palace expert dare to say such words in front of him? Your Majesty, I will go and kill him. Qin Zibai immediately shouted. Allow. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Boom. Qin Zibai soared into the sky and took out a saber. Then he looked coldly at Long Outyin. Ignorant brat, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of Day One? Are you seeking death? There is no need for His Majesty to make a move. I will deal with you. Qin Zibai glared. Long Outyin glanced at Qin Zibai and showed some disdain. You are not worthy of me making a move. Qin Zibai glared. However, Long Outyin waved his hand and took out a coffin. Coffin? Guhai, Takashi Ryushin, Shiyu the Great, and Qin Zibai frowned. Long Outyin did not look at Qin Zibai. Instead, he stared at Shiyu the Great in the distance. I heard that you cultivated Ingo's great art? You used your human body to refine the body of a zombie. Ingo's zombie? I saw one of the 4 great zombies, Ingo. I wonder how you compare to him? However, I already turned that Ingo to dust. Long Outyin said coldly. You. In the distance, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ingo? Long Outyin destroyed one? Shiyu the Great naturally did not believe it. Long Outyin smiled coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. You will believe me later. Of the 4 great zombies, I have Jiang Qin. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The coffin floating in the air opened with a bang. A man wearing a black robe with a golden dragon on it appeared. That man was motionless with his eyes closed. However, there was a talisman on his forehead. Zombie? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Long Outyin reach out and tear. The zombie emperor immediately opened his eyes. Boom. All of a sudden, a powerful aura burst out. Qin Zibai's expression changed. His figure flashed and he instantly charged at Long Outyin. Capture the leader first to capture the bandits. As long as he killed Long Outyin, everything would be useless. Kill? Qin Zibai slashed out 100 Zhang Long saber aura and instantly arrived in front of Long Outyin. It was as if he wanted to kill Long Outyin with one slash. The saber was sharp and carried an indomitable saber aura as it slashed down with a loud bang. Long Outyin did not counterattack. Instead, he sneered and said, "I told you, you are not worthy to be my opponent." Just as the saber was about to hit Long Outyin, the zombie emperor in the coffin suddenly reached out his right hand and stabbed at Qin Zibai. The zombie emperor's palm collided with the saber. With a loud bang, the saber exploded. The palm did not lose its momentum and was like a sharp sword that instantly arrived in front of Qin Zibai's chest. Boom! Qin Zibai suddenly let out a miserable cry. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, falling to the ground. What? The expressions of the surrounding commoners and officials changed. Gu Hai, Sima Changkong and Takeshi Ryushin were also shocked. Bastard! Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he immediately stood up. Bang! Qin Zibai fell down and spat out a mouthful of blood, creating a huge crater in the ground. My lord! Countless soldiers cried out anxiously. Qin Zibai! Shiyu the Great called out with a gloomy face. Cough 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 cough, I'm not dead yet. Cough 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 cough. In the dust-covered crater, Qin Zibai's bitter voice came from it. A large number of medical officers immediately rushed into the ruins to save Qin Zibai. Not dead? It was good that he was not dead. Shiyu the Great no longer looked at the crater. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the arrogant Long Outyin and the zombie emperor who had already walked out of the coffin. Consider yourself lucky to not die. Long Outyin looked at the dust-covered crater and said coldly. Inside the crater, smoke and dust covered it. Qin Zibai's entire body was covered in blood. The zombie emperor's palm strike was too ferocious. He had just entered the heavenly palace, but he was not a match for it? More than half of his clothes instantly exploded, and his skin was also lacerated. In that instant, the zombie emperor's palm strike had almost cut him in half. Qin Zibai took out the bamboo cane hanging on his waist with lingering fear. It was the bamboo cane that his father had given him that saved him. This ordinary bamboo cane actually had such power? My lord, are you all right? A group of medical officers immediately rushed into the crater. I'm fine, I'll be fine soon. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. The heavenly palace was defeated with a single palm strike? Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and Gu Hai all raised their eyebrows. Jiangqin? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. There are 4 types of zombies in the ancient world. Hanba, Ingo, Jiangqin, and Ho Qing. How could Long Outyin have a Jiangqin zombie? Moreover, he already refined it? Sima Changkong looked at Takeshi Ryushin doubtfully. Takeshi Ryushin shook his head. I don't know either. During those years, Long Outyin went somewhere unknown. When he returned, he became much more arrogant. I didn't expect this zombie to exist. A Jiangqin zombie? Long Outyin revealed a trace of satisfaction. He looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. What? Shiyu, are you still not going to make a move? Let your officials come? Qin Zibai is already the limit of your Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, right? Can you find more zombies? Believe it or not, I will destroy one of them. Ignorant brat, a dead zombie dares to be impudent in front of me? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Although his tone was disdainful, Shiyu the Great regarded him with great importance. This was because at this moment Shiyu the Great started to trust the people in the hall behind Gu Hai. A Jiangqin zombie? Daqianshin gave it to Long Outyin? This time the Deqian army didn't just have the heaven-splitting axe? Transform into Ingo, right? Otherwise it would be too boring if my Jiangqin kills it in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin laughed coldly. Chapter 492. Transform into Ingo? Otherwise it would be too boring to be killed by my Jiangqin in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin sneered. Long Outyin was extremely arrogant as he stared coldly at Shiyu the Great in the distance. He did not take Shiyu the Great seriously at all. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty had no one else to send. Shiyu the Great looked at Jiangqin in the distance with a gloomy expression. Jiangqin? Hee, you want me to attack? Are you prepared to die? Shiyu the Great said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Boom. An endless amount of snow appeared out of thin air, covering the entire capital city in all directions, including the area outside of the city. Whoosh. Great Emperor Shiyu's figure shook and suddenly vanished on the spot. It was too fast, so fast that Long Outyen's expression changed. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's body flashed as he punched out. Hong! Shiyu the Great appeared in front of Long Outyen in the next instant. His fist collided with Jiang Chen's fist. Where the two fists collided, a storm raged in all directions. Long Outyin immediately stood behind Jiang Chen. Shiyu the Great had a ferocious expression as he increased the strength of his fist. Jiang Chen looked like he could not hold on for much longer. Brr. Jiang Chen suddenly roared. As he roared, he bared his fangs and a pair of pitch-black dragon-scaled wings appeared on his back. He was surrounded by endless black fog. His eyes were bloodshot and his aura suddenly increased. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great's fist was blocked by Jiang Chen. Boom. With a loud sound, Shiyu the Great and Jiang Chen were separated from each other. Jiang Chen. Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes. He had already used all his strength in that punch. However, Jiang Chen still blocked it? Was he really that much weaker than the Daqian Celestial Empire? Even he could not easily deal with a grandson of the Daqian Celestial Empire? Ha, what do you think? Shiyu the Great, I'll give you a chance now. How about submitting to me? I can guarantee your survival. Long Outyin immediately sneered. Jiang Chen stood in front of Long Outyin and looked at Shiyu the Great with a ferocious expression. Submit to you? Long Outyin was not the only one. Countless citizens in the capital city were furious. How could the emperor of an imperial dynasty submit to a nobody like you? Not far away, Gu Hai also looked at Long Shenwu in confusion. Takeshi Ryushin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Clearly, there was nothing he could do about Long Outyin's arrogance. Humph, submit? Ah. Even Daqianxing was not qualified to say that. Shiyu the Great sneered and rushed forward again. The speed at which he ascended to the heavenly palace was so fast that many people could not see Shiyu the Great's movements clearly. Boom. Like an afterimage, it instantly collided with Jiang Chen, causing the void to tremble. Before Long Outyin could see clearly, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind Long Outyin. Boom. Shiyu the Great attacked from behind at an even faster speed, but it was also blocked by Jiang Chen. Boom. 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 His speed was getting faster and faster, and the only thing that could be heard was the deafening sound of explosions around him. It was as if there were a lot of explosions going on around him. The shockwaves hit Long Outyin's shield and shook it. Long Outyin's eyelids twitched. However, Shiyu the Great had no intention of stopping. Long Outyin could not see Shiyu the Great clearly, but Jiang Chen blocked him again and again. Long Outyin recovered from his initial nervousness. You can't do anything now? Jiang Chen, kill him for me. Long Outyin roared. Boom. With a punch, the two separated. Jiang Chen roared at the sky with bloodthirsty eyes. Shiyu the Great suddenly sneered, since you want to see him go, I will show you. Brr. Shiyu the Great also roared. As he roared, Shiyu the Great's aura surged. He bared his fangs and a pair of giant silver-white wings with dragon scales appeared on his back. He stood in the air and layers of energy flames surged around his body. This aura instantly suppressed Jiang Chen's aura. Long Outyin's expression changed. Jiang Chen, kill him. Quick, kill him. Brr. Jiang Chen roared and charged at Shiyu the Great. Jiang Chen? You're just an emperor who cultivated Jiang Chen's great technique when you were alive. Unfortunately, you're already dead, so you can't fully control it. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of my day one? You're courting death. Shiyu the Great glared. Brr. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen closed in and punched him. A million drifting snow. Heavenly Emperor Shiyu slammed his fist over. He transformed into Ingo and punched. Millions of snowstorms appeared behind him. As the snowstorms appeared, they seemed to condense into a super huge snow dragon. Along with the punch, they crashed into Jiang Chen's body. Hong. Hundreds of millions of snowstorms exploded. Ingo's great technique's all-out attack was close to Shiyu the Great's limit. Under this super powerful punch, everyone in the capital city suddenly trembled, and their chi and blood surged. Brr. Jiang Chen roared and increased his strength. However, Shiyu the Great was too strong. Under this punch, the snowstorm seemed to collapse into a black hole. The force of the blow sent Jiang Chen flying through the air. The power was too strong. Long Outyin, who was protected by Jiang Chen, couldn't dodge. Shiyu the Great's punch was enough to kill Long Outyin. Because of Jiang Chen's protection, Long Outyin wasn't killed by this punch. Boom. The snowstorm exploded. Jiang Chen, who was carrying Long Outyin, was sent flying. Off. In midair, Long Outyin spat out blood. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah. With a scream, he flew back to the Daqian army. To be precise, he flew back to Gu Hai's flying ship. On the flying ship, there seemed to be someone inside. Boom. Jiang Chen and Long Outyin were sent flying by Shiyu the Great's punch. They crashed into the door of the hall. Quang. The door of the hall was knocked open. Oh no. Sima Changkong's heart skipped a beat. In the hall there was no Daiqianxing. This was Gu Hai's plan to deceive Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Did Shiyu the Great do this on purpose? He guessed that His Holiness was in the hall. However, he wasn't sure. He wanted to use Long Outyen's body to break open the door of the hall. To see what was going on? Once he saw what was going on inside, everything would be exposed. Shiyu the Great would then be able to kill his way over. Just as Takashi Ryushin was feeling anxious, he saw Gu Hai walking towards the entrance of the hall calmly. Great Emperor Shiyu was extremely clear about that punch from before. How powerful was that punch? It might not be able to destroy Jiang Chen's body, but it would definitely cripple Long Outyen. More importantly, the power was just enough to break open the door of the hall and let him see what was going on inside. Long Outyen fell to the ground and spat out blood. Long Outyen's followers were about to rush forward anxiously. Takashi Ryushin glared at them and formed a force field to block them off. My meridians are all broken. Shiyu, how dare you sneak attack me? Long Outyen said in agony as he fell to the ground. Shiyu the Great ignored Long Outyen and looked into the depths of the hall from afar. Sima Changkong and Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai. Are we going to be exposed? What should we do? Shiyu the Great's face darkened. Sima Changkong was stunned by Shiyu the Great's sudden change in expression. He also looked into the hall. The hall was rather dark, but in the depths of the dark hall, there was a huge golden dragon throne. An old man wearing a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. The old man had a calm expression, and his hand was holding the armrest of the dragon throne, as if he was gently tapping it. His Holiness? Sima Changkong was so shocked that he almost screamed. Takashi Ryushin also looked like he had seen a ghost. Is that really His Holiness? How is that possible? Why is His Holiness here? Why didn't I know? Didn't he say that he was lying to Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin almost knelt down. However, Sima Changkong pulled Takashi Ryushin and made Takashi Ryushin sober up. The two of them looked at Gu Hai at the same time. Gu Hai was the one who arranged the hall. Previously, he said that he was lying to Shiyu the Great and pretending that Daiqianxing was already here. However, that was just a lie. But what was in front of them? Long Outyen's meridians were broken. His bones were shattered and he was on his last breath. However, when he suddenly saw what was happening in the hall, his face suddenly revealed a look of wild joy. His Holiness? His Holiness? So you are here? Grandpa Sheng, save me? Long Outyen cried out in pleasant surprise. At this moment, Gu Hai had already reached the entrance of the hall. Inside the hall, the great Qin dynasty's Emperor Shao Chen extended his hand and pinched. Suddenly, a seven-colored light appeared on his fingertip. The seven-colored light slowly gathered and gradually formed a pill. After the pill was formed, a monk walked out from the side. It was Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen carefully received the pill and brought it to the entrance. At the entrance, Gu Hai carefully received the seven-colored pill. Then he slowly walked over to Long Outyen. Jiang Chen seemed to want to protect Long Outyen. Don't block me. Grandpa Sheng is saving me. Long Outyen immediately shouted. Jiang Chen immediately stepped aside. Gu Hai helped Long Outyen up with one hand. All my bones are broken. Be gentler. Long Outyen cried out in pain. Gu Hai placed the seven-colored pill into Long Outyen's mouth. Then he supported Long Outyen. When the seven-colored pill entered Long Outyen's stomach, his body suddenly gave off strands of rainbow light. Buzz. Long Outyen shivered. Long Outyen suddenly jumped up. It's all healed? It's all healed. Grandpa Sheng, the pill you formed is really incredible. It's miraculous. Ah. My meridians are all healed. My bones are all healed as well. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong revealed shocked expressions. Is it really His Holiness? If not for His Holiness, who could do such a thing? Shao Chen used his magic energy to form a pill and healed Long Outyen in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Shiyu the Great's eyelids twitched wildly. Is it really Daiqianxing who did it? Is it real? Shiyu the Great was the clearest about Long Outyen's injuries. Shao Chen could save Long Outyen. However, even an immortal pill could not heal all of Long Outyen's injuries in such a short time. That was impossible. However, Shao Chen did what he did earlier. How could he do it? Could it be that he really came? Could it be that Daiqianxing really did it? Chapter 493. As Shiyu the Great looked at the dragon-robed old man in the hall of the flying ship, he was 80% convinced. However, he still had 20% of his doubts. After all, in Shiyu the Great's eyes, Dai Qianxing should not be here. Long Outyin recovered in the blink of an eye. However, he was exceptionally excited. Ha! Shiyu, you little punk, you're dead for sure. Grandpa Sheng is here, you can't hurt me. Come again. You tried to sneak attack me, but now I won't give you another chance. Jiangxin, come with me and kill Shiyu, shouted Long Outyin. Long Outyin shouted. Don't be presumptuous. Takashi Ryushin said. Long Outyin paused and turned his head to look at the dragon-robed old man in the hall. Presumptuous? Before His Holiness could say anything, was he going overboard? All right, stand to the side. Takashi Ryushin said. Seeing that His Holiness did not stop him, Long Outyin slowly walked to the side, feeling depressed. Then he complained, if I stand to the side, who will deal with that despicable Shiyu? Could it be that His Holiness has to do it himself? While Long Outyin felt depressed, Shiyu the Great showed an uncertain expression. Then he saw the dragon-robed old man in the hall slowly take out an axe and hand it to Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen held that axe and walked to the entrance of the hall again. Hall Master Gu. Venerable Lun Yen slowly handed the axe to Gu Hai. Then he whispered something to Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Then he looked at the dragon-robed old man in the hall and nodded. Then he carefully grabbed the heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-splitting axe. Give it to Gu Hai? Grandpa Sheng grandson can do it too. Grandson has the heaven-splitting axe. I can chop the entire capital. Long Outyin cried out, feeling depressed. Outyin, shut up. Takashi Ryushin glared. Long Outyin showed a depressed expression. When he looked at Gu Hai, his gaze turned hostile. Gu Hai held the heaven-splitting axe and slowly walked to the deck. Then he looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai? The heaven-splitting axe again? Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai coldly. Indeed. The heaven-splitting axe again? Shiyu the Great, my Dahan has just been established and my accumulations are shallow. I have no intention of forming a grudge with any faction. However, some people think that my Dahan is easy to bully and keep bullying my Dahan. They once promised not to disturb the Dahan for 10 years. However, they sent people to attack the Dahan repeatedly, resulting in the deaths of more than 10 million of the Dahan citizens. This time Gu Hai let out his voice. Countless people with high cultivation in the distant capital heard Gu Hai's voice and transmitted it to the ordinary citizens. Immediately, many of the ordinary citizens showed complicated expressions. Towards the Deqian army, the citizens of the capital city were united against the common enemy. However, towards the soldiers of the Dahan dynasty, the citizens were extremely conflicted. This was because they couldn't find any fault with the Dahan army. This time they didn't use any weapons when they entered the Day One. It wasn't the Dahan army that took down Kong City, but the people of Kong City did it on their own accord. That was a sign of their complete disappointment with the Day One army. That was the embodiment of Gu Hai's charisma. Not only Kong City but also the capital. The last time Gu Hai came to the capital, he first used 2 poems to convince countless people in the city. Then, when the spirits of the Divine Blood Army of the Great Lutian dynasty wanted to kill their way into the city, it was Gu Hai who used Zhang Sanfeng to block the spirits of the Divine Blood Army and saved countless people in the city. After that, the Great Light Sovereign Deity attacked. When the Great Light Sovereign Deity started, the Great Light Sovereign Deity. The battle with the Great Light Sovereign Deity was incredibly intense. When the ordinary people suffered from the shock waves, it was Gu Hai who used Dongfeng Bubi's ritual array to protect them. Countless people were grateful to Gu Hai. Now, Gu Hai came to take revenge for the thousands of people who were killed, but they couldn't hate anyone. That was because Gu Hai had never killed the innocent. Gu Hai just wanted to take revenge on His Majesty. Now, one was His Majesty and the other was their benefactor, Gu Hai. Countless people were conflicted. This time, I thank the Great Qian for lending me the heaven-splitting axe. I will use it to settle my grudge and seek justice for my people. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai slowly flew up and raised the heaven-splitting axe. He looked coldly at Shiyu the Great in the distance. Seek justice? Aha, you want to seek justice too? Then what about my justice? Bat Ancestor, Changsheng, Shikong, the 5 million zombie army, Qin Yun, all of them died because of you, that's why I want to seek justice. Great Emperor Shiyu said in a cold voice. Died because of me? If you didn't break your promise, would they have died? Last time you killed millions of my people. Now you have the face to seek justice from me? Shiyu the Great, I won't waste any more words. Here is the heaven-splitting axe treasure. Gu Hai shouted as he activated the heaven-splitting axe. Buzz. The sky-splitting axe instantly emitted an endless amount of grayish-white light. As soon as the grayish-white light appeared, it instantly dyed the entire world gray. A soul-stirring aura spread from the heaven-splitting axe. It really is the heaven-splitting axe? Shiyu the Great's expression sank. Not far away, Takeshi Ryushin stared at the heaven-splitting axe. Sima Changkong also readied herself. Only Long Outyin had an uncomfortable expression. Using the heaven-splitting axe? Why didn't he let him do it? He hadn't even touched it yet. When the heaven-splitting axe appeared, its vast aura immediately made everyone feel stifled. The citizens of the capital city immediately found it hard to breathe. It was a pressure that could destroy the world. It felt like the heaven-splitting axe was hanging above their heads. All of them showed horrified expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai was the sharpest axe. No one dared to approach him. Shiyu the Great also showed a sullen expression. Shiyu the Great had 10,000 methods to instantly destroy Gu Hai with his cultivation. However, with the heaven-splitting axe in hand, he had no choice but to avoid it. Previously, Xiao Qian had already experienced it. Even with the bloody hell saber, he was undefeatable. What more this time? Charge forward? No. Now that the heaven-splitting axe was activated, it did not have a clear target. Once there was an attack, it would automatically counterattack. In that instant, Gu Hai would target Xiao Qian. Now Xiao Qian could only avoid it first. When Gu Hai chopped down with the axe, Xiao Qian would instantly kill Gu Hai with one strike. However, Gu Hai slowly approached Shiyu the Great, getting closer and closer. The two sovereign kings faced each other, getting closer and closer. Shiyu the Great's face sank. Left with no choice, he slowly retreated. However, Gu Hai chased closely behind, slowly flying forward. However, Gu Hai did not attack. At this moment, the citizens of the capital city also felt anxious. However, when they looked at the scene in the sky, they suddenly had a strange thought. It was as if Shiyu the Great feared Gu Hai, slowly being forced back by Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great was afraid of Gu Hai? No, that's impossible, the countless citizens said uncomfortably. When Shiyu the Great retreated to the capital city, chop! Gu Hai suddenly let out a loud shout. Honk! The aura of the heaven-splitting axe instantly increased by more than 10 times. The energy sealed in Daiqianxing was instantly activated by Gu Hai. The heaven-splitting axe flew out, and in front of the axe, the void seemed to be torn apart by black holes. It was as if the void was about to shatter. The threat of death instantly enveloped the entire capital city. No. The citizens of the city immediately cried out in alarm. Mr. Good wants to kill us? No, don't kill me. Countless citizens cried out in alarm. Shiyu the Great's expression also changed. He did not expect Gu Hai to dare to attack the capital city with the axe. Was he planning to massacre the entire city? If the axe fell, how many citizens would die? How dare you? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. His figure flashed and he wanted to charge at Gu Hai. However, the heaven-splitting axe had already left his hand. Even if he could kill Gu Hai with one strike, it would be useless. Shiyu the Great looked anxious. Just at that moment, Gu Hai suddenly shouted again, "Stop!" Boom. The sky-splitting axe that was flying in midair suddenly trembled, and a super-huge energy shield appeared. It was like a barrier, and it instantly enveloped Great Emperor Shiyu and all the people in the city. Boom. Shiyu the Great wanted to kill Gu Hai, but he was blocked by the barrier. What? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. Gu Hai stood in the sky, and the heaven-splitting axe hung above the capital city. It formed a huge barrier that enveloped the entire capital city. It didn't fall? I'm not dead? I'm still alive? It didn't fall? Countless citizens looked at the heaven-splitting axe hanging above the barrier in surprise. It was still emitting that oppressive aura, and the axe was pointed in the direction of Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai stood not far behind and looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. In the distance, Sima Changkong frowned and said in his heart, "Mr. Good, you only have 10 days left." Takeshi Ryushin also looked at Gu Hai, who was in the sky, and wondered what he was going to do. Boom. Shiyu the Great punched the barrier, but it didn't move at all. Shiyu the Great? Just now, it was only a battle between you and me. Outside the city, you could have just taken one strike from my axe. However, you retreated again and again. You returned to the capital city? You want to kidnap all the citizens of the city to face my axe with you? Ah, you won. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Shiyu the Great won? What one? Countless citizens looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Xiu the Great's face darkened. Gu Hai had deliberately forced him to return to the capital city, but now he said that he had fled back to the capital city? You won. Xiu the Great's face changed suddenly. You won. Ha, you can kill my citizens in Chaoga, but I can't. However, I am unable to do so. I am unable to wantonly slaughter the people of your capital city. I can't kill innocent people like you. You won in terms of cruelty. Aha, you used the citizens as your shield? What a joke. How shameful. Gu Hai was almost shouting. After Gu Hai finished speaking, almost half of the citizens in the city were in an uproar. Then they fell silent. They looked at Gu Hai suspiciously. However, what happened just now was exactly as Gu Hai said. Her Majesty used the citizens to threaten Mr. Good. When the sky-splitting axe was about to strike down, Mr. Good stopped it. Was that really the case? Countless citizens looked at Xiu the Great. On Takeshi Ryushin's flying boat. Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Is Mr. Good trying to drive a wedge between Day One and the citizens?" "I think so. However, it seems that it's not enough," Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Chapter 494. Capital City Heavenly Prison. Mo Yike leaned against the wall and listened to everything that was happening outside. Although he couldn't hear the news firsthand, the people and jailers outside were still discussing everything. Mo Yike frowned slightly. It's starting now? Is he trying to drive a wedge between the emperor and the people? This is Gu Hai's usual tactic. He looked at the letter in his hand. It was this letter that had trapped him. Now even the jailers were on guard against him. Everything he said couldn't reach His Majesty. Your Majesty, you must be careful. Gu Hai's tactics are hard to guard against. Even I fell for it. Ha, you have the support of the people of Day One. You are invincible in the capital city. Don't be distracted by words. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike sighed slightly, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, a jailer slowly walked to the door of Mo Yike's cell. "Mr. Mo," the jailer said respectfully. Mo Yike looked at the jailer in surprise. "The Emperor asked me to inform Mr. Mo that your family and relatives are all safe. Is there anyone else who needs protection?" The jailer said respectfully. Buzz. Mo Yike's head buzzed. "Gu Hai's people? You're Gu Hai's people? That's impossible. I've already screened this batch of jailers. They're definitely not the Chen spies. How did you know?" Mo Yike suddenly exclaimed. The jailer bowed respectfully and didn't say anything. It was as if he was waiting for Mo Yike to give him a list of names. Someone come quickly. He's a spy from the Dahan. Someone come quickly." Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. If even a jailer was a spy at this moment, it showed how much preparation Gu Hai had made. So much so that even a lowly jailer was one of Gu Hai's people? Half a month. The Dahan and Deqian armies have been stationed in Lindu City for half a month? What had Gu Hai done in this half a month? How did they bribe you? How did you bribe him? Mo Yike glared at him. Mo Yike's ruckus alarmed the other jailers. "What are you making a ruckus about?" Immediately, a prison guard walked over. "Quick, he's a spy. Inform His Majesty that he's a spy, Gu Hai's spy." Mo Yike said anxiously. He hoped that this would give Xiu the Great a warning. A few more prison guards walked over and looked at the prison guard at the entrance of the cell. The prison guard sighed. "Mr. Mo is in a bit of a mess right now. Forget it, let's not disturb him." The other prison guards glanced at Mo Yike and nodded. The group of prison guards slowly left. Gone? Just like that? If it were anyone else, they would think that these people were just unwilling to interact with them. But who was Mo Yike? He could tell from their expressions. It wasn't that the prison guard just now was a spy for Gu Hai. These prison guards were all Gu Hai's spies. How is that possible? In this half a month? What did Gu Hai do? These prison guards were absolutely loyal to the Day One. Mo Yike looked shocked. Dejected, Mo Yike sat down. At the same time, he suddenly started to worry about Xiu the Great. The sky-splitting axe formed a barrier that enveloped the entire capital. After a moment of fear, the people suddenly felt grateful to Gu Hai. In the past, His Majesty and the Bat Ancestor had wreaked havoc in Chaoga City. But Gu Hai was eager for revenge and didn't vent his anger on them. The sky-splitting axe stopped abruptly. At the same time, all the people suddenly compared Gu Hai to Xiu the Great. Indeed, His Majesty was much more powerful than Mr. Good. But His Majesty wouldn't protect the people wholeheartedly. But Mr. Good challenged His Majesty to avenge the people? His Majesty's cultivation level was high, but so what? What did it have to do with them if he didn't protect them? Mr. Good's cultivation level was low, but Mr. Good's talent was unparalleled. Mr. Good loved the people as if they were his own children. Even if there was only a trace of power, he would use it on the people. Suddenly, when the people looked at Shiyu the Great, they didn't feel as radiant as before. When they looked at Gu Hai, they felt as if there was endless radiance. No wonder the people of Empty City chose to join the Dahan. A benevolent person is invincible? Shiyu the Great didn't have time to think about the change in the people's mentality. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai, who was slandering him in the outside world, and his face was full of anger. Break for me. Shiyu the Great struck with a loud bang. Hong. Under the huge impact, the barrier still didn't move. The number one magic treasure in the world, which sealed a part of Daiqianxing's power. If even Shiyu the Great couldn't block it, how could it be called the number one magic treasure in the world? Gu Hai stood not far away from the sky-splitting axe and looked coldly at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great, I guess you've been waiting for us to cut off Jianghu of Silla's head as a sacrifice, and then lead your troops north to challenge Daiqianxing, right? Shiyu the Great squinted his eyes slightly. There's no need to lead your troops north. Just look at the situation now. Any random person who uses the sky-splitting axe can make you so afraid. What qualifications do you have to go north? What qualifications do you have to challenge Daiqianxing? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Shiyu the Great suddenly looked at the flying ship's hall in the distance. There was an elder in a dragon robe sitting inside. That's fine. Today's situation has allowed me to bring forward a certain day in the future. Sky-splitting axe. Aha, sky-splitting axe. Shiyu the Great revealed a ferocious expression. While his expression was ferocious, Shiyu the Great suddenly said, People of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, I Deqian would like to borrow your strength to break the sky-splitting axe with me and destroy Deqian. Please raise your right hand and help me. In the sky above the capital, the golden dragon of luck suddenly stood up on the sea of luck clouds. Roar. The golden dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar. The roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Through the golden dragon of luck, Shiyu the Great's words were instantly transmitted to the ears of all the people in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Almost all the people suddenly dropped everything they were doing and revealed a look of shock. The Deqian army has reached the capital? Your Majesty wants to break the sky-splitting axe? You want to destroy Deqian? Are you going to destroy Daiqianxing? Countless people revealed a look of shock. Your Majesty, please use my strength. A person raised his right hand. The person's strength seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. Then he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, use my strength. Countless people raised their right hands. In the 200 cities in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, countless people gathered their strength towards the sea of luck clouds in the capital. Visible to the naked eye, it was as if waves of white energy were rushing into the golden dragon of luck. Roar. The golden dragon of luck roared and dragged countless amounts of energy into Shiyu the Great's body. Waves of energy surged in from all directions. Shiyu the Great's aura became stronger and stronger. A huge snowstorm swept across the sky above the capital. Power, power, boundless power. Shiyu the Great's power reached its peak. His long hair suddenly grew countless times and fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god. Ching. Shiyu the Great pulled out a long saber. Although it was not the bloody hell saber, this snow-white long saber still gave off a treasure aura. The aura was strong, but it deliberately avoided the people in the capital. The people were not suppressed by the aura. At this moment, countless people in the capital sat on the ground, paralyzed. Clearly, he had lent his strength to His Majesty. No matter what he thought, Shiyu the Great was still His Majesty Day 1. He had to stand on His Majesty's side. As the people sat on the ground, Shiyu the Great's power reached its peak. The snow-white long saber in his hand slashed at the barrier. Gu Hai clenched his fists and stared. Success or failure depended on this move. Heaven-splitting axe barrier? Aha, break for me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. Honk. The long sword slashed at the barrier, and a super shock wave suddenly shook the earth, and countless buildings collapsed in an instant. Countless people had just lent their strength and did not have the strength to dodge. They were instantly drowned in the ruins. Surging storms erupted from the saber. The heaven-splitting axe barrier suddenly shook. Seeing this, the faces of everyone outside sank. However, after shaking for a while, the heaven-splitting axe barrier slowly stabilized. Shiyu the Great slashed with his saber with all his strength, but he could not break the heaven-splitting axe barrier. He could not cut it open? He could not cut it open? Countless people widened their eyes, and their hearts skipped a beat. Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and the others secretly sighed. Guhai's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Only Shiyu the Great was left. He stared blankly at the place where the saber had clashed with the barrier. He had mobilized the power of the country and the world, his peak power. He could not break the heaven-splitting axe barrier? He could not even break the heaven-splitting axe barrier? What? Shiyu the Great was shocked. He was shocked and his whole body turned cold. Bang! Shiyu the Great fell on the square of Daio Hall in a daze. The ministers all revealed anxious expressions while Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a dejected expression. I can't break it open? I actually can't break it open? Great Emperor Shiyu's disappointment carried great resentment. It turned out that he could not even deal with one of the Daiqiansheng's Dharma treasures. How could he deal with the Daiqiansheng? In an instant, Shiyu the Great realized the gap between him and the Daiqiansheng. It was an insurmountable gap. Only Guhai, Takeshi Ryushin, and Sima Changkong knew that the heaven-splitting axe also contained the power of the Daiqiansheng. It was not just the power of the Dharma treasure, but also the power of the Daiqiansheng. Shiyu, let's settle our grudge. You want to kill me to vent your hatred, and I want to kill you to avenge the Dahan citizens. However, the people in the capital city are innocent. Let them go and we will settle our grudge. Guhai said in a low voice. The countless people in the city were stunned. Guhai wanted to let the people go? Let the people go? Shiyu the Great's face sank. That's right. When I swing my axe, I will definitely injure the people. However, if I remove the axe, you will definitely run away. I will not let you go. However, I do not want to hurt the people in the capital city. In that case, only when you swing at the heaven-splitting axe, I will not use my full power. I will only be in a stalemate with you. I just need to ensure that you do not run away. At that time there will be no barrier. Let the people leave. After the people leave, we will fight to our heart's content, Guhai said. You want me to block the heaven-splitting axe with my saber and let the people leave? After the people leave, you will swing the heaven-splitting axe with full power? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Are you sending me to my death? Earlier these people already used up all their strength to help you. Now you can protect them and let them avoid this dangerous place. Are you not willing? Do you not want to save them? Or do you want them to be your shield? Even if you die, you will not let them go? Guhai shouted. Inside the imperial prison, Mo Yike leaned against the wall and listened to Guhai's voice outside. Then he showed some bitterness. This is extremely harsh. What a dilemma. If His Majesty agrees, he will be putting himself in danger and clashing head-on with the heaven-splitting axe. If His Majesty does not agree, he will have all the people in the city isolate His Majesty. Choosing between sending the heaven-splitting axe to his death and chilling the people's hearts? Ah, how ruthless. Chapter 495. All the people in the city had just lent their strength and were paralyzed on the ground, looking at Shiyu the Great in the direction of the Daio Hall Square. It was as if they were waiting for Shiyu the Great to speak. After all, the people had just used all their strength, and in front of them was Mr. Good, who they couldn't hate. Shiyu the Great was instantly pushed to the center of the storm. However, Shiyu the Great didn't believe Guhai. What if I go up and block the sky-splitting axe? If it was before, Shiyu the Great would still be hoping for a fluke, but now there was no hope at all. The number one Dharma treasure in the world had a powerful side, and it was not good to fight head-on. If Guhai couldn't hit him with the sky-splitting axe, he could dodge. However, if he faced it head-on, he would be stupid. Guhai, do you think I will listen to you? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great refused. Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong outside the city sighed. Fortunately, you don't dare, otherwise you would have been exposed. Many of the people in the city sighed and smiled bitterly. Perhaps some people saw Guhai's dilemma, but when it came to their life and death, they were naturally more willing to believe that Guhai was benevolent and righteous. They were more willing to believe that Guhai was only restraining His Majesty and not sending His Majesty to his death. We lend our strength to His Majesty without caring about our lives, but His Majesty doesn't have the courage to protect us? In an instant, the glorious image of His Majesty in his heart collapsed in an instant. The gaze that looked at Shiyu the Great was much colder. You don't dare? Ha, that's right, you don't dare because your Day 1 Imperial Dynasty was not created by you. The most correct thing you did in your life was to become sworn brothers with Mon, Changsheng and Qin Yun. Without them there would not be today's Day 1. Without them you are nothing. Ha ha, but you killed them one by one. Gu Hai said with sneer. What did you say? Shiyu the Great glared at Gu Hai. Isn't that so? Did I say something wrong? I said that you don't deserve to be an emperor. Emperors advance bravely and never retreat. But what about you? After being thwarted by the heaven-splitting axe once, you became completely fearful of Daiqianxing. Our army slaughtered their way to Day 1, but you didn't dare to fight back. You waited until we reached the capital, and you gathered the strength of the entire nation's citizens. Only then did you have the confidence to fight back? You don't deserve to be the emperor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha ha, what a joke. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Gu Hai. That's right, you Day 1 still have a lot of luck. However, was this luck created by you? Was this Day 1 Imperial Dynasty created by you? No, it was Mon. It was Changsheng and the others. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, do you think that by saying these words, this emperor will feel inferior? Shiyu the Great said disdainfully. What I am saying is the truth. Think about it yourself. In the past, didn't Mon decide Day 1 Imperial Dynasty with a single word? To put it nicely, you believed Mon. To put it bluntly, you didn't have your own opinion at all. Gu Hai said coldly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. I am reminding you that it's time to wake up. Do you think that Day 1's officials are all loyal to you? They are loyal to Mon. They are loyal to you because of Mon. Unfortunately, Mon doesn't have the heart to be emperor. He respects you as an elder brother and can't bear to take your position. He is the emperor of Day 1. He should be the emperor of Day 1. You are just a puppet. Gu Hai said coldly. Not far away, Sima Changkong and Takeshi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai in confusion. What was Gu Hai talking about? What did it matter? Mon had been dead for so many years. What was the use of mentioning him? The citizens of Dadu City frowned and looked at Shiyu the Great. Puppet? This emperor is a puppet? Gu Hai, have you lost your mind? This Day 1 is this emperor's Day 1. This emperor is this emperor's official and is only loyal to this emperor. Mon is this emperor's good official. Are you trying to sow discord between this emperor and Mon? Ah. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai in disdain. Are your officials really only loyal to you? They just can't bear to see the foundation that Mon built destroyed. This time Day 1 is about to be destroyed. Believe it or not, as long as I say the word, they will immediately abandon you like a worn-out shoe. Gu Hai sneered. Humph, Gu Hai, you are too arrogant. Shiyu the Great said coldly. With your court full of civil and military officials, who do you think will be loyal to you? Gu Hai retorted coldly. All the officials here are loyal to this emperor. Shiyu the Great said coldly. You don't dare to point it out? Gu Hai said coldly. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai in confusion. He was slightly irritated. How could his officials not be loyal to him? He is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Shiyu the Great pointed at an official. That official bowed slightly. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War? If Shiyu the Great refuses to let go, I will definitely kill him today. I can wait a few more days, but in a few days all of you might die. You will definitely die too. Now you don't have to worry about anything. Are you loyal to Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai said solemnly. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War suddenly fell silent. Shiyu the Great frowned at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Don't hold on to your wishful thinking. Do you see? Shiyu the Great doesn't dare to face heaven-splitting axe head-on. If I keep using you as a shield, I can only swing my axe. So, you have nothing to worry about. Speak. Gu Hai shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Why was he silent? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was silent for a while before he finally sighed. I was promoted by Grand Duke Mon. I am indebted to Grand Duke Mon for recognizing my worth. What did you say? Shiyu the Great glared at him. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was silent for a while. Your Majesty, I have been guarding Day 1 for the sake of Grand Duke Mon. I'm sorry. Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong widened their eyes at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War's words. How was this possible? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War had defected? What did Gu Hai do in the past half a month? How could he bribe the assistant minister of the Ministry of War? Shiyu the Great glared at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Do you think Gu Hai will spare you? Haha, if he doesn't spare you, I will kill you first. Shiyu the Great said coldly. I know, but I have been working hard for your majesty all these years. I have never done anything to betray your majesty. I'm only speaking my mind. I have never rebelled or betrayed Day One. If your majesty kills me because of this, there is nothing I can do. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said respectfully. Shiyu the Great glared at him. Shiyu? You can continue to ask. I don't know how many of your officials are truly loyal to you. Gu Hai sneered. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Shiyu the Great looked at another official. I am only guarding Day One because of Grand Duke Changxing's kindness. Your Majesty. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights said. Shiyu the Great sucked in a breath of cold air. In the outside world, Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong also sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, all the people in the city were looking at the dramatic scene in the square of Dio Hall in astonishment. Those officials knew that they were going to die, so they spoke their minds? They were not loyal to His Majesty but someone else? How was this possible? Minister of Works. Shiyu the Great gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, I am indebted to Grand Duke Qingyun for generations. I have nothing to repay him with. I am loyal to Day One. The Minister of Works said respectfully. Continue. Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, I am loyal to Day One because of Grand Duke Mon. Your Majesty, I am loyal to Grand Duke Changxing. Your Majesty, I am loyal to Grand Duke Mon. The officials kept saying things that broke Shiyu the Great's heart. They were loyal to Day One because of Mon, Changxing and Qingyun but not him? None of the officials said that they were loyal to him. This is impossible. This strange scene stunned almost everyone. Outside the capital, Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in horror. How did he do it? That was simply impossible. Every dynasty had its loyal subjects and fierce generals. Even the extremely corrupt Yun dynasty had loyal officials who stood out from the crowd. They would serve their king until they died without regret. As for an imperial dynasty like Deyuan, there were even more loyal people. How could they all betray their king all of a sudden? They all betrayed Shiyu the Great overnight? How was this possible? How terrifying was this? In the capital, the people were in an uproar. Looking at all the officials betraying His Majesty, the ordinary people could not believe this scene. So His Majesty was so weak? So Day One was supported by the three Grand Dukes? At this moment, even Mo Yike's expression changed drastically in the prison. Impossible. How did Gu Hai do it? Is this an immortal spell? Why did they all betray him? Mo Yike walked anxiously in the prison cell in surprise. Your Majesty, you must not believe it. This must be Gu Hai's trick. Sigh. Mo Yike looked bitter. Unfortunately, Shiyu the Great could not hear Mo Yike's words at all. In Dio Hall, the strange scene continued. Before they died, the officials revealed their true feelings. It turned out that the scene of Day One's prosperity was just an illusion. The hearts of the Day One officials had long fallen apart. The officials were loyal to Day One because they were grateful to the three Grand Dukes. It was laughable that Shiyu the Great had thought that his imperial prestige was so great and mighty. It turned out that they were not truly loyal to him. Bang! Heavenly Emperor Shiyu suddenly slumped onto the dragon throne and looked at the court of officials. For a moment, the court of officials seemed to be incomparably unfamiliar to him. For a moment he seemed to not recognize them. You think you're high and mighty and you don't care about the officials at all. You occasionally appear in court. How loyal do you think the officials are to you? Aha, do you deserve to be emperor? The people see you as an enemy and the officials see you as a stranger. Do you have great luck? But so what? You only need a moment to disintegrate. Do you believe it? Even if you die, no one will mourn for you. You're just a puppet. You don't deserve to be emperor. The greatest fortune in your life is to have 3 sworn brothers. But you don't trust the brothers who would go through water and tread on fire for you. Don't trust them? Send them to their deaths? Aha, Shiyu the Great? What a mighty Shiyu the Great! Gu Hai shouted coldly. At this moment, everything in the capital was as Gu Hai had said. The people looked at Shiyu the Great with resentment, while the officials treated Shiyu the Great like a stranger. The great emperor was all alone, deserted by his friends and family. How desolate! Chapter 496. Betray, betray, betray. One after another, the minister's inner monologues seemed to be constantly destroying Shiyu the Great's pride. In the sky above his head, the endless light from Providence originally showed how powerful Day One was and how powerful Shiyu the Great was. In today's world, only the three celestial dynasties His Holiness could surpass Shiyu the Great. What kind of glory was that? But now it was like a joke that kept slapping Shiyu the Great's face. Your pride is not worth mentioning at all. Your ministers who are loyal to you are a joke. They are not loyal to you but to Day One. They have nothing to do with you. It's all because of Mon, Changsheng and Qin Yun. You are just a puppet. Your three younger brothers built the country for you. Ha 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 ha. Shiyu the Great looked at the ministers who were confessing their loyalty and revealed a sinister expression. He turned his head and looked around. Within the great metropolis, countless commoners looked at him with resentment. Betrayed by all his friends and family? Was he really alone? Without you, the Day One Imperial Dynasty is still the Day One Imperial Dynasty. And you, without the Day One Imperial Dynasty, are you still Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai looked coldly at Shiyu the Great, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Shiyu the Great raised his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai. In the past, Shiyu the Great did not take Gu Hai seriously. He was a little smart, but so what? But now, for some reason, when he looked at Gu Hai, he felt a chill in his heart. In a short period of time, Gu Hai seemed to have controlled everything. His ministers stood behind Gu Hai, and his citizens also stood behind Gu Hai. One after another, it was as if the entire world was abandoning him and standing behind Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I am loyal to you. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly shouted. A trace of brilliance suddenly flashed across Great Emperor Shiyu's ashy eyes. But it was only a eunuch. What about the other ministers? They had all abandoned him. The glimmer of brilliance that had just appeared dimmed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai, Gu Hai. Good, good, good. You are right, but so what? Day One's providence is still there. Do you think I will believe you? Shiyu the Great almost roared. I didn't ask you to believe me. Moreover, they are not loyal to you. I didn't say anything. What can I do? Haha, the dynasty's providence? Yes, the destiny of this dynasty is enormous, but haven't you noticed that it can't condense into a single piece? Perhaps as long as there was an opportunity, they would all disperse. You are not fit to be emperor, nor can you unite the hearts of the people. If one city isn't convinced, how can you convince the rest of the world? Even the capital has abandoned you. Do you think the people and officials of the other cities are loyal to you? They are only loyal to Day One. Only Day One, not you, Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai sternly said. Shiyu the Great looked around and his heart immediately turned cold. Gu Hai was right. Xiao Qin sat in the capital city every day, and the citizens and officials there all turned their backs on him. How could those cities that he visited only once every few hundred years be loyal to him until they died? Your Majesty, this old servant is loyal to Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Some of the old eunuchs immediately kneeled and anxiously said. Shiyu the Great was in a very bad state at this moment. The repeated betrayals and defeats had caused his supreme pride to plummet, and he was in a state of decadence that he had never been in before. In the outside world, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched violently. The two of them did not know how Gu Hai did it, but they knew that it was all part of Gu Hai's trap. How could the proud Shiyu the Great be defeated so badly in such a short time? So, Shiyu the Great isn't that great after all? Heh. Long Outyin said disdainfully. Clearly, Long Outyin had no idea what was going on. In the imperial prison, Mo Yike felt a chill run down his spine. He could not understand how Gu Hai could do such a thing. The insufferably arrogant Shiyu the Great? Ha ha ha, do you still think you have the ability to challenge Dai Qianxing? Given your current state? What do you have to compete with him? The hearts of the people, officials, artifacts, and strength? What a joke. A huge joke. Gu Hai glared as he sneered. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? Shiyu the Great had been thinking of charging into the heavenly courts and killing Dai Qianxing. What could he use to fight him now? Shiyu the Great stared darkly at Takashi Ryushin's palace. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? Ha ha ha, Dai Qianxing? You sent Gu Hai out just to mock me? Shiyu the Great gritted his teeth as he stared at the palace. Gu Hai turned to look at the palace. Almost everyone was looking at the palace as well. Was Dai Qianxing the one in the palace? They could vaguely see an elder in a dragon robe lightly tapping the armrest of the dragon throne. He said calmly, I am here today to find out why you are so resentful and won't rest until I am dead. The voice of the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty spread throughout the entire capital city. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. At this moment he was 80% sure that Daiqianxing was the one in charge. Ha ha ha, why are you so resentful? Would you believe me if I said it was because of a woman? Shiyu the Great said coldly. A woman? Almost everyone in the capital city was in an uproar. Day One had never had an empress, and Shiyu the Great had never married. Everyone thought that it was because Shiyu the Great was cultivating. So it was because he was infatuated with a woman that he refused to marry? On the flying boat in the distance, the emperor of the Great Chen dynasty did not speak again. Shiyu the Great seemed to want to vent the resentment that had accumulated over countless years. Don't you remember that Imon, Chongqing and Qin Yun went to your heavenly courts in the past? Murongyan, don't you remember? The daughter of Diqianxing's traitor saved our lives. Back then we forgot to know her first and we all fell in love with her. The four of us competed with each other to win Murongyan's favor. Originally I was about to win her favor, but in the end I was captured by you and brought to the palace. Don't you remember? Murongyan, do you remember? Shiyu the Great's eyes instantly turned red. Murongyan? Most people did not know who that was, but Takashi Ryushin's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the palace behind him. Murongyan? For the sake of Murongyan, Shiyu the Great had led his troops north? Back then none of us four could stop him. We heard Murongyan's cries for help, but we were powerless. Back then we four swore that one day we would lead an army of 10 million, slaughter our way into heavenly courts, slaughter your Diqianxing, exterminate your entire clan, and rescue Murongyan. Even if Murongyan dies we will kill you. With heaven and earth as our witness, we will not rest until we are dead. Shiyu the Great roared crazily. In the distance there was still no reply from Daiqianxing. In the air, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked in surprise at the crazed Shiyu the Great. Not in his heart? So this was Shiyu the Great's not in his heart? In the heavenly prison. Mo Yike leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I finally understand why you did not listen to my advice again and again, and insisted on going north to heavenly courts. Why did you not tell me? It was no wonder that my father had always been looking at a painting. When I saw it, he got angry with me and forbade me from touching the painting. He also refused to tell me who it was. So it turned out that her name was Murongyan? Ha ha ha, my father worked so hard not only for you but also for this Murongyan, right? So, is Murongyan still alive? Tell me, is Murongyan still alive? We sent many people to find out. Some said that Murongyan became your concubine, others said that you killed Murongyan. How is Murongyan now? Shiyu the Great suddenly stood up and roared. In the distance, in the palace, there was still a long silence. But no one answered. Tell me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. But the Daiqianxing did not answer at all. Rumble. In the distance, flying boats flew in from all directions. Your Majesty, it's the army of the Day One. An old eunuch suddenly said excitedly. Your Majesty, it's the army of the other cities. They're here to save the Emperor, to save the Emperor. Another guard shouted excitedly. That's right, that's Lord Li. He came to pay respects to Your Majesty last time. Your Majesty, that's Lord Zhang. He just came to the imperial capital not long ago. Shouts sounded one after another. Then he saw flying ships flying over from afar. There were generals standing on the ships, leading batches of troops. In the blink of an eye, the army of the other cities was close to 10 million strong. It was more than the army of the Deqian and the Dahan. Emperor Shiyu's manic eyes slowly glowed with vigor. The army of the other cities? They're loyal to me? However, he saw that the flying boat at the very front was flying towards the group of dragons. Brr. The dragons of the Deqian roared. The flying boat stopped, and the leading general of the Day One suddenly bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Greetings to the Jianghu of Silla. We represent the near South City and are willing to pledge our loyalty to the Day One. Surrender? Shiyu the Great's expression changed. Why did his subjects suddenly bow to the Deqian army? Greetings to His Holiness. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The flying boats that flew and suddenly bowed to the main hall of the flying boat. Were they bowing to the Daiqianxing? Bah! Shiyu the Great staggered again. True enough. Apart from the officials in the capital, none of the officials in the outside world were loyal to him. Those who had come to rescue the emperor had suddenly turned against him? Ha ha ha. Shiyu the Great went completely mad. Guards. Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. Here. The group of old eunuchs replied respectfully. Go to the prison and kill Mo Yike. I don't need it anymore and I can't leave it for that old bastard. Shiyu the Great seemed to have gone mad. Yes. The group of old eunuchs responded. Ha 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 ha, traitor traitor traitor? I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. Go to hell, go to hell. Shiyu the Great suddenly said with a ferocious expression. As he roared, the flames around Shiyu the Great grew stronger and stronger. On the flying boat in the distance, Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, it seems to have the opposite effect. Shiyu the Great didn't become dispirited. Instead, his ferocious nature has been aroused. He's going all out. Takeshi Ryushin's expression also darkened. What is Guhai doing? Did he screw up? What should Shiyu the Great do now? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The ferocious Shiyu the Great is the scariest. Chapter 497. Go to the heavenly prison and kill him, oh yike, kill him, oh yike. I don't need him anymore and I can't leave him for that old thief. Shiyu the Great was in a frenzy. Shiyu the Great roared, causing Qin Zibai, who was recuperating in the city, to change his expression. Not good. Qin Zibai jumped up. Sir, you are still recuperating, you can't act rashly. A group of medical officers exclaimed. However, Qin Zibai couldn't care less about that. He rushed towards the heavenly prison. When Qin Zibai rushed to the entrance of the heavenly prison, he saw a group of people in black robes rushing towards the heavenly prison. Among the people in black robes, there was Shiyu the Great's former attendant eunuch. Stop. Qin Zibai stared. The group of people in black robes said with a heavy expression, Lord Qin, please move aside. You are His Majesty's secret guards? His Majesty has been secretly raising a group of assassins? So it's you guys? Qin Zibai said with a gloomy expression. Lord Qin, please move aside. If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being impolite. The group of people in black robes said. You want to kill him, oh yike? Qin Zibai said with a heavy voice. This is His Majesty's order, Lord Qin, please move aside. The secret guard said coldly. What if I don't move aside? Qin Zibai took out his bamboo cane. Go. The leading eunuch said coldly. Boom. The group of secret guards immediately rushed towards Qin Zibai. Rumble. Qin Zibai waved the bamboo cane in his hand, and Sword Chi rushed out. The group of secret guards retreated, but at this moment, one of the secret guards didn't retreat, and appeared in front of Qin Zibai. What? Central Heaven Palace? Qin Zibai's expression changed, and the bamboo cane in his hand chopped down. Boom. That secret guard of Central Heaven Palace took a few steps back. However, someone who could withstand Qin Zibai's attack was definitely not easy to deal with. You are the commander of the secret guards? Central Heaven Palace? Back then, when the Deqian army was blocked outside Kong City, were you the one who tried to assassinate them several times? Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. Lord Qin's guess is correct. However, if you don't step aside now, don't blame us for being impolite. You can't stop us. The leading eunuch said coldly. Qin Zibai's face fell, and he naturally wasn't willing to move aside. I will restrain Qin Zibai. You guys go in and kill him, oh yike. The Dark Guard commander said coldly. Yes. A group of shadow guards once again rushed inside. Boom. The Dark Guard commander's long sword and Qin Zibai's bamboo cane collided with a loud bang, and the other Dark Guards immediately rushed into the heavenly prison. Bastard. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Unfortunately, he was being held back by the Dark Guard commander in front of him and couldn't stop him at all. Stop right there, stop right there. Qin Zibai was extremely anxious. Now your opponent is me. The Dark Guard commander said coldly. Rumble. Outside the heavenly prison, there was a loud rumble. Inside the heavenly prison, Mo Yike sat in the corner, listening to Shiyu the Great's order to kill him. Ha ha ha. Kill him, oh yike? Even if you don't want him, you can't leave him for that old thief? Your Majesty, in your eyes, I am just a commodity. You can't protect me, so you want to destroy me? Dark Guards? You'd rather believe them than this official? Ha ha ha. Father, you see, I tried my best. In order to protect Day One, I tried my best. Unfortunately, I tried my best to protect Day One, but in the end, I implicated Qin Zibai. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Mo Yike could hear the battle between Qin Zibai and the Dark Guards clearly, but he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of Dark Guards rushed into the heavenly prison. Mo Yike looked at the Dark Guards from afar, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he sat in the corner and watched coldly. Perhaps he was completely disappointed. Since he was going to die, why should he be afraid? Mo Yike looked at the dark guards getting closer and closer to him. In the blink of an eye, they were at the entrance of the prison cell. With a faint smile, Mo Yike gently closed his eyes. It's him, Mo Yike. Quick, kill him. A dark guard stared and stabbed his sword towards Mo Yike. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the sound of countless bats could be heard in the prison cell. In the blink of an eye, the entire prison cell was filled with bats. Boom. The dark guard who wanted to assassinate Mo Yike was surrounded by bats in an instant. What? Ah. Amidst the screams, there was a sudden scream. In the blink of an eye, the dark guard turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. What? Bats? The other dark guards exclaimed. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the blink of an eye, the bats surrounded all the dark guards. Ah, ah, ah. A series of screams could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the dark guards were sucked into the bats and turned into dried corpses. They fell to the ground. Mo Yike frowned and opened his eyes. The dark guards who had sworn solemnly a moment ago had all turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. They fell to the ground. Countless bats flew around the prison for a while, then quickly gathered in front of Mo Yike's prison cell. Squeak, 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 squeak. Bang. All the bats gathered together and transformed into a human figure. Changming? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Changming was dressed in a black robe with a scarlet collar. He looked extremely mysterious. Mr. Mo, the Emperor has instructed me to protect you no matter what. Changming smiled. It's you? I understand. Ah, I understand now. What a good general idea. What a good general idea. Mo Yike's eyes flashed with horror. Ha 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 ha, traitor, traitor, traitor? I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. Go to hell, go to hell. Shiyu the Great suddenly said with a ferocious expression. As he roared, the flames around Shiyu the Great grew stronger and stronger. On a flying boat in the distance, Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, it seems to have the opposite effect. Shiyu the Great not only didn't become depressed, but also aroused his ferocious nature. He's desperate. Takashi Ryushin's expression also darkened. What the hell is Guhai doing? He screwed up? What should Shiyu the Great do now? 10 days will pass in the blink of an eye. The ferocious Shiyu the Great is the most terrifying. Shiyu the Great's expression became more and more ferocious. He held the big knife in his hand and looked at Guhai in the sky with a ferocious expression. There was no decadence on his face. Instead, there was a monstrous fury. His eyes were red, as if he would only be satisfied after killing Guhai. A surge of fighting spirit surged out of him. Umph. Guhai snorted coldly as if he didn't take it seriously at all. I said that I want to slaughter the Long family, Mon said that I want to slaughter the Long family, Chongqing said that I want to slaughter the Long family, Qingyun said that I want to slaughter the Long family. Since they are all dead, I will do it. I will do it, break for me. Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a sinister expression as he slashed towards the sky. The huge blade, carrying all of Shiyu the Great's power, slashed at the barrier again. Hong! The barrier shook violently with a loud bang. Shiyu the Great has gone crazy. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. Guhai, however, clenched his fists and watched intently. Seeing that the barrier was blocked again, Guhai secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This was a huge gamble that this barrier could stop Great Emperor Shiyu. If the gamble was lost, then everything would be disastrous. Fortunately, the heaven-splitting axe barrier and Daiqianxing's power blocked Shiyu the Great. Break! Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression and slashed down with the long knife in his hand again. Boom! The barrier shook again. In the outside world, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong and the others all had ugly expressions. Shiyu the Great's power was so ferocious. What if it broke? Break, break, break. Boom, boom, boom. Shiyu the Great slashed again and again. He was getting more and more agitated and angry. Takashi Ryushin looked worried, but Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. I think I've seen something. What? Mr. Good is deliberately provoking Shiyu the Great, but what's the use of that? Sima Changkong frowned slightly. In the prison. Mo Yike was also frowning as he listened to the rumbling outside and the shaking of the prison. Mr. Good, what is he going to do? Mo Yike looked at Changming. Changming shook his head and didn't intend to say. This involved a lot of Guhai's arrangements. Before he succeeded, no matter who it was, they could not reveal anything. In the outside world, Shiyu the Great was getting more and more agitated. He tried again and again, but he couldn't break the barrier. It was as if he was damaging Shiyu the Great's pride and wearing down Shiyu the Great's pride. Mon, I'm trying my best. Changsheng, I'm trying my best. Qingyun, I'm trying my best. Just like that, the attacks continued for 6 whole days. In the outside world, Takeshi Ryushin and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They kept attacking the barrier for 6 days. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. There wasn't much time left. Once the time limit of the barrier was up, then the consequences were unimaginable. Honk. There was a super loud sound. Shiyu the Great stopped abruptly. In the past 6 days, the capital city had been turned upside down. Earthquakes kept happening. Shiyu the Great was unprecedentedly passionate. Not enough. Not enough. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, I can't do it anymore. Murongyen? Murongyen, ha. Shiyu the Great showed a trace of despair. The troops in and outside the city had already pledged their loyalty to Diqian. After 6 days of suffering, the people looked at Shiyu the Great without any feelings. Was he going to fail like this? Outside the barrier, Gu Hai saw Shiyu the Great's helplessness and despair. He narrowed his eyes as if he felt that the time was right. With his back facing Shiyu the Great, he suddenly drew a circle with his right hand behind his back. Takeshi Ryushin and Sima Changkong were slightly stunned. Gu Hai drew a circle behind Shiyu the Great. Was this a secret signal? Sure enough, Daiqiansheng's voice suddenly came from the hall behind them. For Murongyen? Daiqiansheng's voice came. Shiyu the Great suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the airship. Daiqiansheng was there. At this moment, after a series of ups and downs, Shiyu the Great completely believed that Daiqiansheng was there. He couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of him. It was ridiculous that he still wanted to challenge him and destroy his entire family? How ridiculous. Forget it, you can go. Daiqiansheng sighed slightly. What? Let Shiyu the Great go? Sima Changkong and Takeshi Ryushin's expressions changed. Chapter 498. In the city, countless people and officials were shocked. Let Shiyu the Great go? Daiqiansheng let him go? Shiyu the Great also stared at the main hall where Daiqiansheng was. Let me go? Daiqiansheng let me go? How is that possible? In the prison. Mo Yike also widened his eyes. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? Is Daiqiansheng really going to do it? Is he going to let Shiyu the Great go? Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Is he going to let Shiyu the Great go? Can he let him go? If he is let out, won't there be chaos? Takeshi Ryushin opened his mouth and wanted to stop him, but Sima Changkong stopped him. Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great with pity in his eyes. Daiqiansheng is going to let you go because he took pity on you? Never mind. I'll kill you in the future. As he spoke, Gu Hai reached out and waved the sky-splitting axe. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the barrier in the north of the city. A small hole. Almost everyone looked at the small hole. Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed drastically. Is Gu Hai really going to let Shiyu the Great out? Let him out. Won't we all be doomed? Long Outyin didn't know what was going on, but he didn't take it seriously. He just curled his lips, thinking that His Holiness shouldn't take pity on Shiyu the Great. Takeshi Ryushin, on the other hand, felt his heart in his throat. I want to see. Mo Yike said anxiously in the prison. The small hole really connected the inside and outside. At least some of the smoke and dust inside had already flowed out. Daiqiansheng took pity on me and let me out? That small hole could only allow one person to go out with his head lowered? Let me out? Just as Shiyu the Great's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Woof woof woof. There were several wild dogs in the city near the small hole in the barrier. As they shouted, they crawled out of the hole. The wild dog did not want to stay in the enchantment and rushed out. Dog hole? Dog hole. You want me to crawl through a dog hole? Let us go? Great Emperor Shiyu suddenly revealed a look of madness as he spoke. Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great coldly. In the distance, Daiqiansheng did not stop him. Your Majesty, let's go quickly. Let's get out of here first. Once we get out of here, we can start all over again. An old eunuch shouted. Your Majesty, as long as you are alive, you will have a second chance. Your Majesty, let's go. Another old eunuch shouted. Shiyu the Great looked at the dog hole, then at Gu Hai and then at the flying boat where Daiqiansheng was. Ha 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 ha. Shiyu the Great suddenly looked up and laughed. The whole city was silent and so was the outside of the city. Old thief, do you think I will succumb to your pity? Do you think I will crawl through this dog hole? Do you think I will be humiliated by you? Shiyu the Great looked at the flying boat in the distance and roared. Shiyu the Great's pride had been defeated by Gu Hai. He could not win against Daiqianxing in any way. Revenge? Northern expedition? Everything was a joke. More importantly, Shiyu the Great suddenly realized that he could never win against Daiqianxing. Should he bear the humiliation and give up day one? Then start a new dynasty? Was that possible? Even if he could start all over again, he could not win against Daiqianxing. He would only be humiliated again. Second brother was gone. Third brother was gone too. Fourth brother was gone too. He was all alone now. He was the only one left. Ha ha ha. Shiyu the Great showed a trace of despair. Before the dog hole appeared, Shiyu the Great did not feel so disappointed. However, the moment the dog hole appeared, Shiyu the Great felt that his whole life had turned gray. What? Bear the humiliation and live? Ah. In the sky, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Shiyu the Great, I will give you another song of the Great. Shiyu the Great looked at Gu Hai in the sky with red eyes. Gu Hai recited in a deep voice. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is unparalleled. Time is not good but my spirit is not gone. My spirit is not gone but what can I do? Emo Chang Chin Shi, what can I do? As Gu Hai recited sentence by sentence, for some reason, Great Emperor Shiyu's eyes suddenly became moist. Strength to pick up mountains, my spirit is unparalleled? It was as if he saw himself in the past, the strength to pick up mountains, and the heroic spirit to reach the clouds. Time is not good but my spirit is not gone? However, he was saying that the current situation was not good for him. The great day one could not give him any more glory. He could not walk anymore. He could not walk anymore. My spirit is not gone but what can I do? Day one cannot walk anymore. What can I do? What can I do? Mo Chang Chin Shi, what can I do? Mon Chang Xing Qin Yun, you all left before me. What can I do if I am left alone? Ah, good. Song of the Great? Song of the Great? Strength to pick up mountains, my spirit is unparalleled. Time is not good but my spirit is not gone but what can I do? Mo Chang Chin Shi, what can I do? Aha, Mo Chang Chin Shi, what can I do? What can I do? Shiyu the Great said crazily. Your Majesty, let's go quickly. As long as we go out, there is still a chance to turn things around. Your Majesty. The group of old eunuchs kept kneeling and crying. So be it. They would endure the humiliation for a while and return it in the future. However, how could a group of eunuchs understand the heart of an emperor? How could they understand Shiyu the Great's mood at this moment? Only Gu Hai understood Shiyu the Great's mood at this moment. He added the last bit of fuel to Shiyu the Great. Daiqianxing, go? Ah yes, I am not as good as you. I'm not as good as you. However, I am also an emperor. I am also an emperor. You want to humiliate me? Ah, you want me to go? You want me to escape? A stray dog? Escape? I am Emperor Daiqianxing the Great. I am the emperor of a country. Shiyu the Great shouted at Daiqianxing, who was on the flying boat. Amidst the loud shout, the whole city fell silent. Your Majesty, go quickly. The group of old eunuchs cried. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my aura is unparalleled. When times are unfavorable, my origin will not fade away. If my origin does not fade away, what can I do? Mo Chang Chin Shi, what can I do? Ah, Lao Air, Lao San, Lao Si, we have already lost. Since we have lost, why should we start over? Shiyu the Great looked at the square of Dio Hall. Vaguely he seemed to see four light figures. They were his old self, Mon Chang Sheng and Qin Yun. Heaven above, I, Shiyu Mon Chang Sheng and Qin Yun, swear to be brothers with different surnames. I do not ask to be born on the same day, same month and same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month and same day. Ha 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 ha. After the four kowtowed to the heavens and became sworn brothers, they stood up and laughed. Big brother? Mon Chang Sheng and Qin Yun shouted at Shiyu the Great together. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Shiyu the Great looked at the three of them with a smile. Big brother, don't worry. The three of us will definitely assist Big Brother and let the Day One dynasty become an imperial dynasty, a celestial dynasty. Chongqing laughed. Now that Big Brother is the emperor, then in the future won't Big Brother be his majesty? Ha ha ha, then in the future it will be his holiness? His holiness, his holiness, his holiness, long live his holiness. Qin Yun laughed extremely happily. Big Brother has saved our lives. Big brother, don't worry. We three brothers will assist Day One for generations. We will always be your most loyal subjects. Mon said with a smile. Ha ha, us four brothers, as long as I have it, you will have it. We will share blessings and hardships together. This is my promise to you. Shiyu laughed and said, Big brother? The three younger brothers shouted excitedly together. Shiyu the Great had tears in his eyes. Looking at the light and shadow that no one else could see, he revealed a trace of desolate laughter. I am the Emperor of Day One. I would rather die than be humiliated by you dogs. No one can kill me, not even you, Daiqianxing. I am the Emperor has his own way of dying. Shiyu the Great looked at the flying boat in the distance. Shiyu the Great's words suddenly caused everyone's expression to change. Sima Changkong and Takeshi Ryushin opened their mouths, revealing a look of surprise. The people of the capital were in an uproar, the eunuchs were even more terrified. Your Majesty, you can't, Your Majesty. A group of eunuchs shouted in horror. Shiyu the Great suddenly laughed and said, Heaven above, I Shiyu swear to be brothers with different surnames. I don't ask to be born on the same day, but I ask to die on the same day, same month, and same day. Sorrowful laughter spread throughout the capital city and in all directions. At this moment, Great Emperor Shiyu almost roared out this oath of brotherhood. It was as if he wanted everyone to hear this voice. He wanted everyone to hear it clearly. This was the promise that the four brothers made when they became sworn brothers. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you must have waited for a long time. Shiyu the Great muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly put the long knife in his hand to his neck. No. A group of eunuchs and guards cried out in alarm. No. In the capital, some people also cried out in alarm. No. In the square of Day Hall, some officials also cried out in alarm. However, no one could stop Shiyu the Great. Whoosh! In the strong wind, Shiyu the Great stabbed the long knife into his neck and self-destructed his divine palace. A talent of the generation committed suicide in front of the world. On his deathbed, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu held back his tears and revealed a dying smile. Big brother is here. Shiyu the Great closed his eyes when he heard the last sentence. At this moment, the world seemed to have fallen completely silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their shock, they looked at this scene in disbelief as if they had been struck dumb. Sima Changkong, Takeshi Ryushin, Long Outyin, and everyone else fell silent. Boom! In the sky, the Sea of Providence made a loud noise. Roar! A golden dragon of Providence seemed to have emerged from Shiyu the Great's corpse. The golden dragon of Providence let out a sorrowful cry and soared into the sky. However, as it soared into the sky, the golden dragon of Providence suddenly exploded. When the emperor died, his providence collapsed. Roar! The sorrowful cry of the dragon vein seemed to come from under the ground as well. Suddenly, heavy rain fell in the sky above the capital city. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. Your Majesty! A group of old eunuchs suddenly knelt down and cried. Your Majesty! In Daio Palace's plaza, all the officials who had betrayed Shiyu the Great earlier also knelt down. Your Majesty! No matter how coldly they looked at Great Emperor Shiyu before, all the citizens in the city knelt down and kowtowed to him now that he had committed suicide. Many people started to weep and wail. After Shiyu the Great committed suicide, he propped his knife on the ground and stood in Daio Palace's plaza, not making a sound. His body remained standing even when he died. Sorrowful cries rang out everywhere as the Providence collapsed. In an instant, as the Day One collapsed, the Providence let out a sorrowful cry that spread throughout the entire Day One imperial dynasty, reaching the ears of every citizen of the Day One imperial dynasty. Immediately, countless citizens of the Day One imperial dynasty suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty! Chapter 499. In Dada City, before Shiyu the Great committed suicide in a small room near the entrance to the barrier, a group of men stood. The leader of the group was the commander of the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards, Montes. Meng Tai leaned against the wall and looked up at Gu Hai in the sky. Then he took a deep breath. His eyes no longer showed the previous unwillingness to submit to Gu Hai, replaced by deep reverence. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood beside him. At this moment, a few of them were nervous. "My lord, will the emperor really bring down the heaven-splitting axe?" one of the embroidered uniform guards asked worriedly. "Shut up and do your job," Montes said coldly. "Yes. But, my lord, the wild dogs in the cage have been restless all this time. Won't the sky-splitting axe's aura and great Emperor Shiyu's constant attacks on the barrier scare the wild dogs to death? An embroidered uniform guard asked worriedly. Wild dogs? Calm the wild dogs down and go. Montez's expression changed. The wild dogs were a crucial part of the plan, and the Emperor wanted him to take care of it personally. Yes. Everyone comforted the wild dogs in the cage. Once 6 days passed, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu stopped bombarding the barrier. Not long after, not far from Meng Tai, a hole suddenly opened in the barrier. My lord, there's a hole in the barrier. One of the embroidered uniform guard's eyes lit up. Quick, let the dogs out, quick. Montez glared. Immediately, the embroidered uniform guards opened the cage. In a state of panic, the group of dogs quickly rushed towards the entrance of the barrier. Soon the dogs all rushed over. My lord, that's it? One of the embroidered uniform guards asked blankly. Shut up. No one is allowed to speak. Montez glared and everyone immediately shut up. After a while, the embroidered uniform guards and Montez looked in the direction of Dadu Hall with wide eyes. Shiyu the Great committed suicide? How many wild dogs did he kill? One of the embroidered uniform guards exclaimed. Montez's eyelids twitched. That was Shangtian Palace, a real Shangtian Palace. Yet he was forced to commit suicide by the Emperor? He was forced to commit suicide? In the heavenly prison. Before Shiyu the Great committed suicide, the embroidered uniform guards fought against the embroidered uniform guards. Qin Zibai had a great battle with the Dark Guard commander. The sounds of battle rumbled endlessly. However, the sound of Great Emperor Shiyu's attacks for 6 days and 6 nights was too loud. Even if the Dark Guard commander shouted for Great Emperor Shiyu, his voice could not be transmitted over at all. After 4 days and nights of fighting, the embroidered in the heavenly prison. The Dark Guard commander roared with a ferocious expression. Qin. Kill. Qin Zibai's expression was ferocious as he stabbed out with his bamboo cane. Hong. With a loud sound, the long sword pierced into Qin Zibai's shoulder, and the bamboo cane also pierced into the secret guard commander's heart. The battle between the two finally came to a stop. Why haven't they come out yet? The Dark Guard commander revealed a look of despair. At this moment, Qin Zibai was also covered with injuries and was extremely weak. Just now, he had used up all of Qin Zibai's strength. Cough cough cough, secret guard commander, you lost, cough cough cough. Qin Zibai coughed up blood and laughed miserably. The secret guard commander looked at Qin Zibai. Hearing the miserable cries from the outside world, he revealed a bitter expression, as expected of Lord Qin. Ha ha ha, your majesty, this old servant has tried his best. The Dark Guard commander spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell to the ground. The long sword on his shoulder was pulled out, and Qin Zibai suddenly fell down. Covered in blood, Qin Zibai no longer had any strength. He laid on the ground and looked at Shiyu the Great attacking the barrier in the sky. After some time, Shiyu the Great's charge suddenly came to a stop. At this moment, Qin Zibai suddenly sensed Mo Yike slowly walking out of the prison. Mr. Mo? It's good that you are fine. Qin Zibai said weakly. Mo Yike walked out and saw Qin Zibai covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. However, he bowed deeply to Qin Zibai. Thank you, Lord Qin. Ah, thank me. It was my father who asked me to protect you at all costs. I only listened to him. Qin Zibai shook his head and sighed. Qin Yun? Mo Yike slightly frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. A group of secret guards entered the prison just now. They all wanted to kill you. How are you fine? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion. At this moment, Chang Ming slowly walked out from behind Mo Yike. It's you? Chang Ming. Qin Zibai said in surprise. Chang Ming nodded and sighed slightly. Lord Qin, the descendants of our 3 families did not want to meet under such circumstances. Uncle Qin's body was given permission by the emperor to be buried beside my father's cenotaph. They were brothers when they were alive, so they should be buried together after death. Gu Hai did not destroy my father's body? Ha ha ha, it seems that I have to thank him. Mr. Mo, did I make a mistake? You allied with Gu Hai a long time ago? Qin Zibai stared at Mo Yike. Chang Ming shook his head. Mr. Mo was wholeheartedly loyal to Day One. However, the emperor did not want Mr. Mo to die in such a humiliating way, so he sent me to protect Mr. Mo. Qin Zibai was slightly startled and immediately calmed down. At least, Mo Yike did not betray Day One a long time ago. It seems that I am unnecessary to come to the prison. Gu Hai had everything planned out, so what if I did not come? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Chang Ming shook his head. No, I can deal with the normal Dark Guards, but I can't deal with the commander of the Dark Guards. I might have hurt Mr. Mo. Thank you for coming. Qin Zibai frowned and nodded. Officials? Why are there so few officials in Dio Hall? Where is the Minister of War? Where is the Minister of Rights? Where is the Assistant Minister of Works? Also, where are the other officials? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai turned his head to look. As expected, the number of officials in Dio Hall seemed to have decreased by a lot. The atmosphere was quite tense earlier, so we did not pay much attention to it. I was a little suspicious at first, but I thought that they were scared away by the Dechen army, so they did not dare to come to court. There was no time to care at that time, Qin Zibai said weakly. Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming. Half a month. Mr. Good delayed coming to the capital for half a month so that you could find the officials? You know the officials best, so you could find them as soon as possible. Half a month? Half a month is enough. Did you threaten them? Is that why they all betrayed you? Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming coldly. Chang Ming did not refute, so it was obvious that he agreed. You could threaten them, but you turned them into vampires? Or did you turn them into vampires together with their families? You threatened them to listen to you. Those loyal bravery officials did not go to Dio Hall. What did you do to them? Mo Yike glared at Chang Ming. Mr. Mo, don't worry. I will not kill the innocent. They are temporarily in a safe place. When this is over, they will naturally regain their freedom. Chang Ming shook his head. Qin Zibai looked at Chang Ming, and his eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. All of this is Gu Hai's scheme? Qin Zibai's expression changed and he weakly tried to get up. No, Your Majesty, please don't. Mo Yike suddenly screamed. Qin Zibai turned to look. He saw that Shiyu the Great had suddenly stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide on the spot in the square of Dio Hall. Suicide? His Majesty committed suicide? Qin Zibai's eyes widened. At this moment, it was as if he had lost his voice. He looked at the square of Dio Hall in disbelief. The entire capital city was rendered speechless. His Majesty was forced to commit suicide by Gu Hai? Mo Yike was shocked. Far away in the capital, flying boats were flying towards the capital city from all directions. On one of the flying boats, a man who looked like a general was anxious. Faster, faster. General, we have already done our best. The flying boat is now at its fastest speed. A subordinate said anxiously. His Majesty has already mobilized the country's power for several days. Something big must have happened in the capital. Are you sure that Lord Li led the troops to the capital? The general looked at the subordinate. Yes, this subordinate did not notice before. I do not know why Lord Li suddenly left with the troops. Furthermore, they are all his family's private soldiers. They are all going to the capital. It should be right. The subordinate said anxiously. Are you sure? Lord Li is a Dechen spy? The general said with a glare. Yes, I was not sure at first, but now I am sure. Lord Li led the entire family out. Their family is empty. We captured a few people and finally found out that the Li family is a Dechen spy. Furthermore, they have been in hiding for hundreds of years. Not long ago, they suddenly received a letter telling them to go to the capital. We were all fooled. If they had not left suddenly, we would not have known. The subordinate said bitterly. He understood. Dechen spy? Not only Lord Li, but I also heard that several Dechen spies left with their troops and went to the capital? What are they trying to do? Wouldn't all of them be exposed? The general could not understand. I don't know either. All the Dechen spies left for the capital early on. They are definitely going to harm His Majesty. The subordinate said with an ugly expression. Dechen spies? It must be the Dechen who told them to go to the capital. Why would the Dechen expose them? Now that they are in the capital, we do not know if they have harmed the citizens. We have to be quick, quick, quick. The general shouted. It was not only this general. All the troops were extremely anxious. The exposure of the Dechen spies meant that something big was going to happen. No one knew what it was, but they had a bad feeling. Troops after troops rushed and finally arrived at the capital. From afar they could see the scene outside the capital. However, they saw the Dechen troops. The spies were leading the troops and standing behind the Dechen troops respectfully. Fortunately, the city had not been breached yet? No, the capital seemed to be trapped in a barrier. From afar they could vaguely see the interior of the capital. They could see the plaza of the Deja Palace. Shiyu the Great had stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide. What? The expressions of all the commanders who came to rescue the emperor changed. No. Daewon's loyal troops roared in despair at the same time. Hong. In the sky above the capital city, the Sea of Providence suddenly exploded. The Providence collapsed and great Emperor Shiyu committed suicide. They were too late. They were just one step too late. The countless troops who came to rescue the emperor immediately revealed looks of despair. Chapter 500. Boom. The Sea of Providence rumbled as the Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. The Sea of Providence was dispersing at an extremely fast speed. Shiyu the Great committed suicide so the Deqian and the Dehan could not take all of the Providence. 70% of the Providence disappeared, and only 30% was taken by the two dynasties. The Deqian took 10%, and the Dehan took 20%. The surging Providence headed toward the Jianghu ruins. There seemed to be a golden dragon of luck emerging from great Emperor Shiyu's corpse. The golden dragon of luck let out a sorrowful cry and soared into the sky. However, as it soared into the sky, the golden dragon of luck suddenly exploded. The emperor died and the Providence dispersed. Roar! The sorrowful cry of the earth dragon vein seemed to come from under the ground. Heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky above the capital city. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. The heavy rain fell, but when it reached the square of Dio Hall, it turned into drifting snow. The heavy snow fell and the world was white. Your Majesty! Shiyu the Great's eunuchs and guards cried as they kowtowed. The officials who had betrayed Shiyu the Great knelt sorrowfully. In the capital city, the citizens who had been complaining about Shiyu the Great also knelt sorrowfully. They all knelt at the entrance of Dio Hall, where Shiyu the Great stood in the snow with a long saber. At the same time, the news of Shiyu the Great's death spread throughout the Daewon through the Sea of Providence. Countless citizens looked up in shock. They seemed to have sensed something. Your Majesty! The citizens of Daewon City suddenly knelt sorrowfully. That sorrow turned into waves of Providence that rushed into the sky above the capital city, wanting to condense the Sea of Providence. Unfortunately, Shiyu was dead and the Providence collapsed. It could no longer condense. The Sea of Providence condensed and dispersed for a long time. Vaguely, one could hear the endless sorrowful voice of Daewon. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the heaven-opening axe immediately removed the barrier. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he watched the people in the city suddenly kneel down and cry, and watched as the Providence above the Providence clouds churned. Shiyu the Great, the people are still with you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with uncertainty. When Gu Hai removed the heaven-splitting axe, it instantly attracted the attention of countless commoners. The commoners looked at Gu Hai in the sky with tears in their eyes. For a moment, their expressions were extremely complicated. However, he saw Gu Hai grab the heaven-splitting axe and suddenly fly to the flying ship behind. Daqianxing Jinmu of Silla, I'll return this sky-splitting axe to you. The Dahan's people have been avenged. Now the Dahan will withdraw from the Daewon's territory. Farewell. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Takeshi Ryushin was slightly stunned. The heaven-splitting axe. That was the culprit? The commoners in the capital no longer looked at Gu Hai. Instead, they looked at Takeshi Ryushin with hatred in their eyes. Takeshi Ryushin slowly took the heaven-splitting axe and asked in confusion, Mr. Good, aren't you going to enter the capital with us? You have to know that the capital is where countless treasures are gathered. Even the treasures of the Great Slaughter Palace are stored in the capital. Today you have contributed greatly. No, I won't go. My contributions are not enough to reach the apex. With only my contributions, I hope that Jinmu of Silla will agree to my request. Gu Hai said solemnly. Takeshi Ryushin was slightly stunned. Shiyu the Great's storage must be immeasurable wealth. Gu Hai said that he did not want it and he did not want it. This time the Dahan and Deqian countries attacked Daewon together. Gu Hai had done such a good job. It was not too much to ask for half of it. He did not want it? Agree to his request? I implore Jinmu of Silla to give Shiyu the Great a proper burial. Although he was our enemy, he did not lose his dignity as the ruler of a country. The death of a ruler should be given a proper burial. Gu Hai's voice was very loud and it spread in all directions. Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. That was all? Even if Gu Hai did not ask, he would have buried Shiyu the Great. However, he would not have done so with the proper burial. Gu Hai gave up so much just to bury Shiyu the Great? I implore Jinmu of Silla to grant my request. Gu Hai said again. Okay. Takashi Ryushin replied. Takashi Ryushin's reply was transmitted to the capital. The people of the capital looked at Gu Hai with much gentler eyes. Gu Hai ignored Sima Changkong's wry smile and hurried to the back of the main hall. In that case I will take my leave. Gu Hai came with the army to participate in this matter. I will take my leave. Gu Hai said to the inside of the main hall. This emperor is also going back. A drawn-out voice came from inside the main hall. Boom. Inside the main hall, millions of rays of golden light suddenly bloomed. The golden light shone in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden light disappeared, and the main hall became empty in an instant. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Gu Hai led some of his subordinates and stepped onto Dehan's airship. The airship turned around and separated from the Deqian army's airship. Then it slowly left. Takashi Ryushin grabbed the sky-splitting axe and narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Hai's airship leave. Long Outyin, who was beside him, said with a hint of disdain, "At least he knows his place. If he still wants to stay and search Daewon's imperial palace, then he is insatiably greedy. Something doesn't seem right. Sir Gu Hai?" Takashi Ryushin seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Sima Changkong smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Good is avoiding suspicion." Avoiding suspicion? What is there to avoid? Long Outyin frowned and said, "Previously Mr. Good was full of wisdom and forced Shiyu the Great to betray everyone. However, look, after Shiyu the Great died, everyone's attitude changed completely. Everyone is sad for Shiyu the Great. This is where the charm of Shiyu the Great lies, and also where the hearts of the people are. This time we are lucky to have Mr. Good. If it weren't for Mr. Good's scheme, we wouldn't have been able to defeat Shiyu the Great. At the very least, the hearts of the people are still with Shiyu the Great." Sima Changkong sighed softly. Everyone turned their heads to look. Indeed, at this moment the people of the capital were looking at the Deqian airship with hatred in their eyes. Takashi Ryushin opened his mouth and said, "Gu Hai did the most. No, he did all of it. He actually removed himself from this?" After understanding everything, Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with anger. "He did remove himself, but Mr. Good gave up all benefits, right?" Sima Changkong smiled wryly. Long Outyin said coldly, "What do you mean by Gu Hai did all of it?" He's just His Holiness's puppet. Anyone else could have done it. The main thing is that His Holiness is here, and the power of the sky-splitting axe is amazing. What does Gu Hai have to do with this?" "That's right. Now the people of Daewon have the same opinion as you. Not only does this have nothing to do with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai also sincerely requested that Shiyu the Great be given a proper burial, an imperial burial. Not only do the people not hate Gu Hai, but they are also grateful. The people of Daewon have to be grateful to Gu Hai? Ah, grateful." Sima Changkong smiled wryly. "What's this little bit of gratitude?" Long Outyin said disdainfully. "What's this little bit of gratitude? Whoever wins the hearts of the people controls the world. And the people of Daewon hate the Deqian army, so they will definitely be against us taking over the cities. As for Gu Hai, do you still remember Kong City? When the time comes, those cities will very likely welcome Mr. Good to take over the cities. That's the effect of this little bit of gratitude." Sima Changkong smiled wryly. "He killed the people, so we have to take the blame?" Takashi Ryushin looked very bitter. "How is that possible? His Holiness was the one who killed the people. What does it have to do with Gu Hai?" Long Outyin said in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin shook his head and smiled wryly. "Forget it. Let's enter the city first." At this moment, the soldiers who came from all directions to save the emperor saw the scene of Shiyu the Great committing suicide. Instantly all of them broke down. Why did this happen? The soldiers who came to save the emperor looked desperate. Save the emperor? Their emperor had already committed suicide. What else was there to save? Daewon was completely destroyed. Avenge His Majesty. A few soldiers shouted and wanted to charge forward. However, most of the soldiers who came to save the emperor left dejectedly. His Majesty was dead. Everything was useless. Heavy snow fell in Great Hall. All the ordinary people and officials showed sorrowful expressions. The entry of the Deqian army into the city was not destined to be a pleasant journey. On the flying ship that Gu Hai was on, Venerable Lun Yen stood at Gu Hai's side and asked, "Are you really willing to part with Daewon's treasure?" Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. The instant Shiyu the Great died, nearly all the ordinary people knelt down. I knew then that I could not touch any of the treasures in the capital. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. "Mr. Good, you are very bold. You gave up the treasures of the capital to win the hearts of the people of Daewon. By giving up everything, not only did you not lose anything but you even gained more. Gu Hai shook his head. This time I have to thank Venerable Lun Yen. If not for you, I would not have been able to take revenge for my Dahan citizens and kill Shiyu the Great. Me? I was just following your instructions. There is nothing to thank me for. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. No, Master's literary cultivation is the painting Tao. If it wasn't for you, who would be able to draw the great Qin dynasty's emperor so vividly? If you hadn't seen the great Qin dynasty's emperor before, if you hadn't been able to draw him, it would still be unknown who would emerge victorious today. My painting Tao? Ah. However, it is not presentable. It is only misunderstood in that dark hall. If it were shown outside, it would not be able to fool anyone. Furthermore, it is not just my painting. Shiyu the Great did not believe it at first. It was your persuasion that slowly convinced him. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Venerable is too humble. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. As Venerable Lun Yen spoke, the flying ship suddenly flew to a forest and slowly hid. Oh, why are we not leaving? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling confused. There are still some people coming to meet up with us in the capital. Let's wait here for a few days, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike. Venerable Lun Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Venerable Lun Yen took a deep breath and turned his head to look in the direction of the distant capital. Daewon's imperial dynasty. Today it is completely destroyed, Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly. As Venerable Lun Yen sighed, he looked at Gu Hai with exceptional shock. Venerable Lun Yen had seen Gu Hai at his most dejected. Back then, Gu Hai was a wealthy mortal merchant who could not ascend to heaven, trapped on 9-5 Island. Today he arrived at the divine continent. With a flip of his hand, he destroyed a great imperial dynasty. Mr. Good, where exactly are you from? Venerable Lun Yen sighed. Chapter 501. It was in a secluded mountain forest outside Dadu City. Gu Hai waited for 5 days. 5 days later, a flying boat flew over. The flying boat was full of people. Chang Ming and Mo Yike stood at the front. Mo Yike looked haggard. Gu Hai saw Mo Yike and immediately went up to him. Mr. Mo, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, Qin Zibai has been captured, Chang Ming said with a wry smile. Oh. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Qin Zibai didn't want to go with us, so he left on his own. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Qin of Long Outyen. In the end, Chang Ming said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned slightly and could only sigh. Mr. Good, have you been waiting for me all this time? Or did you plan this all along? You trapped me in prison with a letter. Mr. Good, you're very cunning. Mo Yike said with an unfriendly expression. Mr. Mo, everything was just a temporary measure. I know Mr. Mo's abilities. If Mr. Mo hadn't been trapped, our army would have been wiped out. I can only blame you for being too powerful. I had to be careful. Gu Hai apologized. Are you really here to avenge the people of Dahan? Just to kill Shiyu the Great? Mo Yike stared at Gu Hai. Mo Yike seemed to be interrogating Gu Hai. Chang Ming raised an eyebrow. He seemed unhappy. However, Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Mo, you agreed? Gu Hai said with a hint of excitement. Agreed? What did he agree to? At the side, Chang Ming revealed a puzzled expression. Mo Yike, however, had a complicated expression on his face. Answer me first. You're just trying to avenge the people of Dahan? Yes. Gu Hai immediately affirmed. You've never thought of crossing Daewon's territory? Mo Yike asked in a low voice. I've thought about it before. Gu Hai didn't deny it. You've thought about it? Mo Yike's expression turned ugly. Mr. Mo, when you were in Daewon, did you ever think about conquering Dahan's territory? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Then he smiled bitterly. Gu Hai had made it very clear. Even if the people of Dahan hadn't died, how could the ruler of a country not think about expanding his territory? Mr. Mo, although the Han dynasty is still weak, it has a lot of vitality. It's a small tree that has just sprouted, but it will grow into a towering tree one day. And this towering tree needs you and me to irrigate it together. Sir, since you're willing to come here with Chang Ming today, Gu Hai knows that you have a plan in mind. Here, I sincerely invite you to join Dahan and create a new world with me. Gu Hai suddenly bowed solemnly to Mo Yike. Gu Hai bowed. The officials and soldiers around them all followed suit and bowed to Mo Yike. Changming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Gu Hai to be so respectful. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and said with a complicated expression, "This time I came here with Changming. Indeed, I already have a plan. The Han dynasty is weak? No, as long as you're here it's impossible for it to be weak. In this battle, not only did Mr. Good defeat Shiyu the Great's pride, but you also defeated my pride. I thought I could guard against all of your schemes, but I didn't expect to be defeated by a piece of paper. Aha, the Day One Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed. I don't have to keep my promise to my father anymore. I can join the Han Dynasty, but you have to promise me two things." "Sir, please speak." Gu Hai's eyes lit up. "First, you can't send troops to any part of Day One Imperial Dynasty. This is the last promise I made to my father in my heart. Day One has been destroyed. At the very least, I shouldn't add insult to injury." Mo Yike said solemnly. Changming's expression changed. "How is that possible? Day One is no longer here. Instead of letting the Deqian take it all, why don't we grab some for ourselves?" "All right, I promise you." Gu Hai smiled. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. "Day One has 200 cities. How can that be compared to you, sir? I promise you that I won't send a single soldier to Day One Imperial Dynasty cities," Gu Hai said with certainty. Changming was stunned. Right now the people hated the Deqian. As long as the Dehan made a move, dozens of cities would be easily taken. How could the emperor give up just like that? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Emperor." "What else?" Gu Hai asked anxiously. Mo Yike said solemnly, "One more thing. Help me save Qin Zibai." "Sir, don't worry. I will definitely save Qin Zibai," Gu Hai said happily. Gu Hai readily agreed to Mo Yike's two requests. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He had clearly forgotten about Gu Hai's boldness. Mo Yike greets the emperor. Solemnly, Mo Yike suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. "Sir, there's no need to do this." Gu Hai went forward to help Mo Yike up. Etiquette cannot be ignored. "Greetings, Emperor." Mo Yike broke free from Gu Hai and bowed again. Seeing Mo Yike's solemn expression, Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. "Good. Since that's the case, Mr. Mo, I bestow upon you the position of Han Dynasty's 4th Army Commander. As for the rest, when we return to Dahan, I will bestow upon you other rewards." Mo Yike greets the Emperor. Mo Yike bowed slightly. "Congratulations to the 4th Army Commander." A group of officials immediately congratulated enviously. The army commander was not like a title of nobility, but it was even more so. The army commander could raise his own private army. In the Han Dynasty he had very superior rights. 2 days later, Gu Hai and Mo Yike were playing chess. The chessboard they used was a 30-line chessboard. Gu Hai played the black chess pieces while Mo Yike played the white chess pieces. "A 30-line chessboard? It's indeed extraordinary," Mo Yike exclaimed. "Mr. Mo, you're the one who's extraordinary. This chessboard was given to you in the past. How long has it been? You've already solved it?" Gu Hai praised. "Solved it? I'm still far from understanding it fully. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor. I need to study it for a while more." Mo Yike smiled bitterly. "All right." Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai threw the chessboard to Mo Yike and slowly walked away. He walked outside. Changming was waiting for him. "Have you dealt with everything a few days ago?" Gu Hai looked at Changming. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've done what needs to be done. However, if those loyal subjects of the Day One are released, will they do harm to the Dahan?" Changming asked worriedly. "The dust has settled. Their words don't matter anymore. No one listens to them anymore." Gu Hai shook his head. "Your Majesty, this time we've recruited a group of vampires, but..." Changming frowned slightly. Gu Hai led Changming slowly to the front of the deck. He looked at Changming carefully. "Changming, this battle in the capital was also a test for you. You've done well." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Changming immediately smiled. "I've found that you have a lot of potential to be unearthed. Your intelligence is not inferior to anyone's. Moreover, you're a person favored by the heavens. Your achievements will be greater than anyone else's. I have a position for you. See if you're willing." Gu Hai said solemnly. "Oh, Your Majesty, please just give me the order. I'll definitely do it." Changming immediately said solemnly. Gu Hai shook his head. "No, you're different from others. Your goal is not as simple as being an official of the dynasty. Do you still remember the oath you made in Chauga?" Changming suddenly raised his head. Solemnly he said, "Yes, I want to save my father. Even if I have to go through reincarnation, I'll find him." Gu Hai nodded. "Find the Earth Soul? It's not enough to just talk about it. We still need to do it. The Han Dynasty has just been established. There are still many positions vacant. It's not that I don't understand the importance of these positions. It's just that I haven't found a suitable candidate. You know about the Embroidered Uniform Guard, right?" "Yes, the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander is Montez. The Embroidered Uniform Guard is responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. They only answer to your majesty and have great authority." Changming nodded. "The Embroidered Uniform Guard is in the light. I now need a personal guard in the dark," Gu Hai said solemnly. Changming's expression turned serious. He knew that the emperor was talking about him. "I want to establish a blood uniform guard that will only answer to me. Not only will it include the duties of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but it will also have to do things for me in the Dahan that I can't do. In the Dahan, it won't listen to anyone except me. Even if the crown prince is the regent, it won't be necessary. At all times it will only answer to me. I can give the blood uniform guard all the conveniences, and it will also be my most trusted personal guard. The only bad thing is that we cannot expose the blood-clad guards to others. We cannot show them in embroidered robes," Gu Hai said gravely. Changming took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, this subject is willing to take charge of the blood uniform guard for your Majesty. Have you thought it through?" Gu Hai stared at Changming. "Yes." Changming answered. "Good. From today onwards, I appoint Changming as the blood uniform guard's commander. He will be responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. He will only answer to me. He will have the same title as a prince and will have his own blood uniform guard." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "Prince?" The Han Dynasty was very strict with the titles of nobility. Nowadays the title of Count was already the highest rank. Above the Count were the titles of Marquis and Duke. No one had ever been able to achieve that. The title of Prince was even more of a legend. However, Gu Hai had promised Changming the title of Prince. "This subject, Changming, the Blood Uniform Guard's commander, thanks your Majesty," Changming said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. "Also vampire? Hey, you don't need to call yourself a vampire anymore. After swallowing the bat ancestor, you are the ancestor. In the future, according to what you told me before, you can call yourself a member of the Blood Clan. You will be the ancestor of the Blood Clan." "Yes." Great capital city, Great Hall. Takeshi Ryushin entered the Great Hall and listened to the reports coming in from all directions. "Grand Marshal, the Day One officials in the city are not cooperating. It is very difficult to subdue them," an official said bitterly. "Grand Marshal, the officials who betrayed Shiyu the Great in the square of the Great Hall can't be found now," another official said with an ugly expression. "Grand Marshal, a group of officials appeared in the city. They were officials who did not appear in the Great Hall in the past. They insulted and said that it was the Grand Marshal who imprisoned them. Now they are saying bad things about the Grand Marshal everywhere. However, they have been captured by us." The officials reported one by one, making Jianghu of Silla feel very uncomfortable. Long Outyin said indifferently, "Third uncle, you don't have to worry too much. Now that the Day One is destroyed, we can slowly sort out these unruly people. That Qin Zibai has been captured by me. He has been in prison for a few days, but he still refuses to submit to us. I think we should forget about it. Why don't we just kill him? Let's wait a while more." Takeshi Ryushin shook his head. "Qin Zibai? He is just a brat who overestimates himself. What is the use of third uncle subduing him? He even dares to insult us. If it were me, I would have killed him long ago. Right now, the most important thing is to rush for time. Day One is destroyed, but how many cities have not been taken? Gu Hai is cunning. He will definitely take this opportunity to take cities everywhere. Then we will suffer a great loss." Long Outyin said solemnly. Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. Indeed, Takeshi Ryushin was most worried that the Han Dynasty would send all their troops to Day One. When that time came, it would be much easier for the Dahan to take over compared to the Deqian. "Grand Marshal." Sima Changkong rushed in from outside the hall. "Mister? Why are you in such a hurry?" Takeshi Ryushin asked curiously. "Gu Hai's letter." Sima Changkong smiled bitterly as he passed the letter to Long Outyin. Long Outyin looked at Takeshi Ryushin curiously as he opened the letter. Looking at the contents of the letter, Takeshi Ryushin raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai promised me that the Han dynasty will not send a single soldier to Daewon cities? In exchange for Qin Zibai's family? What? Is Gu Hai stupid? Long Outyin was shocked. Chapter 502. Capital City Heavenly Prison. Qin Zibai was chained up. His body was covered in blood and he was extremely weak. A few days ago he'd been seriously injured by Jiangchen. Then he'd fought with the Shadow Guard commander. Both sides had been injured and he'd been so weak that he couldn't even move. At that time Chongming wanted to take Mo Yike away. He also said that he wanted to take him away. However, he was Daewon's servant. How could he lower his head to these traitors? Qin Zibai left. However, not long after he returned to his residence, the Deqian army rushed into his residence. Instantly he was embroiled in a chaotic battle. He was already severely injured. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? He was captured in the blink of an eye. You want me to submit to you? Ha ha, what a joke. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. However, the capital city was almost under the control of the Deqian army. There were Deqian soldiers everywhere. Now that his cultivation was sealed, who could save him? Haha, Qin Zibai, the Grand Marshal's patience is limited. Audyin Ho has said that he does not care about your life. I advise you to submit to the Grand Marshal obediently. The next time Audyin Ho sends someone here, it might be the time of your death. A prison guard sneered. Pooey. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Haha, do you still think that you are the Grand Marshal of Daewon? Haha, now you are just a dog. I can do whatever I want to you. How dare you spit on me? You are courting death. The prison guard glared at him. As he spoke, the prison guard raised his whip and was about to whip Qin Zibai. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the heavenly prison. Haha, did you see that? You are dead. The prison guard was about to whip Qin Zibai. Bastard. An angry shout came from outside the heavenly prison. Boom. A stone seemed to be kicked and hit the prison guard. Pooh. The prison guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large group of people rushed into the prison. Hoo hoo. The prison guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with malevolence. However, he saw his superior walking over. My lord, why? The jailer said in surprise. Shut up and scram. The boss glared at him. At this moment, the superior was extremely respectful to the person who had come. It was Sima Changkong who had personally come. Accompanying Sima Changkong was the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montes. Everyone walked up to Qin Zibai. Who beat Qin Zibai up like this? Sima Changkong stared. As he spoke, he glared at the jailer's superior. Your humble servant doesn't know. I really don't know. It was him, the jailer. Bastard, who allowed you to hit Qin Zibai. The superior glared at the prison guard who was vomiting blood. My lord, didn't you tell me to? The jailer said fearfully. Sima Changkong immediately looked at his superior. The superior's expression changed. Bastard, how dare you slander me? When the superior was about to kick the jailer, Sima Changkong said coldly, That's enough. The Grand Marshal asked you to imprison Qin Zibai and persuade him to surrender, not to humiliate him. How dare you disobey the Grand Marshal's orders? Plop. The superior and the jailer immediately knelt down. Mr. Sima, please forgive us. It was Lord Outyin who asked us to. The superior said fearfully. Sima Changkong was Takeshi Ryushin's favorite. Sima Changkong could deal with him as he pleased. Montes ignored him. Instead, he walked up to Qin Zibai and carefully loosened the chains. Mr. Qin, I'm the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montes. I'm here to rescue your Qin family on the orders of the emperor. Montes said solemnly. Guhai. I don't want his kindness. Qin Zibai gritted his teeth. Mr. Qin dies, do you want the Qin family to collapse? You're the only descendant of the Qin family. Do you want the Qin family to end here? Montes was not angry. He said with a smile. Save me? Guhai saved me? It's already a great favor for him not to harm the people of the Daewon. Why would he save me? Qin Zibai said coldly. Mr. Qin, in order to save you, the emperor promised the Deqian that he wouldn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon cities. All for the sake of Lord Qin's clan. Meng Tai shook his head. Qin Zibai's expression changed. What did you say? Gu Hai didn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon cities? The Day One is already dead and he doesn't want the cities at his fingertips? Montez nodded. The Emperor came to the Day One not to harm the people of the Day One, but to seek justice for the people who died unjustly in the Dahan. Qin Zibai revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Montez untied the chains for Qin Zibai, but he did not resist. Young lord. A person followed behind Montez. Butler? Are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. It was the Qin family's butler. Young lord, we were all sent to the death row prison. It was Lord Meng who brought us out. This old servant was wrong. I didn't have time to give you the old master's letter, so... The Qin family's butler said bitterly. My father's letter? Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Qin Zibai stared at him. The old master told me to give it to you if the Day One was destroyed. The old butler handed over a letter with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai immediately opened the letter and read it, ignoring his injuries. My son. When you read this letter, I will be gone and the Day One will also be gone, right? Oh, what I asked you to do, did you do it? If you did, promise me one last thing. Follow behind Mo Yike. Remember, you must follow behind Mo Yike. Otherwise you will be destroyed. Don't show the relic I gave you to others, study it carefully. Before you study it thoroughly, please promise me that you will follow behind Mo Yike. He will protect you. Father's handwriting. Yes, there was a special mark given to him by his father. It was really given to him by his father. What? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, the Qin family has been rescued and is waiting outside. If there is no problem, please leave with us immediately and meet with the Emperor and Mr. Mo. Let's go to your father's grave together, Montez said solemnly. Montez looked at the letter and felt slightly bitter. Father, what kind of disaster can I face? Montez smiled bitterly. While speaking, Montez glanced around the cell. When he saw the jailer suddenly trembled. However, Qin Zibai did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around and saw the bamboo stick in the corner. That was the relic his father gave him. Could it be that the disaster his father mentioned was because of this bamboo stick? Qin Zibai slowly walked over and carefully held the bamboo stick in his hand. Mr. Qin, please? Montez led the way. Qin Zibai followed the crowd out with a blank expression. Outside there was a flying boat waiting. Qin Zibai and his family were quickly taken out of the capital city and flew towards the north. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Long Outyin and Takeshi Ryushin watched the flying boat leave with narrowed eyes. Third uncle, do you think Gu Hai will go back on his words? Long Outyin frowned and asked. No. Takeshi Ryushin said in a low voice. South of the capital city in a bamboo forest. At this moment, there was a group of men and women in white robes standing on the top of the bamboo leaves. They looked at the huge capital city in the distance with complicated expressions. The leader was a beautiful woman. She was about 30 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her white clothes outlined her bones and flesh. She seemed to emit a charm that made people unable to extricate themselves from. She had a different kind of mature charm. It was as if one would never be able to forget her gentle charm after just one glance. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. The woman had a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which made her look particularly coquettish. Juzi, it seems that we have missed something. The capital city? The Providence Cloud Sea collapsed and Shiyu the Great is dead. A man in a white robe with a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on his chest said with a frown. The capital city? That girl fell in love with someone called Gu Hai here? Schwanen. The woman said coldly. The Tai Chi man Schwanen nodded. That's right. The disciples of the Taishang sect are scattered everywhere. I have asked a few people and they all pointed to this place. In the end, Waner died for Gu Hai and Gu Hai took revenge for her. Juzi. The woman narrowed her eyes. Fell in love with Gu Hai? Waner is a proud girl. If Waner likes him, he must be outstanding. However, he should be killed for disturbing Waner's cultivation. Juzi, Marshal niece Waner, how is she now? Is she alright? Schwanen asked curiously. The woman turned to look at Schwanen. Do your own thing. Don't worry too much. Yes. Schwanen's expression turned ugly as he lowered his head and replied. The Day One has been destroyed? It's good that it has been destroyed. The Wanshou Taoism conference is about to begin. The Taishang sect must take the lead and take a look at the Sage Hall. The woman said coldly. Yes. Don't worry, Juzi. The Taishang sect's Taishang scripture will definitely be able to suppress the Sage scriptures. Another man in white said with a smile. The woman nodded. Dai Qianxing is up. He is ambitious and cannot be underestimated. Yes. Everyone replied. Qin Zibai's flying boat soon met up with Gu Hai's flying boat. Qin Zibai still needed some time to recuperate, so Gu Hai did not use his heaven replenishing power to heal him. Solemnly, Qin Zibai also became Mo Yike's disciple after receiving a letter from Qin Yun. However, he was unwilling to become Gu Hai's subordinate. Your Majesty, Mr. Qin still has a knot in his heart. Let me slowly resolve it. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai shook his head. No need. Since Qin Zibai is willing to follow you, then let him follow you. For you, it's easy to dodge an arrow in the dark, but difficult to defend against a spear in the open. After all, he is from the Palace of Heaven and can help you resist some dangers. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. The flying boat continued to fly towards the Dahan. A month later, the flying boat entered the Han Dynasty's territory and quickly flew towards the Chaoga ruins. On this day, Gu Hai and Mo Yike were still playing chess. Your Majesty, we are here. We are back. An official immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Mo Yike immediately tossed aside their go pieces and looked at the deck. Indeed, they were already outside Chaoga City. The Chaoga ruins were still there. However, there was one more thing than when they left: 9-5 Island. The extremely large 9-5 Island hovered stably in midair. Someone on 9-5 Island seemed to see Gu Hai's flying boat in the distance. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. Excited shouts came from 9-5 Island. Chapter 503. Stop. Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships stopped in the blink of an eye. Everyone followed Gu Hai and looked in the direction of the former Chaoga City from afar. Chaoga City remained in ruins. However, there was a super floating island in the sky far away from Chaoga City. This floating island was very large, no smaller than the former Chaoga City. This was the first time the countless soldiers and officials on the flying ships saw such a large floating island. That floating island trembled slightly, looking like it was slowly freezing in the air. Many Dahan officials and soldiers could be seen riding flying ships over from that floating island. Great, great. What a huge floating island. Is this 9-5 Island? The officials behind Gu Hai showed shocked expressions. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. A huge floating island? 9-5 Island? No wonder there is no news of it. It turns out that the Emperor sent it 5,000 kilometers into the air to the Divine Continent. It is somewhat similar to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's heavenly courts. A huge floating island? Venerable Lun Yen sighed at the side. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Heavenly courts? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty has 33 floating islands like your 9-5 Island. They seem to be arranged according to a specific formation, scattered in the sky. The main city is called Heavenly Court City. The other 32 are subsidiary cities, named after Tian. They are also called the 33 Layers of Heaven. 33 Layers of Heaven? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Heavenly Court City is the center of the imperial capital. The palace for the imperial court is called the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, the #1 palace in the world. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. 33 Layers of Heaven, Heavenly Court City, Lingxiao Treasure Palace? The Daqian Celestial Dynasty is going? Gu Hai nodded with a frown. At this moment, Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Bingheim and Miao Chen led the officials over. Welcome back, Your Majesty. The officials said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, why did you stop? We have already arrived at 9-5 Island. We still need Imperial Father to preside over the final location. Imperial Father, please return to the Soaring Palace Hall and preside over the location of 9-5 Island. Gu Qin said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the Sea of Providence clouds above Chaoga City. At the moment of Dayuan's destruction, a lot of providence surged towards Chaoga, increasing Chaoga's providence nearly twofold. No, we're going to pay tribute to the victims. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Immediately, a large number of officials and guards went to the graves of the dead people in Chaoga to inform the people there. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly landed outside the millions of tombs. The surrounding commoners also saw Gu Hai. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my father. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my son. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The commoners bowed in gratitude. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with exceptionally respectful gazes. More than a month ago, boundless providence suddenly surged into Chaoga City, growing thicker and thicker. Without needing anyone to inform them, the commoners understood that Shiyu the Great had died. The commoners were indeed grateful that the emperor went to Day One to avenge the dead people. However, they did not hold much hope that the emperor would be able to kill Shiyu the Great. That was Shiyu the Great. Furthermore, it was in another dynasty's capital. Who could be confident of killing him? However, the emperor did it. At this moment, the commoners looked at Gu Hai in shock. The commoners quietly stood before the millions of tombs. An official from the Bureau of Rites brought wine to Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised the wine cup and gently poured it on the millions of tombs. This wine is for the deceased people. I have avenged you. Shiyu the Great has died. You can all rest in peace. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, the commoners could not see that there were many human souls standing on top of the tombs. Seeing Gu Hai come forward to propose a toast, the dead human souls suddenly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. The millions of human souls bowed respectfully. Others could not see it at all. They could only see that a chilly wind suddenly blew above the tombs. Then rays of golden light gushed out of the chilly wind and rushed toward Gu Hai. Is it the merit? Is it the providence? It's my father. He saw it, he saw it. A commoner who was still alive suddenly exclaimed in surprise. So much merit. It's my mother and the others. The surrounding commoners who were still alive exclaimed excitedly. After Gu Hai proposed a toast, he turned his head to look at Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, Chang Sheng's and Qin Yun's tombs are over there. Gu Hai pointed to a region of tombs not far away. Mo Yike nodded. A group of people from the Mo family behind him carried 2 coffins and slowly walked to the region of tombs. Then officials quickly finished setting up the tombs. Father, mother, this child acted on his own accord and moved your tombs here. Father, Day One is already dead. Beside you are Chang Sheng and Qin Yun. You were brothers when you were alive. You should keep each other company in death. Mo Yike said solemnly. Then he slowly buried the coffins in the tombs and started moving the tombs. Gu Hai waited patiently. After everything was done, Gu Hai led everyone to 95 Island, which was more than 5,000 kilometers in the air, to the enormous floating city. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. When Gu Hai's group flew to 95 Island, the citizens around cheered. Amid the countless congratulatory voices, Gu Hai flew to the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. At the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great? You killed him? Dongfang Bubi said with some surprise. Something like that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Dongfang Bubi's pupils constricted. Back then Dongfang Bubi saw Shiyu the Great in Dongfang Bubi. Even Dongfang Bubi was not confident, but Gu Hai killed him? At the side, the expressions of Qin Zibai, Mo Yike and the others changed. Is this Dongfang Bubi? 30-line pair world ritual array? Mo Yike said in shock. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, what do you think? Guqin Bubi asked solemnly. However, Gu Hai slowly walked to the life entrapment saber. Bus. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed the life entrapment saber's handle. Chaoga City turned to rubble, but the Dahan is immortal. Chaoga City was destroyed, and another city appeared above Chaoga City. 95 Island floated above Chaoga City. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. The officials answered. Rumble. Using the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai controlled the entire 95 Island to slowly move it above Chaoga City's rubble. Gu Hai acted arbitrarily and no one dared to say anything. Tell the entire Han Dynasty. Gu Hai said loudly. With this shout, the Dahan's Providence Cloud Sea churned. As it churned, Gu Hai's voice reached the ears of all the Han Dynasty's citizens. All the citizens of the 25 cities of the Han Dynasty were stunned. Is this the Emperor's voice? The Han Dynasty's 95 Island floated above Chaoga City's rubble. From today onwards, the 95 Island will be renamed the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han Dynasty, may you live without boundaries. Gu Hai's voice rang out again. Boundless Celestial Capital? All the citizens heard the name change of the 95 Island and seemed to have guessed something. From today onwards, the capital will be moved to the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han Dynasty, the Boundless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The sea of providence cloud sea churned again and soared into the sky. Evidently, the boundless celestial capital had changed a lot from Chaoga City's rubble to the boundless celestial capital. Boom. The news spread throughout the Han dynasty. In the boundless celestial capital, countless citizens chanted. The news of the boundless celestial capital seemed to have grown wings and spread in all directions. Heavenly courts in the upper study room. A layer of gauze separated the two sides of the upper study room. Outside the gauze, Ram Saint, Sima Zongheng Yi Shenzhen, and the other important officials stood respectfully. Behind the gauze, one could faintly see Dai Qianxing sitting on the dragon throne and flipping through memorials. News from the first crown prince, second crown prince and third crown prince? Dai Qianxing asked calmly. Yi Shenzhen stepped out and said, "Yes, I have placed all of them on His Holiness's desk." The first crown prince valiantly led his troops to the Great Xian imperial dynasty. 2 months ago he officially killed the Great Xian emperor and destroyed the Great Xian imperial dynasty. 2 months ago? Eldest brother? That's right. Eldest brother is very patient, but he hides great strength, bravery and intelligence. 2 months ago? That was his full strength. What about the second crown prince? Dai Qianxing nodded. The second crown prince, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, caused chaos in the Great Xian imperial dynasty. 1 month ago he officially killed the Great Xian emperor and destroyed the Great Xian imperial dynasty. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully. The second crown prince is not as brave as eldest brother, but he is very intelligent. As long as he has time, destroying the Great Xian imperial dynasty is a matter of time. Furthermore, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, it is not bad to be able to destroy the Great Xian imperial dynasty in such a short time. Dai Qianxing nodded. Yes. Yi Shenzhen nodded. What about the third crown prince? The third crown prince's clone is lacking in both strength and intelligence. It is not his main body, so he is at a disadvantage. I allowed him to use the heaven-splitting axe once to make up for his deficiencies. How is he? Dai Qianxing asked. The third crown prince entered the capital 3 months ago. The Day 1 imperial dynasty was destroyed. Yi Shenzhen smiled bitterly. Oh, a month earlier than boss? The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was a little surprised. Yi Shenzhen nodded respectfully. Dai Qianxing picked up Takeshi Ryushin's memorial and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Dai Qianxing fell silent. It was Gu Hai who destroyed the Day 1 imperial dynasty? Yes. With a psychological attack he forced Shiyu the Great to his death. However, Gu Hai is very scary. His Holiness. Yi Shenzhen looked at Dai Qianxing worriedly. His Holiness, Gu Hai moved the capital to the boundless heavenly capital. He is very ambitious, Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Dai Qianxing shook his head. I know. However, this is a good thing. Huh. Everyone looked at the Great Qian dynasty's emperor in confusion. This showed that Gu Hai was very ambitious. How did it become a good thing? What about the floating cloud sect? Dai Qianxing asked indifferently. We have planted people in the floating cloud sect. This time when the army attacked the floating cloud sect, they surrendered. Just half a month ago. Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Dai Qianxing nodded. Deal with these war zones as soon as possible. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to begin. Ram Saint, I asked you to host the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Chapter 504. The Qian Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Court City, Upper Study Room. Ram Saint, I asked you to preside over the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Dai Qianxing asked mildly. Outside the curtain, Ram Saint said respectfully, the Thousand Sage Conference, the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting has its own style. His Holiness can rest assured. I have taken care of it properly. There are still some trivial matters that will be settled when the Thousand Sage Conference starts. However, will I only preside over the calligraphy conference? The zither conference, the chess conference and the painting conference, could it be? Zither Dao, chess Dao, painting Dao, I already have people in mind. You don't have to worry. Dai Qianxing said mildly. Yes. Ram Saint nodded. Have you received the replies? The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty asked calmly. Yes, there are letters from the 3 Holy Lands and the other 2 celestial dynasties. Solar Divine Palace, Taichu faction. Wansho Taoism, Taishang faction. Spirited Mountain Holy Land, Future Buddha faction. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor personally leading a delegation. Great Yellow Dynasty, Emperor Kong personally leading a delegation. Others, as well as the various academies, will send representatives. Ram Saint said respectfully. Taishang? Taichu? Future Buddha? Qing Emperor? Emperor Kong? It really is a literary conference. Dai Qianxing tapped his fingers on the table. This thousand-sage conference will be held in Deqian. It will definitely be a grand occasion. Ram Saint nodded and smiled. Dai Qianxing nodded. In the western part of the divine continent, in a mountain forest filled with righteous energy, there was a group of buildings on the mountain. In each building, a group of people in green scholarly robes looked down at a valley below. There was a soundproof barrier in the valley and no sound could be heard. However, one could see that there were many zither players hugging their zither, looking pained. The people on the mountain were confused. What a zither of life and death. They have all sealed their cultivation in this barrier. They will not open the barrier until the winner is decided. What are they trying to do? This guy is really something. Even the masters of the Guqin Academy of the Academy couldn't stand it. How powerful is that sound? Look, that zither player is intoxicated. It must be a powerful song that attacks the heart. Friends with the zither. Masters of the Academy. Zither play. That zither player's cultivation has been sealed. What are you worried about? The people on the mountain looked at the strange scene in the valley. Within the soundproof barrier, there was a young man dancing and singing in an intoxicated manner. In front of him, a group of scholars were rolling around with zither in their hands. Help me. Help me. Say, help. Help. Save help. Save help. Help. Fuck you, what the hell are you singing? Help. Stop singing. Stop singing. Stop. I have gathered all my power in my ears to capture all your notes. You want us to listen to this? Don't sing anymore. Help, I'm deaf. My sense of music. Go to hell. The zither masters looked at the person who was singing. The person who was singing was none other than Gu Hai's heaven-level zither, Gaochen. She finally finished singing the song with much difficulty. Gaochen heaved a long sigh of relief. How comfortable. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Why didn't you play the zither? My general's order, cannon and sorrow are all SOSO. Only my song is the best. What do you think? The group of zither masters looked at Gaochen as if they were dumbfounded. Didn't we say we were going to compete? An old zither master's mouth trembled. Gaochen's face darkened. That day when I played the song for the people nearby, they were so happy. But you didn't allow them to listen. What? You even asked me to compete and said that if I lost, I would kowtow and apologize to everyone in the Zither Academy. Come on, who's afraid of who? Play. Let me moisten my throat and play another song. Let's see who's better. Gaochen drank a mouthful of tea and seemed to be about to sing again. Stop singing. Suddenly, all the Zither masters shouted as if they were about to break down. Zither competition? We were going to steal your songs, Canon, Pathétique and Order of the General. We were going to steal your songs and play the piano at the same time. But once you started singing those songs, we couldn't play them at all. How could we play them? Our sense of music is broken. How can we play a song and compete with you? When that little radish of yours sang, we were about to vomit blood. The old Zither master looked at his disciple, whose ears were bleeding, and his face was filled with shock. I am. Gaochen opened his mouth and was about to sing. Don't we admit defeat? We admit defeat. Stop singing. The old man shouted. Once the old man shouted, no one tried to hold on. How was this listening to music? This was playing with their lives. You admit defeat just like that? Gaochen said with a stunned face, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes. Master, your zither skills are unparalleled. We were frogs in a well. Stop singing. No one here is your opponent. Really, compared to you, we are like fireflies competing for glory with the sun and moon. The old man shouted. Gaochen looked regretful and sighed. All right, I still have dozens of songs. The Zither master's faces changed. I still have a song that can cause thunder to roll. Sigh, it's so hard to find a worthy opponent. Gaochen sighed. All the Zither masters wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. But it's okay. Your Zither skills still need to be improved. I will stay here and give you some pointers. No need to thank me. Gaochen's eyes lit up. All the Zither masters' heads buzzed. What? You want to stay and give us pointers? Master, all the Zither masters in the world are heading to the Thousand Sage Assembly. Why don't you go there? There are many experts there. They are all zither masters. Staying here is a waste of time. The old zither master immediately shouted. Yes, yes. All the zither masters nodded. Thousand Sage Assembly? Gauchen was slightly stunned. Yes, it's in the Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Here we have an invitation from the Thousand Sage Assembly. We admit that we are not talented, so we will give this invitation to you. We hope that Master can shine in the Thousand Sage Assembly and win first place. The old man hurriedly took out an invitation and handed it over. This invitation from the Deqian Celestial Empire was the most expensive thing in the world. In the past they would not even be willing to give it a look. But now, in order to send this demon away, no one stopped them. Alright, but unfortunately I can't give you any pointers. Gauchen sighed softly. No need, no need. Don't delay Master's glory. When the time comes, all the zither masters in the world will gather at the Thousand Sage Assembly. They will definitely worship Master. The old man said excitedly. Alright. Forget it, I'll just force myself to accept it. The North Star sighed slightly and happily received the invitation. All the zither masters wiped the sweat off their heads. The winner was decided, and the barrier was removed. When the people on the mountain saw the horrified expressions of the zither court's great masters, they all showed shocked expressions. This Gauchen managed to conquer the zither court's elders with one song? The people on the mountain exclaimed in shock. However, Gauchen hugged the invitation and happily headed for the Deqian Celestial Empire. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital. Upper Study Room. Gu Hai looked at the Xuanwu race elder, Miao Qin, standing before him. Elder Miao, do you know about Shangguan Hen's matter? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes, I did not expect that the Prime had an evil body back then. The evil Prime Xuanwu is still alive? Miao Qin said with a complicated expression. This emperor already sent people to search for Shangguan Hen, but there is no news for now. However, the evil Xuanwu Prime has appeared. What is your attitude toward the Dahan? Gu Hai looked at Miao Qin. Miao Qin frowned and said, the evil Prime occupied Shangguan Hen Prime's body. I believe that he will reappear soon. At that time he will definitely gather the old members of the Xuanwu race. At that time the Xuanwu race will definitely follow him. Although he is the incarnation of evil, he is still a Prime. What about you? Will you follow him? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Miao Qin remained silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I want to stay in the boundless heavenly capital for now. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Evil intent? It should be the dark side that the Prime separated back then. He is just the dark side of the Prime, not the true Prime. I only recognize the righteous Prime. If the Black Tortoise God fully approves of him, I will have nothing to say. However, the one that the Black Tortoise God truly approves of is Shangguan Hen. Hence, I will listen to God, Miao Qin said gravely. Gu Hai nodded and said, I remember that Shangguan Hen swallowed the snake head of the previous Xuanwu Prime outside Silver Moon City. Perhaps this evil intent is in that snake head. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if you will save Shangguan Hen? Miao Qin asked solemnly. Yes, and I must save him. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. In that case, I will lead the Xuanwu race as the national beast of Dahan and wait for the return of Prime Shangguan Hen. Miao Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Miao Qin for a while. Then he nodded and said, I will do my best. Thank you, Your Majesty. Miao Qin said gratefully. While Miao Qin and Gu Hai were talking, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the study. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The guard said respectfully. Let him in. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. I did not summon Guqin. Why is he here? Soon, Guqin walked into the study with a joyful expression on his face. Imperial Father, good news? Good news. Just now, 2 envoys came to the boundless heavenly capital. Guqin said excitedly. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Shiyu the Great has fallen, and the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's territory is now ownerless. The Deqian Heavenly Dynasty can take it all slowly. However, for some reason Jianghu of Silla suddenly became very anxious. Not only did she pacify the surrounding cities, but she also sent troops to attack them. As a result, many people in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty started to revolt. Just now, 2 envoys from the cities came with letters from the city lords and the Book of All People. They said that they are willing to submit to the Han Dynasty and become citizens of the Dahan. Guqin said excitedly. Book of All People? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, Imperial Father. You once promised Jianghu of Silla and Mr. Mo that you would not send a single soldier to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. However, those cities are willing to join the Han Dynasty. How can we refuse? We did not send a single soldier. Gu Qin said excitedly. Good. Gu Hai also smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 505. The next day, Gu Qin brought up the matter of the envoys again. Gu Hai formally arranged for Mo Yike to handle the matter in front of all the officials. In the eyes of many officials, this was an opportunity for Mo Yike to establish his authority. However, in Mo Yike's eyes he could only smile bitterly. The emperor had given him a hot potato. Mo Yike understood that the emperor was concerned about his feelings. Even if he chased the envoys away, the emperor would not blame him. However, could he do that? Not to mention that he was already a courtier of the Dahan and had to consider the interests of the Dahan, he could not bear to reject the request of the envoys. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Mo Yike accepted the book of 10,000 people from the envoys. Capital city in Dayo Hall. Takashi Ryushin looked at the scrolls that came from all directions with a gloomy expression. Bang! In his anger, Takashi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. The scrolls fell to the ground one after another. Bastard Gu Hai! Takashi Ryushin said with a gloomy expression. Long Outyin and Sima Changkong each picked up a few scrolls and read them. Gu Hai? He went back on his word? He said that he would not covet the Daewon's territory. That despicable person. Long Outyin glared angrily. Takashi Ryushin's expression was gloomy. Your Highness, are you angry because of this? Then your Highness is wrong to be angry. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Oh? Long Outyin and Takashi Ryushin looked at Sima Changkong. Gu Hai only promised not to send a single soldier to the Daewon's territory when he exchanged Qin Zibai. Now all the cities are crying and shouting that they want to join the Dahan. Gu Hai didn't break his promise. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. It's wrong to take Daewon's territory. Look how many cities are there. There were already 10 cities? What? Our soldiers risked their lives to besiege the city and suffered countless casualties in order to obtain a single city. Yet he did it so effortlessly? That's mine to Qian's. Long Outyin glared. Sima Changkong shook his head. His Holiness allowed De Qian to attack Day One with our alliance. That is to say, Dahan also has the right. Gu Hai didn't send a single soldier, but he fulfilled his promise to the prince. What? Based on the fact that Daewon's people are loyal to Dahan, there's nothing we can do about it. Sima Changkong, whose side are you on? Long Outyin said coldly. Outyin, don't be rude. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Long Outyin snorted. Then what should we do? Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. I advise the prince not to be too radical, otherwise, it would incite a rebellion, but... Sima Changkong sighed. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. The Thousand Sage Assembly is near. His Holiness sent an urgent order, so I can only speed up the process. I'll slowly pacify them in the future. Sima Changkong nodded. Time is indeed tight. Daewon's 200 cities are too many. Now that Dahan has taken over all the cities, it's difficult to do. It's obviously impossible to stop Dahan from taking over all the cities. We can only try to make them take as little as possible. We have to take over all the cities bordering Dahan as soon as possible. Then the other cities will be separated by our defense line, and they won't have a chance to join Dahan. Okay. Takashi Ryushin replied. Han Dynasty, Endless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Only Gu Hai and Gu Qin were in the study. Father, Mr. Mo has already taken over 15 cities, but Takashi Ryushin's army is also reacting quickly. They're quickly taking over the cities bordering us. Gu Qin said worriedly. You want to use a defense line to separate Dahan? You're only starting to separate Dahan now? It's too late. If we can't stop them, just leave it to Mr. Mo. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Yes. Gu Qin said with a smile. Gu Hai slowly took out a scroll and handed it to Gu Qin. Father, what's this? Gu Qin asked, puzzled. With that, Gu Qin gently opened the scroll. There were many complicated diagrams drawn on the scroll. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said in surprise, Father, is this a formation? It's not a Go formation? Gu Hai nodded. It's the reason why the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty was destroyed. What's this diagram? Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. The forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura mystic realm. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The entrance to the Azura mystic realm? Gu Qin said in surprise. You'll be in charge of the secret construction according to this diagram. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said with a frown, yes, but the forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura mystic realm is as difficult as the floating formation of our endless celestial capital. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, it requires all kinds of materials and a lot of time to collect them. I'll arrange for Qin Tianshan to be in charge of collecting these materials. You just have to do your best to build it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. From the various signs of the Deqian celestial dynasty over the past few years, I feel that something big is about to happen on the divine continent. The Han dynasty is too weak. In the face of such a big event, the slightest mistake will cause it to be destroyed. Therefore, the Dehan celestial dynasty must become strong as soon as possible. This forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura mystic realm is a crucial item. There can't be any mistakes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't worry, father. I'll do my best. Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Your cultivation level seems to be rising quickly? You're almost at the Yuanying state? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded. Yes. There are some secret techniques in the legacy of Old Man Guanxi that have allowed me to cultivate extremely quickly. However, I just have a bad feeling about them. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. The secret techniques that I'm cultivating, how do I put it? It seems like a secret door. I can't tell what kind of danger it is, but I just have a strange feeling. Gu Qin frowned. Secret door. Gu Hai frowned. Guanxi's ninth son. Perhaps the ninth young master had discovered the secret door and wanted to find a substitute time and time again? Giving the legacy to someone else? Secret door? If it's dangerous, then don't cultivate it. The Han dynasty has countless martial arts. Gu Hai frowned. Gu Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can other martial arts be faster than the one left behind by Old Man Guanxi? Moreover, once you start cultivating, you can't stop. I don't want to change. After staring at Gu Qin for a while, Gu Hai nodded. Ever since the cities had successfully submitted to the Han dynasty, the news spread like wildfire to all the cities in the Day-1 territory. Shiyu the Great received the emperor's funeral, but the people didn't thank Takeshi Ryushin. Instead, they thanked the Han dynasty. The people were against the Deqian. Furthermore, when Takeshi Ryushin took over the cities, they mobilized even more troops. The people of the Han dynasty enjoyed good governance, and in a short period of time, more and more cities wanted to join the Han dynasty. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to join the Han dynasty. When Takeshi Ryushin's army completely cut off the Han dynasty's borders and cut off the Day-1 dynasty, the Han dynasty had taken over 35 cities. Including the Kong city that was already part of the Han dynasty, there was a total of 36 cities. In a short period of time, the Han dynasty's cities had reached 60. Peng? In the Daio Hall, Takeshi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. 35 cities? A bunch of trash. Takeshi Ryushin said angrily. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, actually, the Legion generals have already done their best. It's only 35 cities. We finally cut it off. The Day-1 dynasty only has a total of 200 cities. Gu Hai is really lucky. 35 cities. That's more than his Han dynasty's territory. Long Outyin was also depressed. Takeshi Ryushin vented his anger for a while, then slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it. 35 cities it is. Takeshi Ryushin could only feel helpless. The Han dynasty's cities had reached 60, and its territory had more than doubled. Boundless celestial capital in the study room. Gu Hai sat in front of the study table, and a group of Legion generals stood respectfully on both sides. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only took 35 cities. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. No, Mr. has already done very well. Because of Mr., the Dahan's territory has doubled. What else can I blame you for? Gu Hai immediately smiled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, No, without me, Your Majesty can still take these cities. I didn't do anything. It's just a pity that I couldn't take more. More? Haha, Mr. Mo, 35 cities is already the Dahan's limit, isn't it? Only Mr. can control this well. If it were anyone else. Ah. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Second Legion Commander Qin Tianshan raised an eyebrow and said, What? Mr. Mo only took so many on purpose? 3rd Legion Commander Bingheim was silent for a while and said, Mr. Mo is wise. 35 cities is indeed the limit that the Dahan can take. If we take more, it will make people jealous. Gu Hai nodded and said, the Dahan is still developing. Let's take it slow. Yes. All the Legion generals answered. Just as everyone was discussing, the voice of a guard came from outside the room. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has brought Mu Qinfeng to see you. The guard said respectfully. Mu Qinfeng? Isn't she in Silver Moon City? Let them in. Gu Hai frowned and said. Mu Qinfeng was Elite Hall's leader Mu. Back in Silver Moon City, she had followed Gu Hai to build the first zither tower on this street. Later, she guarded Silver Moon City's property for Gu Hai and was in charge of contacting the young master of Silver Moon Villa Yun Mo. Soon, Gu Qin led Mu Qinfeng into the study room. Father. Mu Qinfeng looked for me earlier. The situation is urgent, so I put aside my work and came here, Gu Qin said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng greets the hall leader. Mu Qinfeng said respectfully. Mu Qinfeng, did something happen in Silver Moon City? Gu Hai asked puzzled. Mu Qinfeng frowned and looked at everyone in the study room. You are all my trusted aides. But Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mu Qinfeng nodded and said, Your Majesty, you used to send messages everywhere and report to me immediately if there was news about Shangguanhen. I was worried that something might happen on the way, so I came here personally. Shangguanhen? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, Villa Master Yun Mo told me. He saw Shangguanhen at Silver Moon Sea in Silver Moon Villa's property. There was also a large number of Xuanwu, Mu Qinfeng said solemnly. Shangguanhen worked with you for a while in Silver Moon City. Since Villa Master Yun Mo said that he saw him, it can't be wrong. Silver Moon Sea? It's good that we know where he is. Gu Hai nodded. Villa Master Yun Mo mentioned that there was a group of people who went to see Shangguanhen. The leader seemed to be called Qing Emperor. That's right, Qing Emperor. Mu Qinfeng recalled. What? Qing Emperor? Gu Qin's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Who was Qing Emperor? Gu Hai had already told Gu Qin about the information he had found a few years ago. When Gu Hai was still an ordinary person, the Qing Emperor had brought a group of experts to 9-5 Island. They were the ones who had killed Gu Hai's wife, Chen Xian. It was this Qing Emperor who had caused the disappearance of Gu Tang and Gu Ming of Gu Qin's 4 brothers. Qing Emperor? The Dian dynasty's emperor was a powerful man. Gu Qin's exclamation stunned all the army commanders. They didn't know what was going on. Qing Emperor? Gu Hai smiled faintly. However, no one noticed that Gu Hai had clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were popping out. Chapter 506. Qing Emperor? Gu Hai's eyes were still calm, but his heart was in turmoil, filled with hatred. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City. Gu Qin shouted with reddened eyes. Gu Hai was silent for a while, then said, All right, all of you are dismissed. The Crown Prince stay. Yes. Everyone nodded and left. After everyone left, Gu Qin could no longer control his emotions. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City and kill that demon Qing Emperor. You're going? Do you have the ability to go now? Gu Hai asked. Yes, I have. The enmity of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I must kill him. Gu Qin said with reddened eyes. It's not your turn to kill him. Gu Hai said coldly. Father. Gu Qin said anxiously. All right, you guard the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to take a look. Gu Hai said. 3 days later. After Gu Hai handed over the administrative affairs of the Dahan, he led Mu Qinfeng, Mo Yike, and Bingheim onto the flying boat and headed north with a group of officials. Qin Zibai naturally followed Mo Yike to protect him. On the flying boat, Gu Hai didn't mention the Qing Emperor to Mo Yike and Bingheim. Instead, he held an invitation card in his hand and started reading it. Bingheim and Mo Yike stood at the side. Your Majesty, is this the invitation card for the Thousand Saints Conference from the Heavenly Courts? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The Thousand Saints Conference is very rare for an invitation card to be sent to a private individual. The Thousand Saints Conference is divided into 4 major competitions: zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's chess, zither, and calligraphy skills have all shown in the past few years. Naturally, Your Majesty will receive an invitation card. Mo Yike said with a smile. Thousand Sage Assembly? What's the use of the 4 major competitions? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. This is a grand meeting of all the cultivators under the heavens. The 3 great celestial dynasties and the 3 great holy lands will definitely have people participating. There will also be countless academies, Qin institutes, chess institutes and art institutes. The Thousand Sage Conference is held once every 1,000 years. The last time, it was hosted by Old Man Guanxi from the Sky Chess Pavilion, Bingheim explained. Once every 1,000 years? What? Gu Hai was puzzled. I've heard that it's held once every 1,000 years. Some Wendao Holy Hall opens once every 1,000 years, and only Wendao cultivators can enter. The purpose of the Thousand Sage Assembly is to select the people who can enter. Bingheim recalled. Wendao Sacred Hall? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I have also heard of Wendao Holy Temple before. However, I have never seen it before. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and carefully put away the invitation. The flying ship quickly flew toward Silver Moon City. Bingheim and Mo Yike had already guessed what Gu Hai was concerned about from Gu Qing's attitude that day. However, the two did not say much. After more than a month, the flying ship slowly flew to the vicinity of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City looked the same as before. However, the Silver Moon Sea outside the city was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see inside. Hallmaster, when I left it was already like this. I asked the Manor Lord of Silver Moon Mountain Villa Yun Mo. He said that this fog was not caused by him, Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. Yes, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fog-shrouded Silver Moon Sea. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, do you have a grudge against the Qing Emperor? Bingheim could not help asking worriedly. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. That day I already saw some clues. However, I was not sure. If your Majesty comes to seek revenge against the Qing Emperor, it would be best. Bingheim said worriedly. What's the best? Gu Hai chuckled. That Qing Emperor is an ambitious person in the world. He is stronger than Shiyu the Great. Bingheim said worriedly. Stronger than Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai raised his eyelids. Yes. Back then he went to Solar God Palace and fought with Tai Chu. Although he did not win in the end, he did not lose either. Moreover, he is not as pure as Shiyu the Great. Qing Emperor is extremely shrewd and scheming. However, now that my Dahan... Bingheim said worriedly. Is it something that Dahan cannot deal with now? Ha 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 ha, Bingheim, how can you be sure that I have a grudge against him? Gu Hai laughed. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. She could not see any emotions on Gu Hai's face. In the end, she could only smile bitterly and say, maybe I am too sensitive. Gu Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea again. Your Majesty, the fog in the Silver Moon Sea should be a formation? Mo Yike frowned and said. Maybe. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and no longer paid attention to the Silver Moon Sea. Instead he looked at Silver Moon City. Although the hatred was engraved in his heart, Gu Hai did not let it get to his head. The Silver Moon Sea was the property of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. There were many formations of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa inside. He had to go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa first to figure out the situation. Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the official behind him answered. Rumble. The flying ship flew toward Silver Moon City. Soon it arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate had anxious expressions. They looked into the city from time to time. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over. Immediately, a soldier shouted, Stop! Flying ships are prohibited in the city. Get off the flying ship and register to enter the city. Get off the flying ship and take the Red Crown Crane carriage? Gu Hai did not want to waste a moment. Naturally, he was unwilling. He flipped his hand and took out the Elite Hall token, wanting to hand it over. However, before the token was handed over, the eyes of the captain of the guards at the side lit up. Then he scolded the guard, Are you blind? Don't you recognize Mr. Good? Mr. Good wants to enter the city and register with you? The city guard was bewildered. The captain of the guards welcomed him with great enthusiasm. Mr. Good, you're finally back. That's great. It was all thanks to Mr. Good that I didn't lose my 5 senses. This is a newcomer. He doesn't know Mr. Good. Mr. Good, please don't blame him. It's okay. Gu Hai smiled. Mr. Good, please come in. The captain of the guards immediately invited the flying ship into the city with great politeness. Captain, no one in the city is allowed to fly on the flying ship. This is a rule set by the city lord. The guard said anxiously. The captain of the guards glared at him. A rule set by the city lord? Do you believe that Mr. Good can make the entire city listen to Mr. Good? The guard was stunned and speechless. Gu Hai smiled and didn't pay much attention to him. He steered the flying ship into the city. Mr. Good, it's great that you're back. Something happened at Silver Moon Villa. It's been half a month. I heard that the villa master can't take it anymore. The captain of the guard said worriedly. Silver Moon Villa? What happened? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Someone came to challenge Silver Moon Villa. It's a Guqin duel just like Mr. Good last time. The captain of the guard said worriedly. Challenge Silver Moon Villa? What? Gu Hai was puzzled. I heard that it's to avenge the witch One. Gu Hai said in surprise. Oh, I remember now. They call themselves Guqin Masters from Taishang sect. The captain of the guards recalled. Taishang sect? Taishang sect? Wansho Taoism? Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 507. Han Dynasty Limitless Celestial Capital. Guqin stood outside the soaring palace hall, looking towards the north. His eyes flashed with anxiety and helplessness. Father, you didn't let me go to Silver Moon City. I know you're protecting me, but Dahan can't do without you. Father, you must return safely. Guqin sighed softly. Crown Prince, Lord Qin has gathered a batch of materials. When will we start setting up the formation? A subordinate walked behind Guqin. Guqin turned his head and nodded. Let's go. Yes. The subordinate said respectfully. Guqin left with his subordinates. However, he didn't notice that outside the limitless celestial capital in the clouds, there was a man in red on a flying boat, looking at Guqin from afar. The man in red had a scar on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Guqin. Hey Guqin, you're still alive. A group of subordinates stood behind him, carefully serving him. On the flying boat, there was a large flag with the word, Tang written on it. Lord Tang, this is all the information you asked us to find about the Han Dynasty. We've done our best, but we don't know what else we missed. A subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang glanced at the information on the table beside him. I've already seen it. Missed? Tell me about Gu Hai's life. Lord Tang said calmly. Yes, according to the information we found, Gu Hai came from an unknown family. He suddenly appeared at the age of 30 and married Qin Xiener from the mortal country of Qin Xien. Unfortunately, Qin Xiener couldn't give birth, so he adopted two sons, Guqin and Guhan. After that, Qin Xiener died of illness. Gu Hai sought medical help everywhere and finally stepped into the cultivation world with the help of the hall master of the first-class hall, Long Wanqing. Next. The subordinate said respectfully. Lord Tang gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the flying boat. Listening to Gu Hai's life story, he sneered. 2 adopted sons? Old man, what great luck you have, you actually didn't die so many times? How much longer can you live? Lord Tang said in a low voice, revealing a cold smile. Lord Tang, we have been delayed here for some time. Should we continue to move forward? Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the emperor will blame us and we. The subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang turned his head, looked at the subordinate and said indifferently, let's go north to the Deqian Celestial Empire. The Qing Emperor will have to wait for a long time. Yes. His subordinates answered. Oh. The flying boat circled around the limitless celestial capital and shot toward the north at high speed. In the limitless celestial capital, almost no one noticed the flying boat. Only one person, Dongfang Bubi, glanced at it suspiciously before it left. Outside Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea was shrouded in fog. At this moment, outside the fog near Silver Moon City, a group of men stood on the flying boat, listening to the sound from Silver Moon City. The leader, dressed in a white robe, revealed a slight smile. Great ferocious bird song? Haha, how much does the Grand Elder's bloodline hate the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? The Silver Moon Mountain Villa can still withstand the attack of such a ferocious bird. It is indeed worthy of being Mr. Silver Moon's inheritance. The white-robed man sneered. After the white-robed man finished speaking, another man in purple beside him laughed. Qi Sha, you are the Emperor's heaven-grade zither, you heard it clearly. What happened in Silver Moon City? Why did Taishang's bloodline use the great ferocious bird song? The white-robed man, Qisha, said coldly, "Mind your own business, don't ask about unimportant things." The purple-robed man's face stiffened, then looked at Qisha with a gloomy expression, but he didn't say anything. Everyone ignored 7 kills. 7 kills was the only one listening to the commotion in the city. In Silver Moon City, Gu Hai's flying boat quickly flew towards Silver Moon Villa. Before long they were not far from Silver Moon Villa. "Mr. Good, it's there, it's there." The guard leading the way immediately pointed into the distance and shouted. Screech! 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 A group of hundreds of giant vultures let out sharp screeches and swooped down, crashing into Silver Moon Villa. Each of the vultures was over 1,000 feet long. Their bodies glowed with blue light. They crashed into the barrier outside the Silver Moon Villa. Boom! 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 The ferocious birds crashed into the barrier and exploded. A deafening sound rang out. The deafening sound seemed to contain a ferocious aura, making one's heart tremble. Silver Moon Villa's formation shook violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Strangely, the vulture that had exploded was suddenly reborn amidst the ripples. Are these vultures fake? Are they formed by the sound of the zither? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, these vultures were transparent. Around Silver Moon Villa, sound waves fluctuated, forming ripples. At the intersection of these sound waves and ripples, vultures condensed. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the ones who formed the vultures with the sound waves were 10 white-robed zither players, continuously plucking the strings. The sound of the zither seemed to be controlled near Silver Moon Villa and could not be transmitted. However, every time they played, the hundreds of vultures became more ferocious. Screech! Screech! Vultures' cries seemed to carry a kind of terror that made people scared. It's there. Every time I hear the cries of these monsters, I don't know why, but my heart palpitates. The guard said with a cold expression. This is fear in the way of the zither. An extremely sinister way of the zither. Bingheim said with a frown. Fear. Gu Hai frowned and looked at Bingheim. Bingheim nodded and said, there are many effects in the way of the zither. Some sounds can cut off a person's 5 senses, just like Fairy Wana's Les Miserables. Some sounds can cut off a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. This should be the one that cuts off a person's courage. Once a person's courage is cut off, in the best-case scenario, they will not make any progress in their cultivation. They will even regress countless times. In the worst-case scenario, they will be completely frightened to death. Break someone's courage? Gu Hai's expression darkened. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Wansho Taoism's great ferocious bird-killing song. Bingheim said with a frown. Great ferocious bird-killing song? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. There are 100 types of ferocious birds in the great ferocious bird-killing song. I just don't know how many types they can play. Bingheim said worriedly. As expected, as hundreds of vultures self-destructed, a soul-shaking explosion sounded. More zither masters started to play the zither. Shriek! Shriek! Another group of white-robed zither masters started to play. Suddenly, peacocks appeared in the ripples of the zither music and charged ferociously like vultures towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa. Rumble! The loud sounds shocked the residents in the surroundings and they fled in all directions. Under the influence of fear, the ordinary Xiozha showed an inexplicable expression of fear. Outside the Silver Moon Villa, there were hundreds of zither masters playing the zither. Peacocks, vultures, eagles, and all kinds of ferocious birds rushed towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa in flocks. The fierce sound shook the heavens and the earth. A large number of cracks appeared on the boundary. Inside the boundary, Yun Mo played the zither with an ugly expression. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples behind him were also playing the zither with Yun Mo. They all looked anxious. They were sweating profusely. Some people's fingers were already bleeding, but they did not dare to stop for a moment. Some of the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa who had lower cultivations revealed frightened expressions and shivered. One of them looked like he was scared to death. Elder Feng Tong, are you going to exterminate my Silver Moon Villa? Yun Mo shouted angrily. Outside the boundary, the person directing the white-robed zither masters was a Jurassic man who was only as tall as a child but had an old face. The man's expression was ugly and ferocious. Exterminate? Ah. Yun Mo, you were the one who almost killed Waner? You stole Waner's body and prepared to give it to the old manor master of the Silver Moon Villa for possession? You dare to harm my honor? I want your life. Elder Feng Tong said with a ferocious expression. I already apologized to her. Yun Mo said anxiously. Apologize? Ah. So what if you apologized? I will kill you all. Where is the old manor master? Where is that old thing? If he is dead, your Silver Moon Villa does not need to exist. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Play 100 kinds of ferocious birds. Go and greet them all. Kill them all. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The hundreds of zither masters continued playing. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, one of the Silver Moon Villa disciples showed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that his courage crumbled as he quickly tried to flee. Whoosh. The boundary did not seem to stop this fleeing disciple, allowing him to pass through it in an instant. Wah, wah, screech, screech. Hundreds of ferocious birds instantly surrounded that person. No. Honk. The hundreds of ferocious birds suddenly self-destructed, and the man who had just escaped fell to the ground. The self-destruction did not kill him? The guard captain from before exclaimed in horror. These ferocious birds are all fake. No, they are just a kind of mental ferocious bird. They exploded in his heart. The explosion earlier did not injure his physical body but his mental state. He lost all his courage and was scared to death. Bingheim said with an unsightly expression. That is to say, the Silver Moon Villa's boundary does not block physical objects but sound waves? Guhai asked seriously. Bingheim nodded strangely. Your Majesty, your Zither Dao is so powerful. You should know that this boundary is the Zither Dao barrier that Yunemo and the others played. Guhai did not explain why he did not know. However, that did not stop Guhai from understanding. So you're saying that this isn't actually a barrier, but a surface where two types of sound waves come into contact. It's like the meeting of water and oil, forming a barrier at the junction. Once one side stops playing, it will be completely drowned out by the other side? As long as Yunemo and the others stop playing, this boundary will disappear, and all the ferocious birds will explode in their hearts. That will be the end of them? Guhai asked. Yes. Bingheim looked at Guhai in confusion and nodded. Chapter 508. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the strong cultivators from Taishang's Dao were attacking Silver Moon Villa with the song of great vicious birds, trapping everyone in the villa. Under the sound attack, hundreds of ferocious birds were formed, attacking the sound waves that Yunemo was resisting. If one was careless, they would be scared out of their wits by the sound attack. They would lose their courage or even be scared to death. Without the old villa master, Silver Moon Villa was relying on Yunemo. Although they managed to block it, they were like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be drowned by the waves at any time. The surrounding civilians fled in all directions in fear. Although the most high-path zither music was mainly aimed at Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the lingering sound made the people's hearts jump. Their courage crumbled and they quickly fled. Under the sound of the guqin, there seemed to be an instinctive fear. The leader of Taishang's Dao was a Jurassic man called Elder Feng Tong. He played the song with a ferocious expression, directing hundreds of musicians to play the song of great vicious birds. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for the grievances that Fairy Wanner had suffered in the past. Silver Moon Villa. Although a scandal had happened a few years ago and caused Silver Moon Villa's reputation to fall, Silver Moon Villa was still the pride of Silver Moon City. At that moment, Silver Moon Villa's destruction was imminent. All the citizens of Silver Moon City looked at the group of outsiders with a common enemy. However, no one could get close because the guqin sound directly affected one's mind. Once they got close, they would be hurt. City Master, let us go over. Villa Master Yun can't hold on anymore. A group of soldiers shouted at a scholar-looking city master from the periphery. It was the new city master of Silver Moon City. He was looking at the guqin battle in the distance with a gloomy expression. Before the new city master could speak, Elder Feng Tong seemed to have heard the call and turned his head. A musician's hearing was very strong. Elder Feng Tong smiled coldly and said, City Master Sima, we are guests invited by De Qian. Now we are settling our personal grudges. You better not interfere. Guests invited by De Qian? The new mayor's face twitched. He was indeed invited by De Qian to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. It was indeed difficult for him to handle this. City Lord, let's do it. Let us teach these rascals a lesson. City Lord, when has Silver Moon City ever been afraid of outsiders? The surrounding soldiers immediately cried out anxiously. The reason why Silver Moon City was famous and why the citizens of the city were proud of the citizens of Silver Moon City was because of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the holy land of Guqingdao. Now, someone wanted to destroy his pride. Even if his pride had made a mistake, it was still irreplaceable in the hearts of the people. Someone was shitting on his head, so what was there to worry about? The new city lord was a dawdler. City master, let's do it. Silver Moon Villa cannot be destroyed. Governor, that is the holy land of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Villa cannot be lost. All of a sudden the people all around began to shout. 1 shouted, 10 shouted, 100, 10,000, 100,000, a million. At this moment the entire city seemed to be calling out to him. At this moment, the new mayor suddenly realized the importance of Silver Moon Villa in the hearts of the people. He was still too naive. At this moment he was still thinking about power and the pros and cons. Today, even if he weighed the pros and cons, in the end the entire city would hate him. Even Quan Hung would be a joke. Let's do it. Generals, chase these outsiders out of Silver Moon City and return peace to Silver Moon City. The new mayor shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers immediately shouted excitedly. Release the arrows. A soldier shouted from afar. Boom. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards Taishang and his group. The arrow rain was fierce, as if it was going to turn the group of Guqin masters into sieves. Elder Feng Tong turned his head and sneered, before we left, Juzi told us not to harm the civilians. Hence, we did not play the Guqin to the entire city. But this time you started it first. You asked for it? Then don't blame us. Great beasts kill the music. Everyone listen up. Release the restraints and play the Guqin to the entire city. Elder Feng Tong coldly shouted. The group of Grand Supreme Dao Zither players immediately shouted, yes. No. Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa immediately shouted. Boom. Guqin sounds rolled out with Taishang Guqin masters as the center. The Guqin sound soared into the sky and formed a storm of sound waves. In an instant, the sound waves covered the sky and rushed in all directions. Rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and covered the entire city. Screech. Wah. Screech. Wah. Suddenly, the beasts that had been circling Silver Moon Villa suddenly increased in number by 10 times, no, 100 times. They soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards the group of Taishang Guqin masters. The beasts immediately went up to meet them. Screech. A vulture beast let out a sharp cry. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, a high-frequency vibration formed on the arrow feather, and it exploded with a buzzing sound. Boom. The feathers of the arrows instantly exploded into fine powder. Boom, 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 boom. Feathers of the arrows flew out one after another. In an instant, all the arrows that were flying towards them exploded into fine powder under the high-frequency sound waves. What? In the distance, the mayor's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of all the civilians and soldiers in the city changed as well. Previously, the civilians were already scared witless by the shock waves. Now the sound waves had completely exploded and covered the entire Silver Moon City. In the sky, dark clouds covered the entire city. Within the dark clouds, there seemed to be black Guqin-shaped clouds condensing. Heavenly Guqin? The mayor's expression changed. He saw that the Taishang Guqin masters below were playing their Guqin. The dark clouds in the sky were also playing their Guqin. Screech, screech, screech. All of a sudden, an innumerable number of ferocious birds began to dance in the skies above Silver Moon City. In an instant, the beasts rushed towards the civilians in all directions of the city. Wah wah wah. The babies and children were the first to cry and tremble in fear. No, no, help, ah. The massive zither music caused countless residents to reveal terrified expressions, and they continuously yelled, no, don't. Hypersonic barrier, quick, activate the hypersonic barrier. Yun Mo of the Silver Moon Villa screamed. The civilians were so frightened because of him. Yun Mo was very anxious, but the Taishang Guqin masters were too powerful. Hypersonic barrier? Countless places in the city activated the hypersonic barrier array. However, there were too many civilians and it was impossible for everyone to set up the array. Less than 1 in 10,000 civilians were protected by the hypersonic barrier. The rest of the civilians could only scream in fear. Even if there was a hypersonic barrier, it was useless. The Silver Moon Villa had a hypersonic barrier, so why were they still in such a sorry state? Suddenly, 3 ferocious birds swooped down and crashed into the sound barrier. Boom! The beasts exploded, and the huge high-frequency vibration instantly shattered the hypersonic barrier. No! The people inside were terrified. In an instant, countless civilians in the city were terrified. They hugged their heads and curled up in fear. Escape? At this moment, Silver Moon City, which was surrounded by countless beasts, did not even have the courage to escape. Countless people cried in fear. Some Guqin masters played the Guqin, but most of the songs were useless. Some even played Guhai's Pathétique. However, the Guqin Dao was complicated. Pathétique was a fighter's unyielding fate. Now it was not the oppression of fate but fear. Pathétique was to resist external oppression, but this fear came from the heart, so it was useless. Those who were touched by the ferocious birds were instantly scared to death. Dad, Dad, no, Dad, don't die, ah. You killed my mother, ah, help, ah. Terrified cries filled the entire city. Only a few people who were close to the city gate managed to escape. The others were curled up on the ground in fear. The new mayor was even more anxious. How dare you? **** stop. The new mayor held a brush in his hand and drew in the air. Rays of golden light shot out. However, the great beast-killing song was too ferocious. There were countless beasts, and even the new mayor could only hide in the hypersonic barrier. He was terrified. Scared. The civilians were in despair. It was like the end of the world. It was a great fear and everyone was trembling. Elder Feng Tong sneered. You asked for it. You overestimated yourselves. Yun Mo's eyes instantly became moist. In the past, when he had made a mistake, Yun Mo had felt that everyone in the city looked at him with disdain. He had felt inferior and had even thought of leaving this sad place. Only now did Yun Mo realize that the people of the city were still very concerned about him. When he was in trouble, everyone was shouting to protect him. In an instant, his eyes were red, and a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Yun Mo instantly understood what the old manor master had said. Yun Mo, Silver Moon City is our root. It's our home. It's a place worth defending with our lives. Yun Mo understood. In an instant he felt a strong sense of belonging to Silver Moon City. These civilians were worth defending, but he had dragged them into the abyss. Elder Feng Tong, you will die a horrible death. Yun Mo roared in grief and anger. Humph, a horrible death? But I never died. You, on the other hand, won't die. These civilians will suffer with you. Why don't you end your own life? Elder Feng Tong sneered. Manor Master, don't. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. Yun Mo looked at the civilians with red eyes. They lost their courage in fear and they were about to go crazy. They were in such a desperate situation but they couldn't do anything. Yun Mo smiled bitterly, but his eyes slowly became firm as if he was about to make a decision. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something. Mr. Good, save the civilians. Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from the sky. Mr. Good? The civilians nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly they saw a flying boat. On the flying boat stood a man in a black brocade robe. Guhai. It's Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. Chapter 509. In Silver Moon City. The moment the great vicious birds killing song was played in the entire city, Guhai quickly used the sound barrier on the flying boat to isolate the outside from the outside. Rolling vicious birds suddenly appeared in all directions of the city. The ferocious scene immediately made the faces of the people on the flying boat change. This was not a physical attack. If it were ordinary birds, Bingheim could deal with them. This was a mental attack. It could not be touched at all. Only the spirit could be touched. As long as it was touched, the heart would immediately be struck by lightning. In all directions people had already fallen. Countless people curled up on the ground while wailing. Some were scared to death, some were scared crazy. No one could escape. Whether it was humans or animals, they were all terrified. Escape? Just now, a flying boat rushed into the sky. In an instant, it was blasted away by the high-frequency sound waves of the vicious birds. The flying boat fell. Your Majesty, do you have a countermeasure to this song? Bingheim suddenly looked at Guhai. Countermeasure? A few songs from Earth flashed through Guhai's mind. But were those songs useful? His Guqin master was a fake. Every time he played a song he guessed it, Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Before he could speak, suddenly 10 vicious birds discovered Gu Hai's flying boat. They rushed over with a loud bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the high-frequency sound waves instantly broke the sound barrier. The flying boat suddenly shook as if it was about to fall. As soon as the barrier was broken, the rolling Guqin music rushed into everyone's ears. Kaboom! Gu Hai suddenly heard a loud sound as if thunder had exploded in his ears. In an instant, Gu Hai had goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, when the Guqin music entered his ears, it was as if his divine soul was shaking. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly suppressed, and immediately calmed his shaking divine soul. What a powerful Guqin music! Bingheim's face changed. Mo Yike's face changed drastically and his heart jumped. The others were even worse off. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something, Mr. Good, please save the people, Mr. Good, Mr. Good? The captain of the gate guards yelled anxiously. Mr. Good? The people nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly he saw a flying boat. At this moment, a man in a black brocade robe was standing on the flying boat. Gu Hai. It's Mr. Good, Mr. Good? Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. The people were overjoyed, but Gu Hai was helpless. Could his song be used? Your Majesty, what a powerful piece of music. Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Your Majesty, help! The other subordinates shouted in horror. Everyone's courage crumbled as they looked at Gu Hai in horror, their hearts pounding. It was too late for the flying boat to escape. Countless birds in all directions seemed to have discovered Gu Hai. They flew over one after another. Are we destined to be scared to death? Your Majesty, aren't you very good at Guqin? Asked the emperor for help. In an instant, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. Mr. Good, hurry up and save the people in the city, Mr. Good? Yun Mo shouted excitedly. At this moment of despair, Mr. Good arrived? They were saved. Gu Hai. Feng Tong's face suddenly turned cold when he heard Gu Hai's name. Which Gu Hai are you? Are you the Gu Hai who slandered junior sister Wonner? Feng Tong's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the past, Gu Hai said that Wonner was his wife in the capital. Feng Tong had wanted to kill Gu Hai for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now he came by himself? Mr. Good, I'm a disciple of the Sima family. Young Master Sima Changkong said that if there is a crisis, as long as Mr. Good is here, everything will be up to Mr. Good. The new mayor in the distance was ecstatic. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Everyone was looking at him, but could he do it? Try it. Is there a piano? Gu Hai frowned and shouted. Your Majesty, there's a piano. There's a piano over there. Mo Yike pointed to the piano pavilion in the distance. It was the high platform where Gu Hai used to play the piano. Although Gu Hai was gone, the piano was still there. Screech. Suddenly, a ferocious bird swooped down and crashed into the piano, sending out a high-frequency sound wave. Boom. The piano instantly exploded into smithereens. I have a Guqin. Use mine. A Guqin player shouted from below. Screech. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious birds rushed over. On the flying boat, everyone anxiously looked through their belongings, but there was nothing. No, how could there be nothing? Everyone was anxious. The previous guard captain flipped his hand and took out a Swana from his waist. Mr. Good, we don't have a Guqin. Will this Swana do? The guard captain asked bitterly. Swana? Gu Hai was slightly surprised, but there was no time to think. He immediately took it. Swana? Gu Hai's mind had just reacted to many songs and there was one that used Swana. After cultivating, Gu Hai's body coordination was very good. Although musical instruments were complicated, with Gu Hai's current agility, it was very easy for him to learn. Moreover, Swana was not complicated. Play it himself? It was useless. Gu Hai did not have the artistic conception of Guqin. All Guqin players, use your artistic conception of Guqin and learn from me. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Bingheim quickly activated the sound amplification array. Learn from you? Countless Guqin players were slightly surprised, but they were too frightened to think about it. Go with me and kill him. Ferocious birds, ferocious birds. Boss Feng Tong shouted. As he spoke, Elder Feng Tong played the Guqin fiercely. Ferocious birds rushed over from all directions. At the front was a flock of vultures roaring as they charged. That might had yet to arrive, but the people on the flying boat were already terrified. Gu Hai grabbed the swana and put it close to his mouth. Mea, Mila, Mila, Mila. The sound of the swana had a strange roar. When the first sound came out, it was like an earth-shattering explosion. It was like the sound of heaven and earth splitting. It was a pity that Gu Hai's swana did not have the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao in it. It was just an ordinary song. When one listened to it, one would be shocked, but there was no other effect. Elder Feng Tong revealed a cold smile. You don't have any zither Dao intent, and you still have the face to compete with me? Go to hell, Gu Hai. Screech, screech, screech. The rolling vultures charged at him with a murderous look on their faces, as if they were going to disintegrate Gu Hai and his flying boat in the high-frequency sound waves. Gu Hai's swana could only make people feel shocked. That was only because it didn't have the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao. But what if it did? As Gu Hai's voice spread, Yunimo was the first to imitate it. Mea, Mila, Mila, Mila. The song infused with the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao suddenly made the flock of vultures charging at Gu Hai pause for a moment. It was just a slight pause, but the flock of vultures seemed to tremble and stopped in confusion. What? Elder Feng Tong's expression changed. Why did his vultures stop? He succeeded? The countless people in the city immediately showed ecstatic expressions. This was because, in addition to Yunimo, there were many other zither masters who imitated Gu Hai's swana. When they started playing, they instantly succeeded. The vultures charging at them suddenly stopped, showing confused expressions. He succeeded? The new city lord said excitedly. Above the silver moon sea, 7 kills also frowned. This doesn't make sense. This person doesn't have any zither Dao intent. Why is this song so strange? In the city not far from Silver Moon Mountain Villa, there was a pink-clothed man sitting in a restaurant. Others would be so frightened that they would cover their heads and flee, but this pink-clothed man sat calmly by the window of the restaurant. He drank fine wine and watched the great battle outside. It seemed that the impact of the sound wave had no effect on this man at all. The man's figure was ordinary, but the only difference was that he had one more finger on his left hand than ordinary people. He had 6 fingers. The Swana song? The first song has the aura of a king? No, it should be the aura of a king of birds? Is this a phoenix? The man in pink with 6 fingers narrowed his eyes. A phoenix? Yes, the song Gu Hai played was All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The name of this song was not very famous, but almost everyone in Wuxia and Gu Hai's previous life on Earth had heard of it. This was a song that had been ingrained in everyone's bones. It had been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years on Earth, and it had never faded away. Whenever someone got married, carried a bridal sedan chair, or any other kind of joyous occasion, this song would be played. It had been changed over and over again, and it had never faded away for thousands of years. Although it was a folk song, it had not faded away for thousands of years. There had to be something special about it. When Gu Hai played the song, he was still worried. However, when Yunimo played the song, Gu Hai relaxed. Indeed, this song was fine. Bastard, why did you stop? Continue playing and destroy Gu Hai for me. Elder Feng Tong said angrily, glaring. The Taishang Dao zither players played quickly. Screech. Screech. Ferocious cries rang out in all directions. Many ferocious birds pounced on Gu Hai. That scene looked like thousands of birds galloping, ferocious. In the past, such a scene would have scared many people to death. However, at this moment, countless zither players were playing Awe of the Phoenix at Gu Hai. Immediately, countless zither Dao states gathered and condensed into a tit not far from Gu Hai. It was an extremely ordinary tit. The mountain sparrow cheered and immediately suppressed the arrogance of the group of ferocious birds. This was the first section of Awe of the Phoenix. The tit chirped. As soon as the chirps of the little sparrows rang out, the little sparrows flew in all directions aimlessly. They were very naive and extremely happy. This scene caused the previously extremely oppressive atmosphere to instantly become much more cheerful. The tit seemed to have disrupted the rhythm of the ferocious birds. What? Play it quickly. Why did you stop? Go and kill it. Elder Feng Tong said anxiously. However, it was useless for Elder Feng Tong to be anxious. The Taishang Dao zither players were suddenly sweating profusely. This was because when the zither Dao state of Awe of the Phoenix was released, it seemed to be interfering with the great bird's kill song. It was an extremely strange interference. From the way the birds stopped when they saw the tit, it was obvious that the sound waves of Awe of the Phoenix We're stealing the sound zone. The tit appeared cheerfully. No, it wasn't just cheerful. It flew around like a clown. Sometimes it would fly to the peacock's tail to nibble on its feathers. Sometimes it would fly to the vulture's bald head and stand there. It wasn't afraid of these ferocious birds at all. Explode. Quick, the peacock player over there, explode that tit. Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock and anger. It's out of control. The peacock over there is out of my control. A few Taishang Dao zither players said anxiously. What? Elder Feng Tong's expression changed. Outside Silver Moon City, 7 Kills' expression suddenly darkened. Zither interference? Controlling the opponent's zither? Who is this person? When did Silver Moon City have such a person? In the blink of an eye, they entered the second section of All Birds Worship the Phoenix. Spring returns to the earth. As the zither players continued to play, the mountain sparrow in the air suddenly spread its wings. It seemed to form a green sound wave that spread out. Quick, block it. Block his sound waves. Elder Feng Tong's eyes widened as he shouted. However, the green sound wave couldn't be blocked at all. It instantly spread throughout the entire city and soared into the dark clouds in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the birds were infected by the green sound wave. Chirp, 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 chirp. The silly tit flew everywhere. Wherever it flew, the birds there would forget everything and play with the tit. The birds no longer attacked the people around them as though they had forgotten everything. They had been led astray by the silly tit. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The birds around them chirped happily. Something's wrong with the atmosphere? 7 Kills, who was outside the city, said with a stiff expression. As All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the third section, it was a scene of birds singing and swallows dancing. The atmosphere of the entire Silver Moon City changed. Previously, it had been fierce and frightened, but in the blink of an eye, it had become joyous and joyous. Were those the ferocious birds from before? Had all of them turned into idiots? Elder Feng Tong was dumbfounded. My song is clearly a sad and frightening song. Why did it become joyful? Who can tell me why it's so joyous? Scare them to death? Scare them to death? Elder Feng Tong played the song with all his might. However, the atmosphere at that moment was strangely joyous. Mr. Good, it's done. Your song is done. Yunemo played along with Guhai excitedly. In the blink of an eye, All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the fourth section, playing in the forest. While playing in the forest, the tits suddenly returned to normal. They were no longer silly. Instead, they started shuttling among the birds. They shuttled to where the peacocks were. The peacocks pulled out the peacock feathers on their tails and gave them to the tits. The tits stuck the feathers on their bodies. Then the tits flew to other birds. Every time they flew to a certain area, the birds would take out their best feathers and give them to the tits. The tits would then put them on their bodies. Hundreds of birds offered their best feathers. In the blink of an eye, the tits were no longer tits. They had gathered all the beautiful feathers of the birds. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a huge phoenix. All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the fifth section. All Birds Worship the Phoenix. Boom. The phoenix stood beside Guhai. It had gathered the most beautiful feathers of hundreds of birds. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out and rushed towards the birds. Although the hundreds of birds were no longer dancing happily, they suddenly felt a huge pressure. It was as if the aura of the King of Birds was pressing down on their hearts. The birds immediately started chirping as if they were worshipping the phoenix. All the birds bowed down to the phoenix. What? My ferocious birds, what are you doing? Elder Feng Tong cried out in alarm. Above Silver Moon Sea, is this Guhai's song that specifically targets the great birds killing song? Parasitizing the opponent's song and controlling it? 7 Kills stared. Whoosh. 7 Kills figure flashed and rushed towards Silver Moon City. In the city, Elder Feng Tong's expression changed drastically. How could this be? All Birds Worship the Phoenix? The All Birds Worship the Phoenix was not finished yet. In the blink of an eye, the sixth section, Phoenix spreads its wings. Chirp. The phoenix spread its wings and released a dazzling radiance that illuminated the surroundings of Silver Moon City. Immediately, all the citizens of Silver Moon City felt a warm feeling in their hearts. The courage that had collapsed in their hearts suddenly recovered. Bang! The phoenix flapped its wings and entered the final section. All Birds Worship the Phoenix. Rumble. As the phoenix soared into the sky, all the birds bowed down to it. Suddenly, the phoenix's gaze fell on Elder Feng Tong. Countless birds immediately obeyed the phoenix's command and turned their heads. All the birds looked at the Taishang Path's zither masters with ferocious expressions. What? You're manipulating my zither music to deal with me? No, impossible. Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock. The zither masters of the Taishang Path were also shocked. Chirp. The phoenix let out a long chirp as if it was giving an order. In an instant, millions of birds swooped down toward Elder Feng Tong. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 birds galloped. A great shock that surpassed anything before faced the Taishang Daoist zither masters. Under the great terror, several Taishang Path's zither masters were scared out of their wits. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock. Stop playing? No, all the zither masters of the Taishang Path had already stopped playing. But why didn't the birds in the sky disappear? Why were they still there? No, no, no. While Elder Feng Tong was shouting, the birds under the phoenix's lead charged forward. Boom. Chapter 5:10. No, no, no. Elder Feng Tong screamed. Under the lead of the phoenix, all the birds rushed forward. Hong. All the birds exploded where the Taishang zither players were. The Tong Tian hit the sky with a deafening sound. The rolling dark clouds in the sky exploded. Even though it was a spiritual attack, the vibrations were still high. The Taishang zither players played their zither to defend themselves in fear. However, the force was too strong. After the deafening sound, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Screams came from the deep crater. Screech. The phoenix let out a long screech and flew out of the smoke and dust. It spread its wings and disappeared. This was because Guhai had stopped playing the flute. The people stopped playing their zither as well. While the birds were paying homage to the phoenix, the joy brought by the rolling phoenix had completely calmed everyone's frightened hearts. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. The countless ordinary citizens in the surroundings looked gratefully at Guhai, who was on the flying ship. Except for some people who were scared to death, all the people had recovered. If Mr. Good hadn't come again, they wouldn't have been able to survive today. Guhai handed the Swana to the chief guard. Swana, return it to its owner. Thank you, Mr. Good, the chief guard said excitedly. Thank me? The people in the city should thank you. If it weren't for your Swana, the people in the city would have suffered. Guhai said with a smile. I'm a rough man. I can't play the zither. I only know how to play the Swana. I used to think that the Swana wasn't good enough, but I don't think so anymore. The chief guard said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Guhai laughed. The flying boat carried everyone to Silver Moon Villa. Yun Mo had already stood up and led the people of Silver Moon Villa to welcome Guhai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Solemnly Yun Mo bowed. Villa Master Yun, you're too polite. I'll have to trouble you this time. Guhai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please give me your orders. Yun Mo said immediately. At this moment at the huge crater, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing a group of Taishang Daoist zither players. More than half of Taishang's Guqin masters had already been scared to death. Those who were still alive were covered in blood, their faces full of fear, a portion of them already scared out of their wits. Feng Tong was also covered in blood and trembling. Serves you right. Retribution. Kill them. Countless commoners immediately began to criticize him angrily. This group of people used the great ferocious bird song of slaughter to scare the common people to death. Now that most of them had died under his own song of slaughter, wasn't this retribution? Men, capture this group of thieves for me. The new city lord shouted from afar. Yes. A large number of soldiers rushed forward. In the huge crater, Feng Tong saw that his band was almost crippled in the blink of an eye. Despair appeared on his face. Why did this happen? Capture him, quickly capture him. Don't let them get their hands on the zither again. A large number of soldiers immediately jumped into the crater. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly the eerie sound of the zither rang out again. In the huge crater, the sound waves formed into ferocious birds that soared into the sky from the crater. Watch out. Someone's playing the zither. Watch out for the birds. The soldiers kept retreating, but more and more ferocious birds flew out from the crater. In an instant, dark clouds appeared and covered the entire Silver Moon City. What? There are still Guqin masters in Taishang Daoist? This is even more powerful than the artistic conception just now? Quick, play Mr. Good song. Suddenly the city was in chaos. Screech. Screech. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious birds appeared again. The sky was gloomy and black fog instantly covered Silver Moon City. Wave after wave of terrifying auras descended, causing all of the commoners to shudder. After the black fog covered the city, the birds suddenly grew in size again. The eyes of the vultures and peacocks suddenly turned red as if they were possessed. Screech. The ferocious birds rushed toward Silver Moon Villa again. Quick, play, birds pay homage to the phoenix. Guhai shouted. Bingheim used the array on the flying boat to quickly spread the sound throughout the city. In an instant, the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City began to play, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix, again. In an instant, countless birds appeared from all directions. It was still, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix, but this time the birds were even more ferocious and were no longer affected by the birds. Screech. A peacock flew to where the birds were, opened its mouth and swallowed them. Whoosh. A bird was instantly swallowed into the peacock's stomach. It was the same everywhere. The vultures and eagles were crazily swallowing the birds as if they were interrupting the Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. A Guqin master from the Taishang Dao? How can this Dao of Guqin be so strong? Yun Mo's expression changed. Yun Mo also began to play quickly. The sound of the Guqin soared into the sky, and a bird appeared, hiding in all directions. Gradually, it plucked the feathers of hundreds of birds and stuck them to its body. Screech. Once again a seven-colored phoenix soared into the sky. Once the huge phoenix appeared, it formed a terrifying aura. It's done. Countless citizens in the city heaved a sigh of relief. The phoenix was the king of birds and it could command thousands of birds. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the Guqin in the city became more intense. The birds were only disturbed by the phoenix for a moment, and suddenly, they all flew toward the huge phoenix with red eyes. Screech, screech, screech. The birds roared, not afraid of the phoenix. Rebellion. Yun Mo's expression changed. Wah, screech, rumble. The phoenix, surrounded by thousands of birds, let out a scream and was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. What? All the citizens in the city exclaimed at the same time. The phoenix was torn to pieces by thousands of birds? Shouldn't it be thousands of birds paying homage to the phoenix? In the huge pit, Elder Feng Tong was also confused. Oh, is it Master? Did Master do it? While Elder Feng Tong was surprised, Yun Mo was also frightened. Mr. Good is a master, a Guqin master. He used his Dao of Guqin to forcefully turn the situation around. His Dao of Guqin is too strong. Yun Mo said in surprise. Dao of Guqin? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mr. Gu's All Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix can counter the great vicious birds killing song, but the other party's Guqin Dao is too strong. It's like how water can put out a fire, but when the fire is too strong, the fire can also evaporate all the water. His music is not as good as yours, but his Dao of Guqin suppressed us. It's the other way around. Great vicious bird killing song. Yun Mo said anxiously. Great vicious bird killing song? Who is it? Gu Hai's expression darkened. It must be someone from the Taishang Dao. It must be someone from the Taishang Dao. Quick, continue playing. Don't stop. All the Guqin masters in the city, listen up. Everyone play the great vicious bird killing song with me. Quick, quick, quick. Yun Mo transmitted his voice through the sound amplification array. Previously, those who could immediately learn as Gu Hai played were all very good Guqin masters. However, many of the Guqin masters could not learn it after listening to it once. As more and more people played, more and more Guqin masters joined the ranks of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. However, the Guqin masters were too strong. Phoenixes were born again and again, but they were all torn to pieces by the birds in the blink of an eye. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It seemed that they could not resist anymore. Mr. Good, why don't you play it? You play it? Yun Mo said anxiously. Me play it? Gu Hai looked bitter. He did not have the Dao of Guqin at all and Gaochen was traveling. How could he play it? It would be useless even if he played it. Mr. Good, we can't hold on any longer. The birds are hurting the people over there. Yun Mo said anxiously. In a secluded corner of Silver Moon City. At this moment, a man in white was standing there. It was the heaven-level Guqin master from Silver Moon Sea not long ago, Qisha. Qisha rushed over. He reached out his hand and plucked at the void. It was as if the strings of a Guqin appeared out of thin air. Strong Guqin music instantly spread throughout the city. No one could even tell that it was Qisha who was playing the music. Elder Feng Tong? You are really trash. I originally hoped that you could destroy the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, you were actually defeated by Gu Hai. Gu Hai is so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he actually found a song to deal with it. He is indeed a Guqin master. It's a pity that the Guqin Dao doesn't need geniuses anymore. The Thousand Saints Assembly is just around the corner, and the ones who will win the Guqin Dao can only be us. Rather than dealing with you on that day, why don't we keep you here today and shift the blame to the Most High Path? Silver Moon Villa. As long as we destroy Silver Moon Villa, I can go to the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa. Qisha plucked the void and sneered. At Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, can you play the Guqin? Yunemo asked anxiously. It is useless. My Guqin level is not high enough. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. His Guqin level was not high enough? Yunemo was confused. However, it was fine as long as he could play. Mr. Good could create a song in an instant. With such a powerful Guqin master, why would he care about the Guqin? Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, huge ferocious birds tore apart all the phoenixes and charged towards the Silver Moon Mountain Villa with a loud rumble. With just a glance at the scene of 10,000 birds galloping, the Silver Moon Villa's disciples all revealed terrified expressions. A great fear rushed into their hearts. No! Countless disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. All the people in the city were in despair. Thousands of birds were running, and Mr. Good was still not willing to help. Was Silver Moon Villa finished? Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, a series of Guqin sounds rang in Silver Moon Villa. In an instant, it resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon City. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. It was still the same song, but it had an extremely strong aura. As soon as it started, a section of the phoenix spread its wings. Screech. A super phoenix's cry rang out. Suddenly, golden light shone in front of Gu Hai's group, instantly illuminating the entire Silver Moon City. Amidst the golden light, a super huge phoenix that was 100 times larger than the one before appeared. The huge phoenix flapped its wings. Hong. With unprecedented power, the birds that swooped down were all flapped into the sky by the phoenix's wings. In front of the super phoenix, they were unable to withstand a single blow. In the city at a corner, Qisha's expression changed. Who is it? In Silver Moon City, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa? You are courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. Qisha stood in the corner and squinted his eyes. You found me by following the Guqin sound? You even heard my voice? Who are you? Chapter 511. In Silver Moon City, a sneer was suddenly heard. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the mountain behind Silver Moon Villa? You're courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. 7 Kills stood in the corner and narrowed his eyes. You found me by following the sound of the Guqin? And you heard my voice? Who are you? In 7 Kills' heart, Silver Moon Villa was already at the end of its road. If the Emperor had not warned him not to provoke Silver Moon Villa, he would have barged in long ago. This time he had to hide in the dark because of Taishang. Silver Moon Villa had been suppressed by Elder Feng Tong. Now they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. What Guqin Holy Land? That was already in the past. 7 Kills was confident that he could destroy Silver Moon Villa and even the entire Silver Moon City. But now there was a Guqin expert? I don't care who you are. So what if you found me? Do you really think you can deal with me? 7 Kills' face darkened. In an instant, 7 Kills completely released his aura and played with all his might. Ding 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 ding. Screech. Screech. Under the intense Guqin music, birds flew out one by one and charged at the giant phoenix outside Silver Moon Villa again. In terms of Guqin, 7 Kills was never afraid of anyone. He played faster and faster, more and more intensely. The one who was fighting with 7 Kills was a man in a pink shirt in a restaurant outside Silver Moon Villa. The man had 6 fingers on his left hand, and strings of Guqin appeared behind him. It was him who played All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The Guqin was getting more and more intense. Ha, you're still not leaving? You're courting death. The man with 6 fingers sneered. As he played, Guqin music surged out, and the phoenix outside cried even more fiercely. The two experts were fighting. The Guqin masters in the city had stopped everything. They looked at the phoenix spreading its wings and suppressing the birds in the sky. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. Yun Mo also frowned slightly. Who's attacking? Bingheim was surprised. What a powerful Guqin. The sky above Silver Moon City has been completely covered by their Guqin concept. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Are they protecting the Silver Moon Villa? The people in the city were at a loss. Yun Mo frowned as if he was thinking. Villa Master Yun, do you know who he is? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I can't tell who attacked us, but the one who helped us. Yun Mo frowned. You can tell who it is? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. When the Manor Lord was alive, he used a Guqin to simulate a voice that sounded like him. He should be. Yun Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. The pink-clothed man found 7 kills, and 7 kills followed the sound of the zither to find the pink-clothed man. Although he could not see him, the sound of the zither allowed him to get a general idea of who he was. 7 kills slowly closed his eyes as he played the Guqin. All of a sudden, 7 kills opened his eyes and his eyes widened. 6 fingers? Zither demon, 6 fingers? 7 kills expression changed. Heaven grade zither, 6 fingers. Yun Mo explained to Gu Hai. Heaven grade zither? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he recalled. In the past, when he first came to Silver Moon City, he had heard that the Silver Moon Villa used to have 4 heaven grade zither. They were all forged by Mr. Silver Moon. They were the Ding Ding, the Army Destroyer, the North Star, and the 6 fingers. The Ding Ding was given to Daiqianxing and Pajuan was given to Liang of Gojoseon, but Gu Hai broke it in the end. Gaochen was now in Gu Hai's hands, and 6 fingers was given to someone else. Anyway, he gave it away a long time ago. 6 fingers? 7 kills expression changed and then his face turned ferocious. 6 fingers? Humph, you're just a defective heaven-grade zither with 6 fingers on your left hand. You want to stop me with an incomplete heaven-grade zither? As he spoke, 7 kills fingers moved again. Screech, screech, screech. Thousands of birds rushed over again as if they were going to tear the phoenix into pieces. In 7 kills' eyes, so what if the phoenix had 6 fingers? Heaven-grade zither were made with the human form as the foundation. How could a perfect person have 6 fingers? A defective zither wanted to fight with him? Defective zither? Ah. 6 fingers sneered and waved his left hand. Boom. The huge phoenix of the Silver Moon Villa suddenly turned into 10 phoenixes, and the 10 phoenixes suddenly soared into the sky. Screech. 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 The huge power of the phoenixes instantly stunned the birds that swooped down. The 10 phoenixes soared into the sky, and with a long screech, the birds instantly trembled. They were all playing the zither, but 6 fingers' vibrations were so blurry that the strings could not be seen clearly. As the phoenixes screeched, they suddenly commanded all the birds. 6 fingers sneered. Screech. The phoenixes screeched and flapped their wings, leading all the birds to a certain part of the city. That direction was where 7 kills was. What? 7 kills' expression changed. It was different from what he imagined. 6 fingers was actually not weaker than him? How could he control his birds? 7 kills immediately took a step and jumped out. Rumble. Immediately, a large number of birds exploded in that area. However, the phoenixes did not stop, and the birds immediately chased after 7 kills. Whoosh. 7 kills flew high in the sky at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. A large number of birds arrived in the blink of an eye, and 7 kills did not have time to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he was chased continuously. At the window of the restaurant, 6 fingers' eyes were cold as he stared at 7 kills, who was being chased in the distance. 7 kills? There are 16 heaven-grade zither in the world. I don't mind having one less. 6 fingers said coldly. His voice instantly spread out through the zither. Under the pursuit of the birds and phoenixes, 7 kills quickly flew out of the city. While escaping, 7 kills said with a ferocious expression, "You only took advantage of the song. If you come again, I will definitely take your life. Then don't leave. Let's try?" 6 fingers said coldly. 7 kills figure flashed and he flew out of the city. 7 kills was still unwilling to admit defeat, but he had to admit that 6 fingers was not weaker than him. If it were another time, 7 kills could fight with him. However, he could not do so now. The Emperor had given him a mission, and he could not let his personal matters go to waste. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Emperor. Whoosh. 7 kills disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 6 Fingers was exposed in front of everyone. Gu Hai and Yunemo looked at the restaurant not far away. Not far away, Elder Feng Tong, who had just climbed out of the pit, was shocked. It's not Master? 7 kills? Is he trying to frame me? While Elder Feng Tong was still in shock, 6 Fingered also looked over coldly. When 6 Fingers looked over, a cold murderous aura burst out of his eyes. Elder Feng Tong trembled. 6 Fingered Zither Demon? Elder Feng Tong? A disciple of Wansho Taoism? You've got guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in Silver Moon Villa? 6 Fingers said coldly. You didn't Silver Moon Villa give you away? Why did you help them? Just now you. Elder Feng Tong trembled. 6 Fingers narrowed his eyes. I was in the city just now. I wanted to see the character of the current Villa Master of Silver Moon Villa. When Master was here, even Taishang of Wansho Taoism had to worship Master. Now that Master is not here, how dare an ignorant junior like you act presumptuously? No one cares about Wansho Taoism anymore? I'll take care of you on behalf of Taishang. 6 Fingers said coldly. In the sky, Phoenix suddenly turned around and led thousands of ferocious birds to swoop down. No! Elder Feng Tong screamed. He was about to be baptized by thousands of ferocious birds again. Mr. 6 Fingers, have mercy. Suddenly, on a mountain outside the city, a man in a white Taoist robe shouted. His shout formed a sound wave that rushed into the city. The sound wave entered the city and turned into a long river, blocking Phoenix's path. Screech! Phoenix led thousands of ferocious birds to stop instantly. Some of the birds that didn't stop in time fell into the river and melted instantly. This is... Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Eloquent? This person is a master of the zither and calligraphy. Moreover, he is extremely strong. Bingheim said with a solemn expression. Master, save me, Master. Elder Feng Tong cried out in ecstasy. Bastard, watch how I'll deal with you later. The man in the white Taoist robe said coldly. Elder Feng Tong's face stiffened. 6 Fingers turned his head and looked at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes cold. Oh? Xuanan from Taishang's faction? Taishang's faction? Bingheim's expression changed. Xian? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Xian is the highest generation in Taishang's faction. Taishang's faction's tycoon is a Xian. Bingheim explained. Xuanan bowed slightly and said, My disciple is mischievous and has caused trouble for Silver Moon Villa. I will take him back and discipline him. I apologize to you all. Mr. 6 Fingers, how have you been since we parted? Sorry for causing trouble for you this time. 6 Fingers looked coldly at Xuanan. Mischievous and mischievous? Is this just mischievous and mischievous? In the past, one of the Taishang bloodline also suffered greatly at the hands of Villa Master Yun. This time let's call it even, okay? Moreover, Mr. 6 Fingers was in the city. If you had acted earlier, you wouldn't have caused any damage, right? Tycoon is already in Deqian. I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding. Xuanan said lightly. 6 Fingers snorted coldly. Bastard, come with me. Xuanan said coldly. Yes. Elder Feng Tong replied immediately. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. All the zither masters and corpses from Taishang's faction were brought onto the flying boat and flew towards Xuanan. Goodbye, Mr. 6 Fingers. Xuanan smiled faintly. As he smiled, Xuanan glanced at Gu Hai. That glance was quite complicated. He seemed to have something to say, but he stopped himself. He smiled coldly and left with everyone. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xuanan in the distance. How is Xuanan's strength? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. I'm not sure. However, in Wansho Taoism, Taishang's faction, Shen cultivators are at least in the Middle Celestial Palace and at least in the Middle Celestial Palace. Bingheim shook her head. Xuanan? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Did 6 Fingers give up on dealing with Elder Feng Tong because of him? Did that mean 6 Fingers was also afraid of this person? In the distance, 6 Fingers waved his sleeve. Bang! The sky full of phoenixes, ferocious birds, and dark clouds exploded. 6 Fingers stepped forward and instantly flew in front of Gu Hai and Yunemo. Chapter 512. Lu Ji stepped forward and appeared in front of Gu Hai and Yunemo in an instant. Mr. Lu Ji? Yunemo smiled gratefully. Lu Ji ignored Yunemo and looked at Gu Hai. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix, not bad. Thank you. If it weren't for me, Mr. Lu Ji would have taken action already, right? Gu Hai smiled. I won't take action. Lu Ji said calmly. Gu Hai was surprised. Lu Ji looked at Yun Mo. Were you going to commit suicide? Yun Mo's face froze. Pedantic. Lu Ji shouted. But at that time, I couldn't fight against the Taishang Dao Guqin band. Yun Mo said bitterly. What does the life and death of the whole city have to do with you? You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. It's enough that you are alive. Commit suicide? How could Mr. Silver Moon have such a pedantic descendant? Lu Ji said coldly. After Lu Ji said that, Yun Mo's grateful expression disappeared. The previous villa master taught me that Silver Moon City is my home, and the people are my family. There is no such thing as who deserves to die and who doesn't. They died because of me, so why can't I save them? Yun Mo said angrily. The previous villa master? He is a pedantic thing. He taught you something even more pedantic. He has the talent for Guqin, but you don't even have the talent for Guqin. You can't handle Elder Feng Tong? Ignorant. Lu Ji said coldly. I can't agree with your philosophy, but no matter what, I have to thank you today. You saved us and the whole of Silver Moon City. Yun Mo said solemnly. I just wanted to save you. You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. Alright, let's cut the crap. No one lives in Yangxin Palace, right? I will live in Yangxin Palace from now on. Lu Ji said. Yangxin Palace? You live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Yun Mo raised his eyebrows. All the zither masters in the world have come to Deqian. Silver Moon Villa will definitely be a place of many things. Mr. died early, and although he is buried, no one can disturb his peace. I'm counting on you. If I didn't come back just now, someone would have gone to dig up Mr.'s body. Lu Ji said coldly. Yun Mo's face stiffened, but he couldn't refute. If you live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa, where is your master? Will he agree? Yun Mo asked worriedly. My master? Don't you know that they call me Zither Demon? Lu Ji sneered. Yun Mo didn't understand. My master? I was the one who killed him. Six Fingers said calmly. The disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were shocked. Kill master? Regain freedom? Wasn't this Six Fingers a little too demonic? Lu Ji ignored the crowd and flew toward the back of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he entered the heart-nurturing palace. Gu Hai was silent for a while and looked at Yun Mo. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. The old villa master told me that one day, when Six Fingers returns, he will settle down. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Since the old villa master said so, Gu Hai had no reason to interfere with the matters of the Silver Moon Villa. However, for the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa, it was very encouraging. At least, with Six Fingers in charge, no one would dare to provoke the Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, you said that you have something to tell me? Please come in. Yun Mo greeted. Gu Hai nodded. Someone would clean up the mess in the villa. Gu Hai and the others followed Yun Mo into a hall. Someone served them tea and they sat down. Can you use the sound barrier? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yun Mo's expression changed and he nodded. He waved his hand and a light barrier enveloped the hall. Mr. Good, are you looking for Shangguan Hen? Yun Mo seemed to have guessed what was going on. Gu Hai nodded. I heard Mu Qinfeng mention that Qing Emperor is here as well? He's in the Silver Moon Ocean. Before I came, I noticed that the Silver Moon Ocean was shrouded in fog. I wonder what happened during this time. Qing Emperor? Qing Emperor has left. Yun Mo shook his head. Oh. Yun Mo was silent for a while and finally smiled bitterly. Fine, I won't hide this from Mr. Good. The Silver Moon Ocean is my villa's property, and it's in a Super Guqin formation. As long as I'm willing to listen carefully, I can hear the sounds in the formation clearly. What did you hear? Qing Emperor has gone north to Heavenly Court City. He left behind a small group of subordinates to set up a formation in the Silver Moon Ocean to guard Shangguan Hen and the other Xuanwu. Yun Mo said solemnly. Guard Shangguan Hen? What? Why didn't Qing Emperor do it himself? I heard that Shangguan Hen has the evil consciousness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme Being in his body. Is that right? I heard that the evil part is sealed in a snake's head. Maybe. Yun Mo recalled. Snake's head? Gu Hai suddenly remembered. In the past, there was indeed a snake's head in the Silver Moon Ocean. It was used by Luyang of Gojoseon to unlock the millions of Guqin figurines. Shangguan Hen swallowed the snake's head, and his cultivation increased so much that he went straight to the Yuanying state? The previous Xuanwu Supreme Being was punished by the heavens and was torn into pieces. Before he died, Xuanwu Supreme Being knew that he was going to die, so he sealed his life's power in a Xuanwu pearl and threw it out, waiting for the destined Xuanwu to get it and revitalize the Xuanwu clan. At the moment of his death, the sealed evil consciousness lived in the snake's head and fell into the Silver Moon Ocean with the pearl in its mouth. Unfortunately, the evil consciousness didn't have the ability to refine the Xuanwu pearl, so it fell into a deep sleep. It was only when it was nourished by some power in Shangguanhen's body that it woke up. Yunemo recalled. The power in Shangguanhen's body? That was the power of the god Xuanwu. Gu Hai frowned and said, Xuanwu pearl is in the Silver Moon Ocean. Shangguanhen's trip this time was to find the Xuanwu pearl? Wasn't the Qing emperor tempted? Yunemo shook his head and said, of course he was tempted. However, the Xuanwu pearl is exclusive. Only the Xuanwu clan can touch it, and it even wrapped Shangguanhen inside. The Qing emperor couldn't do anything about it at the moment. What does the Qing emperor want to do? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. He wants to recruit the Xuanwu Supreme Being. Yunemo recalled. Recruit? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, Shangguanhen's consciousness clashed with the evil Xuanwu Supreme Being's consciousness at that time. He didn't give the Qing emperor a definite answer at all. It seemed that something important had happened in the heavenly courts, and the Qing emperor had no choice but to go. Therefore, the Qing emperor left a group of people behind and set up a great formation. Yunemo recalled. Set up a great formation? Yes, set up a great formation to imprison Shangguanhen. When the Qing emperor returns from the Thousand Sage Conference, he will slowly subdue him. Yunemo explained. Hey, imprison Shangguanhen? Subdue him after he returns? What a boastful tone. He's so confident that he can definitely imprison Shangguanhen. Gu Hai said in a low voice. After the Qing emperor left, the great formation was activated. I couldn't hear anything from inside anymore. Yunemo said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai was confused. The person who set up the formation is called Miyata. She's the #1 formation master under the Qing emperor. Her formation has already become a world. Even though Shangguanhen has obtained the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan, it will still take a long time for him to inherit it, so. Yunemo explained. Miyata? Have you seen her before? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Look at this. Yunemo stretched out his hand and condensed his dermic powers. Instantly, the appearance of a man in purple appeared. It's him? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Mr. Good? You know her? Yunemo asked in confusion. Haha, I know her. Gu Hai laughed. Although his expression didn't show any abnormality, Gu Hai felt a surge of hatred in the depths of his heart. When the Qing emperor led a group of people to kill Qin Xian, this person was there. Miyata. Mr. Good, I've said what I need to say. I don't know anything else. Yunemo shook his head. That's enough. That's enough. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, that Qi Sha is also one of the Qing emperor's people. Bingheim explained. His expression darkened. He should be one of the Qing emperor's trusted subordinates. I used to be in the Solar God Shrine, so I only found out by chance. Bingheim explained. I understand. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Your Majesty, you want to deal with Miyata? What do we need to do? Mo Yike asked with a frown. You don't need to do it. Mr. Mo Bingheim, you don't need to stay here either. Take the invitation to the Thousand Saints Conference and bring a group of accompanying officials and head to Heavenly Courts immediately. I need you to spread the name of the Han Dynasty. Let everyone know that the Han Dynasty is here to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Then what about you, Your Majesty? Bingheim asked worriedly. Do as I say. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Your Majesty, that Miyata is also a powerful person from the Heavenly Courts. Why don't you let Qin Zibai stay behind to help you? Mr. Mo, what do you think? Bingheim asked worriedly. Before Mo Yike could speak, Gu Hai shook his head and said, No need. You all go first. Qin Zibai will stay close to Mo Yike and protect him. Don't make any mistakes. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Bingheim was still worried about Gu Hai, but Gu Hai shook his head and told them to do as he said. After leaving the main hall, Gu Hai sent off Mo Yike, Bingheim, and the others, and turned to look in the direction of the Silver Moon Sea. Mr. Good, why did you let them go first? Yunemo asked in confusion. Mr. Mo and the others are the most precious people in the Dahan. 7 kills hearing is amazing, so we can't let anything happen to him here. Moreover, the Han dynasty must make a name for itself in this Thousand Saints conference. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yun Mo frowned, showing that he didn't quite understand. Right, thank you for your help this time, Mr. Good. Yun Mo has a gift for Mr. Good. Consider it my thanks to Mr. Good. Yun Mo said with a smile. Mr. Good, this way please. Yun Mo invited. Gu Hai looked confused. He followed Yun Mo into the villa and slowly entered a basement. There were a lot of soundproof arrays around it. Soon they reached the bottom of the basement, which was an empty space. At that moment, there were 100 bronze statues standing in the empty space. Qin figurines? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. When he got closer and saw the faces of the bronze statues, Gu Hai's expression changed. Sky-class Qin figurines, Pajuan? Pajuan is already dead, Yun Mo said with a smile. These are the Qin figurines that Mr. Good gave me. I built them according to the structure. They're far inferior to Sky-class Qin figurines, but they're not inferior to ordinary Qin figurines. Chapter 513. Pajuan is already dead. This is the Guqin figurine that Mr. Good gave me. I built it according to its structure. It's not as good as a heaven-class Guqin, but it's just as good as a regular one, Yun Mo said. What's the use of these Pajuan figurines? Gu Hai asked. You can think of them as the auxiliary Guqin of a heaven-class Guqin. They don't have a soul in them, so they need Gaochen to play the little genie and pour it into their bodies. That way they will go wherever Gaochen wants them to go. Then, they can play whatever Gaochen wants them to play from a long distance away. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh? You can control them to play Gaochen's songs from a long distance away? You can use resonance? Gu Hai was shocked. Resonance? You can say that as long as you control Pajuan, you can transmit telepathy from millions of miles away. That way, Gaochen will be like having 100 clones. It's even more powerful against enemies. Yun Mo explained with a smile. If the Gaochen plays the little spirit and controls the Guqin figurine, and the Guqin figurine leaves the Gaochen's body, the Gaochen will be able to make defeating armies hear his voice through the resonance of the Guqin. Then, when Pajuan needs something, can he transmit it back through resonance? Or Pajuan and Pajuan can transmit messages to each other? Gu Hai stared at Yun Mo. Yes. Yun Mo smiled. Then, is there a distance limit? Gu Hai stared at Yun Mo. Millions of miles away. That's the distance between two cities. Any further and it might be useless. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the army-shattering Guqin figurine. Villa Master Yun, how did you think of making this Guqin figurine? Mr. Silvermoon's legacy? That's not it. I was just blindly thinking about it. It has nothing to do with the ancestor. It's just that today's disaster is completely useless. It seems that I was just blindly messing around. Compared to ancestor, I'm far inferior. Yun Mo said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai took a deep breath. No, Mr. Yun Mo, perhaps you have already surpassed Mr. Silvermoon, at least in terms of creation. Huh? Yun Mo looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ha, you only thought of using it for battle, but have you ever thought of using it for communication? This is an epic-making creation, a creation that transcends time and surpasses everything. This is the rhythm of the internet. Gu Hai suddenly laughed. What internet? Yun Mo was confused. No, it's different from the internet. It can only transmit information through resonance. The internet? I've thought of researching it, but unfortunately it won't work. The coverage is too small and it requires signal transmission. It also requires a signal station that can be destroyed at any time. It takes a very long time and the signal may be cut off midway. This resonance of yours is a super wireless transmission. Haha, Villa Leader Yun, please accept Gu Hai's bow. Gu Hai suddenly bowed. Mr. Good, what are you doing? You don't have to do this. What are you doing? Yun Mo was flustered. Villa Leader Yun, is this Pajuan's creation difficult? Gu Hai looked at Yun Mo. It's very expensive. One Pajuan needs 1 million upper-grade spirit stones to buy materials, Pajuan said with a frown. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones? Then Dahan will officially place an order with you. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Pajuan was slightly stunned. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. Will Silver Moon Villa accept this order? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, are you serious? Yunemo was confused. From Yunmo's point of view, this Pajuan was extremely difficult to use. First of all, there must be a musician who could play the little elf. Second, this Pajuan had no thoughts and was extremely dull. What was the use of it? It was powerful, but there were many flaws. I'm serious. Gu Hai said with an extremely serious expression. Okay, but how many do you need? Yunemo asked strangely. As many as you have. Gu Hai said with absolute certainty. Okay. Yunemo smiled bitterly. This time, to make these 100 Pajuan, they had used up more than half of Silver Moon Villa's stock of raw materials. They were worried about running out of money, and now Gu Hai was giving them money? Only one thing. I hope Villa Master Yun can keep this a secret. This Pajuan can only be sold to Dahan. You can't reveal anything. Gu Hai said with an extremely solemnly tone. That's not a problem. Mr. Good has helped me a few times and I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, you gave me such a huge profit. Yunemo smiled bitterly. No, this Pajuan is too important to me. Gu Hai exclaimed. Was it important? It was too important. Yunemo might not understand the importance of information, but Gu Hai had fought countless battles and knew all too well. With this item, Dahan would enter the age of information in the future. Gu Hai put away all the Pajuan and emphasized again, Villa Master Yunemo Pajuan, don't show up. Don't show up at any time. Mr. Good, I gave you these 100 Pajuan so that you can shine at the Thousand Saints Conference. You can form a super band at that time. With Mr. Good's musical skills, he might not be able to defeat all the other musicians, but he will definitely be at the forefront. This is a great weapon for the Thousand Saints Conference. Yunemo said blankly. Ha, use it at the Thousand Saints Conference? I can't bear to do that. Even if I can defeat all the other heroes in the end and become the champion, I think it's a waste to expose Pajuan. This item is only suitable to be used in the dark. At least, I need it in the dark for a short period of time. Please, Villa Master Yun. Solemnly Gu Hai bowed to Yunemo again. Solemnly Gu Hai said so. Yunemo gradually understood the importance of Pajuan. Solemnly nodded in the end. The two slowly stepped out of the basement. Once they were out of the basement, they didn't mention a word about what they had just said. Villa Master Mayor Sima wants to see you. He says he wants to thank Mr. Good for saving the people. A disciple of the Silver Moon Villa said respectfully. Oh, lead the way. Yunemo nodded. Gu Hai looked around the Silver Moon Villa. The entire Silver Moon Villa has set up a sound barrier? Gu Hai looked at the faint barrier around them. That's right. Mr. Good, you can say whatever you want. The outside world definitely can't hear you. Only the people inside can hear you. Yunemo said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded and the two quickly walked to a square. Mayor Sima was waiting with a group of officials. Greetings, Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun. Mayor Sima immediately greeted them and bowed respectfully with a smile. Greetings, Mayor Sima. Gu Hai and Yunemo bowed slightly. Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun, you're too polite. Thank you so much for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you, the people of Silver Moon City would have been in trouble. Mayor Sima sighed. That's what I should do. Gu Hai smiled faintly. The mayor's mansion has prepared some wine and specially invited Mr. Good to a banquet to thank Mr. Good for saving the people earlier. To celebrate the defeat of the enemy. Mayor Sima invited. That group of people is still near Silver Moon City. There's no need to celebrate for now. Gu Hai shook his head. What? Still near Silver Moon City? Mayor Sima's expression changed. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to look for you. I hope you can cooperate with me and take down all the Guqing masters who are hiding near Silver Moon City. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. Yunemo was slightly stunned. Gu Hai wanted to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean, 7 kills, Array Master Miyata, and the others? However, Gu Hai didn't seem to have anyone around him. How could he deal with them? Rely on the mayor's mansion? Forget it. They couldn't even deal with 7 kills. Miyata was an expert above the Middle Celestial Palace even without using arrays. How could they deal with her? Yunemo didn't understand what Gu Hai was going to do. However, Gu Hai didn't hesitate at all. He had to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean immediately. This time, thousands of people in Silver Moon City were killed and injured. The hatred of killing our people is irreconcilable. Mr. Good, just give the order. Silver Moon City soldiers will cooperate fully. We won't rest until we die. Sima City Master said solemnly. Thank you, City Master. However, don't worry too much. It won't be difficult to deal with them. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. At the same time, in the mental cultivation palace of Silver Moon Villa, Lu Ji didn't hear the conversation between Gu Hai and Yun Mo in the basement. After all, there was a sound barrier there. However, he heard the conversation between Gu Hai and the city master. This Gu Hai is overestimating himself. A small Yuanying state wants to deal with people from Kaitian Palace? Lu Ji showed a trace of disdain, but he didn't care. What Lu Ji didn't know was that a large number of people from Kaitian Palace had fallen under Gu Hai's hands. Silver Moon Ocean was covered in thick fog and nothing could be seen clearly. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed past. It was 7 kills who had returned and entered the array. Boom! The array suddenly surged as if it was defending against an enemy. It's Lord 7 kills. You don't have to do anything. A clear voice sounded. Instantly the array returned to normal. 7 kills entered the depths and flew to the entrance of a hall on an island. Bang! After 7 kills landed, a group of people surrounded him. The leader was a man in a purple robe. It was the appearance that Yun Mo had shown to Gu Hai not long ago. He was the number 1 array master under the Qing Emperor, Miyata. Lord 7 kills. Before the Emperor left, he told us not to leave Silver Moon Ocean. Were you going to Silver Moon City just now? Miyata frowned. 7 kills looked coldly at Miyata. I don't need you to care about my matters. I will explain to the Emperor. I can't care about you, but you better not bring trouble to us. Miyata snorted. You better mind your own business. Where's Shangguan Hen? Is he willing to talk? 7 kills said in a low voice. Miyata frowned slightly and finally shook his head. The previous Supreme Xuanwu was willing to talk to us, but the consciousness of the other Shangguan Hen was unwilling. Just now, we interrogated Xuanwu and found out the crux of Shangguan Hen's illness. Oh. 7 kills was puzzled. Shangguan Hen is unwilling to submit to the Emperor because he has allied with a dynasty called Dahan. Miyata said in a low voice. Han Dynasty? How can a small dynasty block the Emperor's path? Just destroy it? 7 kills said coldly. Miyata nodded, obviously agreeing with him. Where is the Han Dynasty? 7 kills asked in a low voice. According to Xuanwu, the Han Dynasty is at the border of the Deqian Dynasty. The leader of the Dahan is called Gu Hai. Miyata recalled. Gu Hai. 7 kills' eyes widened in shock. Wasn't Gu Hai the one who created all birds worship the phoenix in the city? Chapter 5:14. Silver Moon Sea. Thick fog pervaded the area. A monstrous formation enveloped the entire sea. In the center of the sea was a sea area. The sea water split in all directions. In the center of the sea, a golden egg with a diameter of 1,000 feet floated. The golden egg was semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see Shangguan Hen sitting cross-legged in it. Shangguan Hen's face was completely distorted. Half of it was ferocious and the other half was serene. Behind Shangguan Hen, there seemed to be 2 giant shadows. One was a black tortoise and the other was a black serpent. The black tortoise and the black serpent were swallowing the energy in the golden egg. At the same time, they were staring at each other coldly. Shangguan Hen, you're going back on your word. You said you gave me your body and you still want to take it back? A sinister voice roared from the half of Shangguan Hen's ferocious body. Feng Yu, you're the previous Supreme Xuanwu and you want to take my body. Don't you think you've gone too far? You're right. I lent you my body but you couldn't keep it. Who can you blame? Shangguan Hen's serene half said coldly. I couldn't keep it? If it weren't for your weak body, I wouldn't have exhausted all my energy to deal with that stinky bat for you. Feng Yu said coldly. What's mine is mine. I only lent it to you. Supreme Feng Yu died back then. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Don't be ungrateful. Shangguan Hen said coldly. Hey, if it weren't for me, how could you find the Xuanwu Pearl with that memory? Fine. I won't waste time with you. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. Feng Yu said coldly. Shangguan Hen sat cross-legged, resisting the Supreme Feng Yu's consciousness in his body. However, while his consciousness was resisting, his body was frantically absorbing the power of the golden egg. The 1,000 feet golden egg was the Xuanwu Pearl. At this moment, the 2 of them were wrapped in rolling energy. In the outside world, some of the Xuanwu had anxious looks on their faces. The appearance of these two people was enough to make the Xuanwu happy. After all, the appearance of the god Xuanwu and the supreme martial artist meant that the Xuanwu clan would rise again. However, two supreme martial artists had suddenly appeared. What was he going to do? Who should we listen to? While the Xuanwu were worried about Shangguanhen, who was inside the Xuanwu Pearl, they were also on guard against the experts who had suddenly appeared from the surrounding islands. It was this group of people who had trapped them here. They're here again. They're here again. The group of Xuanwu shouted angrily. This was a strange formation. Under this formation, it was very difficult for the Xuanwu to attack because once they deviated from this place, they would be lost in the formation. That was how a few of his fellow clansmen had gone missing. Miyata and 7 Kills had once again arrived near the Xuanwu clan. Stop right there. The group of Xuanwu glared and shouted angrily. Miyata revealed a cold smile. This is my world. No one is qualified to make me stop. As she spoke, she waved her sleeve. Boom. The surging fog immediately enveloped the group of black tortoises, instantly pushing them far away. The black tortoises, who already had the strength to create heavenly palaces, were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the formation. In the Xuanwu Pearl, Shangguanhen suddenly opened his eyes and stared coldly at the people in front of him. Supreme Fengyu Shangguanhen. Have the two of you thought about what we said earlier? Miyata sneered. Submit to the Qing Emperor? When I was still alive did the Qing Emperor dare to speak to me like this? Fengyu said coldly. Miyata smiled. That was then and this is now. In the past, the Emperor's reputation was not well known. Now you have fallen into the mortal world, haven't you? Following the Qing Emperor will not disgrace you. It is better than following that dynasty, right? Shangguanhen narrowed his eyes. Oh, you know the dynasty I am allied with? The Han dynasty, right? Without the Emperor's help, 7 Kills or I can destroy it. Do you believe it? Shangguanhen, the Han dynasty is not suitable for you. Following the Emperor is your best choice. Miyata advised. You or 7 Kills. You can destroy the Han dynasty? Shangguanhen said with a disdainful smile. We are speaking nicely to you because the Emperor is doing us a favor. Otherwise, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. I think many supreme martial artists want God Xuanwu. The Emperor doesn't want to force you, so don't be ungrateful. 7 Kills said with a glare. The Emperor said that if you are willing to follow him, the Emperor will allow Xuanwu to be the first allied beast. In the future, when the country is established, the Xuanwu clan will be the Emperor's national beast. Miyata said again. Fengyu smiled evilly. It is not that we can't negotiate, but is this the posture of a negotiation? How can we negotiate if you imprison us? You should remove the formation first. Shangguanhen said calmly, Supreme Fengyu, you don't have to play any tricks with them. My attitude is that it is impossible. Soon the Emperor will come to save me. What are you worried about? Gu Hai will come to save you? That Yuaning state? You still expect him to come to save you? 7 Kills sneered. Shangguanhen looked at 7 Kills with narrowed eyes. I've seen Gu Hai. He is in Silver Moon City now. His Guqin skills are not bad. Unfortunately, he is from the Yuaning state. I will kill him now and end your hope. What do you think? 7 Kills sneered. Shangguanhen's eyes brightened. The Emperor is in Silver Moon City? That's good. That's good. Shangguanhen looked as if he was saved, which made 7 Kills and Miyata depressed. Are you crazy? Do you really expect someone from the Yuaning state to save you? 7 Kills sneered. You said that the Emperor's Guqin skills are not bad? To be able to get a heaven-class Guqin to say that, you must have fought with the Emperor and lost terribly, right? Shangguanhen laughed happily. 7 Kills' face turned cold. Kill the Emperor? Go ahead. Don't overestimate yourself. Shangguanhen sneered. Miyata and 7 Kills looked at each other in confusion. What was Shangguanhen so confident about? He was from the Yuaning state. He was making it seem as if they were looking for death by going to him. Gu Hai was only from the Yuaning state. What you said is good. Good. 7 Kills said coldly. As soon as 7 Kills finished speaking, a subordinate in green flew over. Master 7 Kills, Master Miyata, the army of Silver Moon City has arrived at Silver Moon Ocean. They are clamoring to avenge the people in the city. They want us to hand over 7 Kills' head to pay tribute to the people in the city. The subordinate in green shouted. What? 7 kills and Miyata were puzzled. The governor of Silver Moon City? Is he crazy? 7 kills stared. How brave was the governor? If it wasn't for Lu Ji, he would have destroyed the entire Silver Moon City. Would the governor of Silver Moon City still dare to bring an army here? Miyata waved her sleeves. Boom. Immediately, the surrounding clouds and mist condensed, instantly revealing the scene of the outside world. Sure enough, outside the Silver Moon Ocean, there were 10 huge flying boats. On the flying boats stood soldiers in armor. Each of them looked at the Silver Moon Ocean with ferocious expressions. On the leading flying boat stood City Lord Sima. Beside City Governor Sima stood a man in a black brocade robe. Guhai. 7 kills' eyes suddenly widened. In the Xuanwu Pearl, Shengguanhen saw Guhai in the distance and his eyes lit up. Ah! Shengguanhen laughed and closed his eyes. Shengguanhen closed his eyes. However, the expression on the other half of his face suddenly changed. Shengguanhen, are you that confident? Supreme Being Fengyu said coldly. Supreme Being Fengyu, you can read my mind? Shengguanhen raised his eyebrows. Although I can't read your mind, I can feel your emotions. Do you think Guhai can get rid of me? Supreme Being Fengyu said coldly. I didn't say anything. You think too much. Just absorb the power of the Xuanwu Pearl. Whoever gets the body will have to rely on their own abilities. Shengguanhen said coldly. If you can't fool me. I don't know why you are so confident in Guhai. But I am not afraid of anyone, Supreme Being Fengyu said coldly. As he spoke, Shengguanhen's body emitted red light. What are you doing? Shengguanhen said angrily with a glare. I can't do anything to you now, but I know Guhai's life. To prevent any accidents, I have to be on guard. Once Guhai gets rid of the ants outside, he won't be able to target me. Supreme Being Fengyu said coldly. As he spoke, the red light on Shengguanhen's body became more and more intense, as if it was burning. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Xuanwu Great Splitting Technique? You bastard. You want to split my physical body? Shengguanhen suddenly exclaimed. Guhai is here and these ants will be finished soon. I am just in case, Supreme Being Fengyu said coldly. Stop, bastard, stop. Shengguanhen shouted. Shengguanhen and Fengyu's conversation was transmitted to the outside world. Miyata and Qi Sha both had gloomy expressions on their faces. Without 6 fingers, they're just a bunch of overconfident idiots and you think we are inferior to them? 7 kills said angrily. A bunch of people and the strongest is only from the Yuanying state? As Supreme Xuanwu, you underestimate us too much, don't you think? Miyata also said angrily. Shengguanhen and Fengyu ignored her. It was as if they were fighting for something in their bodies. The red light around them became brighter and brighter, and their bodies seemed to be melting. 7 kills and Miyata snorted coldly. The two of them stared at the outside world. Were they so weak in the eyes of Supreme Xuanwu? A bunch of overconfident idiots. 7 kills looked at the flying ship outside coldly. Outside the Silver Moon Sea on the flying ship. City Lord Sima looked at Guhai. Mr. Good, is it okay for us to come here like this? This is a monstrous formation. Guhai stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the monstrous formation in the distance. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I will deal with it. You guys can just cheer for me. Cheer? City Lord Sima was puzzled. Beat the war drums. Guhai said with a serious expression. City Lord Sima didn't understand, but he still nodded. He waved his hand and the drummers on the flying ship started beating. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the war drums spread to the Silver Moon Sea in the distance. Chapter 5:15. Thump 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 thump. The sound of war drums resounded outside the Silver Moon Sea. A murderous aura rushed into the fog-filled Silver Moon Sea. City Lord Sima was slightly worried. He looked at Guhai. Guhai's expression was still cold as he looked at the group of men in green in front of the fog. What? You're the master of the formation. You still don't dare to come out? Guhai said coldly. Outside the formation, the group of men in green said coldly, Bastard, do you think you can meet our master just because you want to? Ha, you killed the Chen citizens on the Chen territory. Even if the Qing Emperor comes, he won't be able to protect you. Guhai said coldly. If you have the guts, come and try. The leader of the men in green said coldly. Break into the formation? Guhai didn't plan to do that. continue to beat the drums. I don't believe that they are willing to be cowards, Gu Hai said coldly. Thump thump thump. The soldiers of Silver Moon City continued to beat their drums. At this moment the soldiers were uncertain. After all, 7 kills had caused too much destruction in Silver Moon City. If there was only one city lord here, most of the soldiers would have run away. However, Gu Hai was different. With Gu Hai standing at the front, the soldiers felt that they weren't afraid of anything. You think you can find trouble with our master? Revenge for the Dechen citizens? What a joke, I've killed more than 100 people. You want to find me? All of us here have killed the Han citizens. What can you do? A man in green glared and rushed over. The man in green held a bronze hammer in his hand. He arrived in front of Gu Hai in an instant and smashed the hammer down on the flying boat. With the strength of the Yuanying State's peak, the hammer smashed down, creating a strong gust of wind. City Lord Sima's expression changed. At that moment, Gu Hai moved, but all he saw was Gu Hai reaching for the life-ending saber on his back. Zhoutian-san. Gu Hai snorted. Buzz. Suddenly, a purple light illuminated the world. Inside the formation, Chi-Sha and Miyata suddenly widened their eyes. Blade domain? How is that possible? Miyata was shocked. Oh no. 7 kills face darkened. Boom. The purple light in the outside world suddenly disappeared, and the life-extinguishing saber returned to its original position. The explosion just now was caused by the man with the bronze hammer exploding with a loud bang, filling the air with a bloody mist. Brr. The soldiers behind Gu Hai roared excitedly. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai showed no mercy to this group of Qing Emperor's subordinates. He killed the peak Yuanying State's peak expert with one strike. It was a clean cut, and the other Yuanying State soldiers who were charging forward were immediately stunned. The expressions of the group of men in green changed drastically. There was even a Celestial Palace expert among them, but he had no intention of stepping forward. Have you notified the Lord? The man in green from Celestial Palace glared. Yes, we have. Someone beside him immediately replied. Gu Hai looked across coldly. Seeing that the group of men in green had been stunned, he took a deep breath and said, Mu Chenfeng. Hall Master? Mu Chenfeng walked closer. I told you before. Now they won't dare to make things difficult for you. Go and deliver the letter of challenge to them. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Letter of challenge? Is that necessary? City Lord Sima asked blankly. You have already started killing, and now you want to deliver the letter of challenge? The one I just killed was a fool. Dechen has Dechen rules. After all, they represent Qing Emperor. We can't ignore the rules. Gu Hai said coldly. All right. City Lord Sima was confused. Why was Mr. Good so inflexible? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a scroll. The scroll was already rolled up, and the words letter of challenge were written on it. Mu Chenfeng grabbed the war letter scroll and slowly flew into the fog in the distance. In the fog, the group of men in green looked ferocious. However, when they saw Gu Hai staring at them coldly, they didn't charge forward. Humph, when the Lord comes out, none of you can escape, the group of men in green said ferociously. Gu Hai stared at them with a gloomy expression. Mu Chenfeng flew closer to the fog with a hint of worry. At this moment, Miyata and Chi-Sha also flew to the edge of the array angrily. Whoosh! Some of the fog in the array suddenly dispersed, revealing Miyata, Chi-Sha, and the others. Their expressions were ferocious as they stared at the flying ship in the distance. When Mu Chenfeng saw the fog disperse slightly, she immediately shouted, Listen up, traitors. Elite Hall's Hall Master Gu Hai represents the citizens of Silver Moon City to officially issue you a letter of challenge. Take it. Chi-Sha snorted and waved his hand. An energy palm suddenly appeared in the air and slammed toward Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. She tossed the letter of challenge and immediately retreated. Boom. Even so, Mu Chenfeng was still hit by the energy waves from the energy palm. She flew backward and looked extremely pathetic in midair. You can't even withstand a single blow. Chi-Sha sneered. Smack. Miyata extended her hand and caught the letter of challenge. She held the letter of challenge and looked coldly at the group of people in front of her. Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng flew over in pain. Division Leader Mu, you've worked hard. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. It's nothing, hee. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. That's the power of Chi-Sha's palm strike? He's from Kai Tian Palace? City Lord Sima asked worriedly with a frown. That's right. Kai Tian Palace is the one who accepted the letter of challenge, Gu Hai said calmly. Ah. City Lord Sima looked worried. In the distance, Miyata took the letter of challenge and looked at Guhai and the others with a gloomy expression. You're Guhai? Do you have the guts to come to my array? Miyata said coldly. The letter of challenge states clearly. Don't you know how to read it? Guhai shouted coldly. Letter of challenge? We're already face to face and you're giving us a letter of challenge? Chisha and Miyata narrowed their eyes as they looked at the other side. They were confused. However, since the letter of challenge was delivered, why not take a look? Miyata slowly opened the letter of challenge. Miyata frowned and looked at the letter of challenge. Huh? Did you get it wrong? Miyata felt slightly stunned. What's wrong? Chisha also looked over in confusion. However, he saw that there were no words on the letter of challenge, only a strange egg-shaped picture. An egg? Ha ha ha. Are you crazy? Why did you give me a picture? Miyata guffawed. Ah, did you get it wrong? City Lord Sima immediately looked worriedly at Guhai. Mu Qinfeng asked in confusion, Hallmaster, did you get it wrong? However, Guhai smiled coldly and said, Ignorant. You can't even understand my letter of challenge. What a joke. Guhai sneered confidently. Miyata and 7 kills who were in the distance could not help but take another look. However, there really was only one egg on the challenge letter. Humph? Acting all mysterious and overestimating yourself. Breaking the letter of challenge? What's the use of that? Miyata shouted coldly and tossed the letter of challenge to her subordinates. The subordinates immediately grabbed it and looked at it. Is it really just an egg? The color of the egg seems to be fading. Let me see. It's really fading. This is a letter of challenge? Earlier when we interrogated that black tortoise, he bragged about Guhai to the skies. How could he make a mistake in sending a challenge letter? Seeing is better than hearing about him. The subordinates looked disdainful, and the egg-shaped picture disappeared completely. Chisha, they don't dare to come over. Let's not waste time with them. Why don't you go and capture them? Miyata looked at Chisha. Me? What about you? I have to preside over the array. I promised the emperor that I would not step out of the array. Miyata shook her head. All right. A bunch of disgraces. Let me do it. Chisha sneered. While Chisha was sneering, a subordinate suddenly shouted behind him, Oh no, they poisoned me. My stomach hurts. Guhai poisoned us? Sir, my stomach hurts. My stomach hurts too. Sir, save me. The subordinates screamed and held their stomachs. Chisha's expression changed. My stomach too. Miyata's expression changed. She waved her sleeves. Guhai, you despicable person. How dare you poison us? As she waved her sleeves, the array was activated. Rolling fog shrouded the surroundings, isolating them from the air. Sir, my stomach is getting bigger. I feel that there are 2 forces growing in my stomach. Oh no, I can't force it out. What kind of poison is this? Miyata's expression changed. Chisha's legs suddenly turned to jelly and he looked shocked. My stomach, what's in my stomach? City Master Sima, Mu Qinfeng, and even the soldiers of Silver Moon City widened their eyes. Then they saw that everyone's bellies had suddenly become so big that their clothes were torn apart. For a moment, everyone was swaying left and right. Mr. Good, when did you do it? Why didn't I know? Governor Sima asked blankly. When I sent the letter of challenge. Guhai said calmly. The letter of challenge? The painting on it? Could it be the same painting as Empty City? Pregnant? Governor Sima suddenly exclaimed. Who's pregnant? Mu Qinfeng was also shocked. Didn't we agree to send the letter of challenge? What? Why didn't I follow the rules? I don't need to follow the rules with them. Guhai's eyes turned red. As he spoke, Guhai stepped forward and flew towards the crowd. Sir, I'm tired. I don't have any strength. My stomach is getting bigger. I can feel it. It's a baby? A man in green suddenly exclaimed. Everyone suddenly became silent. Because everyone felt that there was a baby in their stomachs, they were all shocked. My stomach is getting bigger. Sir, help. Sir, that Guhai is coming. Everyone was extremely anxious. Miyata and 7 kills took a few glances. Naturally, they knew that there were twins in their stomachs. At this moment, both of them were also shocked. We've been tricked. Quick, catch Guhai. He's only from the Yuanying state. While we still have the strength, let's catch him first. No, kill him first. Quick. Miyata's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Now that they were twins, they had not grown to their maximum size. There was still time. Roar. 7 kills and Miyata rushed towards Guhai at almost the same time. Mr. Good, be careful. Governor Sima exclaimed. Leader, be careful. Mu Chenfeng also exclaimed. However, they saw Miyata and 7 kills rushing towards them with their big stomachs. Even with their big stomachs, the two of them were still full of vigor. They were about to reach Guhai. However, Guhai suddenly waved his sleeves. 5 scrolls flew out of his sleeves and floated in front of Guhai. On each scroll was an egg. 7 kills and Miyata were the first to see 5 eggs in an instant. 5 eggs? No. Almost at the same time, 7 kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Chapter 5:16. Silver Moon City. The Silver Moon City army accepted Guhai's invitation and headed to Silver Moon Ocean to avenge the people who had died not long ago. All of a sudden, the entire city was paying attention to the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. The people were looking forward to the news. In Silver Moon Villa Master Yun Emo also looked worried. After all, only Yun Emo knew the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. Other than 7 kills, there was also Miyata, who was an elite from the Central Celestial Palace. More importantly, Miyata was an array master. The entire Silver Moon Ocean was wrapped in a super array. Wouldn't Mr. Good die if he went there? After thinking about it, Yun Emo still walked to the back of the mountain. Outside the Yangxing Palace, Yun Emo hesitated for a while and said respectfully, Mr. Six Fingers. What's wrong? Six Fingers' voice came from the Yangxing Palace. Silver Moon Villa owes Mr. Good a lot. This trip to Silver Moon Ocean might be dangerous. Mr. Six Fingers, can you? Yun Emo said worriedly. He asked for it. Who can he blame? Alright, don't disturb me. Six Fingers said coldly. Yun Emo was anxious for a while but could only feel helpless in the end. Guhai didn't let him go, but Yun Emo was still very worried. After thinking about it, Yun Emo left the villa with a group of Guqin masters and headed to Silver Moon Ocean. After all, there was a Guqin array there. He hoped that he could help Mr. Good. Six Fingers sat in the Yangxing Palace and sneered. Guhai asked for it? You're going to die too? Ha, Silver Moon Villa is indeed getting worse with each generation. Six Fingers' face was gloomy, but he didn't intend to help. Others couldn't hear the voice at Silver Moon Ocean, but Six Fingers' hearing was very good. Challenge letter? Pedantic, this Guhai is really pedantic. Challenge letter when we're already face to face? He actually established the Han Dynasty. He's really asking for it. It's good that he's dead. He's leading a group of people to death. He's overestimating himself. Six Fingers sneered. As he listened, Six Fingers' face suddenly froze. Poison? Did Guhai poison him? Are Miyata and Chisha idiots? He didn't even know that Guhai had poisoned him? What kind of poison was this? A big belly? Lu Ji's expression stiffened again. He immediately stood up with a blank expression. Silver Moon Sea. Miyata and 7 kills held their big bellies and used the last of their strength. They widened their eyes and wanted to kill Guhai instantly. But who would have thought that Guhai would take out another 5 scrolls given to him by longevity? He spread them out in an instant, revealing them to Miyata and 7 kills. 7 kills and Miyata were the first to see the 5 eggs. 5 eggs? No. Almost at the same time, 7 kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Pregnancy was the most sensitive period. In an instant, 7 kills and Miyata felt another 5 forces emerge from their stomachs. Guhai, you despicable man. 7 kills roared. At this moment, 7 kills had the urge to cry. He had fought countless battles, but never had he been defeated in such a humiliating manner. The twins became septuplets in an instant. Guhai held the life-ending saber and waved the 5 scrolls. Miyata and 7 kills immediately closed their eyes. Zhou Tian-san. He slashed the saber. Bam. 7 kills and Miyata didn't dare to continue fighting. They immediately retreated into the distance. Ouch. Miyata clutched her stomach and fell from the sky. She didn't even have the strength to fly anymore. Septuplets. Their stomachs were rapidly expanding. Quick, save us. Save us. 7 kills shouted. Master Miyata, I'm coming. Master 7 kills over here. A group of subordinates in green flew over anxiously. Whoosh. The 5 scrolls were immediately transferred to their site by Guhai. Ouch, my stomach is so big too. I can't fly anymore. Help. Master, help. There was no time to save Miyata and 7 kills. In the blink of an eye, everyone's stomachs were so big that they had no strength left. A few subordinates in green rushed in front of Gu Hai, ready to fight. Zhoutian-san. Bam. Suddenly the group of subordinates in green exploded. Gu Hai approached Miyata coldly. In the distance, City Master Sima and the rest of the soldiers had their eyes wide open. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Before they came they were still worried. If it wasn't for Mr. Good leading the team, they wouldn't have dared to come. But now, looking at this group of experts, they suddenly became laughable. Is that the 7 kills who caused a commotion in Silver Moon City? Was this 7 kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City with his big belly and his mournful expression? Was this really the 7 kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City? Smack, smack, smack. One by one the experts fell into the sea. They had no strength left. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they looked constipated. They allowed Gu Hai to approach them. As expected, Mr. Good was right. There was no danger at all. The purpose of the army coming was to create an atmosphere of confrontation between the two armies. It was just to attract all the experts in the array. That was all. Ouch, my belly. Master, I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. What should I do? I'm a man. I can't give birth. I'm pregnant with twins. A series of anxious and painful voices sounded from all directions. Gu Hai approached Miyata with a long sword. What? Why is it like this? I have an array. Let me into the array. Miyata shouted in shock. Gu Hai didn't care at all. His eyes were bloodshot and a murderous intent surged out. In Silver Moon City, Six-Fingered had a strange expression. It settled just like that? Six-Fingered had thought of many possibilities before. They were all that Gu Hai would definitely die. At most, he could fight and eventually die in the Silver Moon Sea. But why did he hear this? They hadn't fought yet, but the other side had been defeated? What kind of spell did Gu Hai cast? No wonder Gu Hai was fearless when 7 kills was wreaking havoc in the city not long ago. Perhaps Gu Hai could resolve the crisis of Silver Moon Villa without him doing anything. Silver Moon Beach. Protect Master, quick, protect Master. A group of pregnant subordinates rushed to Gu Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Not to mention that they were not a match for Gu Hai when they were at their peak. Now that they were pregnant, they were even less of a match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai swung his saber, and the many azure-clad subordinates instantly exploded. Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Miyata. An unforgettable hatred suddenly surged in his heart. Regardless of 7 kills, Gu Hai only wanted to kill Miyata now. In the past, he accompanied the Qing Emperor to kill his wife, Chen Xian. Miyata was one of them. Today he must kill him. Gu Hai's eyes turned red, but Miyata became more and more afraid. Her face was full of horror. No, no. Miyata retreated in horror. No? It's too late. Gu Hai's long sword was getting closer and closer. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. Miyata suddenly screamed. A great threat of death surged into Miyata's heart. You called the Qing Emperor? It's useless. Gu Hai finally arrived and slashed down with his saber. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared between Miyata's eyebrows. The green light rushed out of her body and formed a green light shield that enveloped Miyata. Boom. The life-extinguishing saber hit the green light shield. There was an earth-shattering sound, and the green light shield shook violently. However, it blocked the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai's face darkened. A green light suddenly appeared in Miyata's eyes. Her expression was no longer fearful. A murderous aura emanated from Miyata's body. Celestial Emperor, save me. 7 kills was suddenly overjoyed. Miyata, how did your body become so filthy? My consciousness can't enter your body. What's going on? A majestic voice came from Miyata's body. The Qing Emperor? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Was this a strand of the Qing Emperor's consciousness? Gu Hai would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. It was the Azure the Arch. It was him. 4th cycle. Gu Hai glared and slashed again. Boom. An extremely powerful force slammed into the cyan light barrier. However, the cyan light barrier shook violently for a period of time, but it still didn't break. How could a strand of consciousness bring such a powerful force? How dare you? I don't care who you are. If you dare to move again, I'll kill your entire family. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Slash. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber again. Boom. The green light shield shook again. It blocked Gu Hai's attack again. On the other side, 7 kills expression changed. Emperor, it's Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Seven Kills coldly. Seven Kills shuddered and did not dare to speak. Who is it? You're courting death. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Oh no, Miyata is pregnant and her body is filthy. The Emperor's consciousness can't enter her body completely. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. Seven Kills was terrified. Buzz. A green light appeared between Seven Kills' eyebrows and formed a green light shield around his body. Another filthy body? What happened to you? Luckily he's here. I'll let him save you. The Qing Emperor snorted. Boom. Gu Hai slashed at Miyata again. At this moment, Miyata and Seven Kills were completely defenseless. The green light shield around Miyata's body was about to shatter. The subordinates did not have the courage or strength to come forward. Gu Hai looked on coldly and was about to slash again. Whoosh. At this moment, a stream of light flashed by. It was a flying boat that came from afar. There was a huge flag on the flying boat with the word Tang written on it. Lord Tang? It's Lord Tang. Lord Tang, help. The subordinates in green who were lying on the ground were overjoyed. The huge flying boat came crashing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He turned around and slashed with the Life Slayer saber. Fourth day of Zhou. Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. A man in red stood in front of the flying boat. He had a scar on his head. When he saw Gu Hai's saber coming, his face changed. A green bead flew out of his hand. Hong. The Life Slayer saber shattered the green bead. The flying boat was not far away from Gu Hai in an instant. Qing Emperor dragged Seven Kills and Miyata, who were wrapped in green light, onto the flying boat. Bring them back. The Scion the Arch said coldly. After that, the green light that wrapped Seven Kills and Miyata disappeared. Okay. The Lord Tang in red replied. Gu Hai grabbed the Life Slayer saber and turned to look at Lord Tang with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Chapter 517. On the Silver Moon seaside, a scarred man in a red shirt looked coldly at Gu Hai on a flying boat that suddenly appeared. Gu Hai also looked at the scarred man with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang, help. Lord Tang? Miyata's subordinates shouted. However, Lord Tang didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at Gu Hai. Lord Tang, hurry up and do something. There's something in the array that belongs to the Imperial Emperor. Hurry. Seven Kills held his stomach and shouted anxiously. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you off. Lord Tang said coldly. Throw him off? Throw him to Gu Hai? Seven Kills' eyes widened and he immediately shut his mouth. Lord Tang turned to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his saber and was about to slash again. Humph, let's go. Lord Tang snorted. Whoosh. The flying boat shot into the distance. Slash. Gu Hai slashed again with the 4 cycles of Heavenly Cycle. A green bead flew out of Lord Tang's hand and shot toward Gu Hai. Boom. The green bead exploded with a loud bang. Countless clouds of smoke scattered in all directions. Gu Hai's figure suddenly stopped. The flying boat had already reached the horizon. Lord Tang, take us with you. Lord Tang, don't leave us behind. Lord Tang, help. The group of subordinates in green shouted in horror. However, Lord Tang's flying boat had already flown far away. Gu Hai stood in the clouds of smoke and watched the flying boat leave with a gloomy expression. Whoosh. Mu Qinfeng and the others quickly flew over. All leader? Who is that? Is he so powerful? Mu Qinfeng said in surprise. Mr. Good, why didn't you chase after me just now? City Lord Sima asked blankly. City Lord Sima had clearly seen that Gu Hai seemed to have set his sights on Miyata and had an undying hatred for her. However, why didn't he chase after her just now? Don't chase a cornered enemy. Gu Hai shook his head, unwilling to explain further. City Lord Sima was slightly stunned. Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the 5 scrolls. City Lord Sima didn't understand and Mu Qinfeng was even more confused. Just now, why didn't the Emperor show these 5 paintings to Lord Tang? Wouldn't everything be solved if she got him pregnant? However, Gu Hai had already made a decision. Everyone could not say anything. Mr. Good, what should we do with these people in green? City Lord Sima looked at Gu Hai and asked. Didn't they say just now? Their hands are stained with the blood of the Deqian people. Since they have killed the Deqian people, what's the point of keeping them? Waiting for Miyata and 7 Kills to save them? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Gu Hai, if you dare, the Emperor will not let you go. The group of people in green suddenly shouted in shock. Kill them immediately and avenge the innocent Deqian people. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The soldiers in the distance responded. City Lord Sima frowned slightly. He seemed to have other thoughts. However, since everyone was cheering, he couldn't stop them. Immediately, the men in green were killed on the spot by the soldiers of Silver Moon City. In the distance, another flying ship flew over quickly. It was Villa Lord Yunemo. Along the way, Yunemo was very anxious. After all, Silver Moon Villa owed Gu Hai a lot. He might not be able to help, but the old Villa Lord had said before that he had to do his best. Even though it was very dangerous, Yunemo still flew over with his men, hoping that they could help. However, when he got closer, he saw that the soldiers of Silver Moon City were killing the Qing Emperor's subordinates one by one. Why is this happening? Yunemo said in shock. Whoosh! The flying ship arrived in front of them instantly. Oh, Villa Lord Yun? Why are you here? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I was worried that something might happen to Mr. Good, so it seems that I was overthinking. Yunemo smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then his expression became serious. Solemnly, he bowed to Yunemo and said, Thank you for your concern, Villa Lord Yun. Although Yunemo did not do anything, he had come to help him regardless of life and death. He had to be grateful. Mr. Good, you're too polite. I didn't do anything either. However, Miyata and 7 kills, who I thought were impossible to deal with, were all killed by Mr. Good in such a short time. Yunemo smiled bitterly. At the same time, at the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa Yangxin Palace. Pedantic. Lu Ji snorted coldly. Clearly, Lu Ji despised Yunemo for being so reckless to help. On Lord Tang's flying ship. Whoosh! The flying ship flew quickly towards the north. Ouch, my stomach, ouch. Miyata held her stomach and cried in pain. Lord Tang, why didn't you kill Gu Hai? Why didn't you do anything? You have the ability, you have the ability. 7 kills held his stomach and stared at Lord Tang. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. I have the ability, but I don't have the obligation to help you. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I'll send you back. Do you believe me? Miyata and 7 kills expressions froze. But they did not dare to refute. Clearly, Lord Tang had the ability to make them not dare to refute. Lord Tang turned his head and looked into the distance. He narrowed his eyes. That's Gu Hai, right? Yes, it hurts. Miyata held her stomach and cried in pain. Gu Hai? He should have received the invitation to the Thousand Sage Conference. If you want to take revenge, wait until you're in heavenly courts. Lord Tang said calmly. But there's something in Silver Moon Sea that belongs to the Emperor. 7 kills said anxiously. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. Something belonging to the Qing Emperor? If you lose it, it's your fault. I don't understand. Miyata, you're a formation master. Why didn't you use formations when you fought with Gu Hai? Miyata's expression froze. And you, 7 kills, you're a heaven-class Guqin master. Why didn't you use Guqin techniques? Lord Tang said coldly. 7 kills expression also froze. 2 idiots. Lord Tang showed a hint of disdain. 7 kills and Miyata. Who would have thought? No, the scene that Gu Hai created when the 2 armies faced each other was simply too late. It was also not suitable to use ritual arrays or the zither. Ouch. Miyata held her stomach in pain. My stomach, what do I do? What do I do? Lord Tang, quick, help me, help me. 7 kills screamed in agony. Lord Tang and everyone on the flying boat looked at the 2 people's stomachs and their faces stiffened. Sir, should we? One of the subordinates seemed to want to go forward and check. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. That person suddenly shivered and retreated to the back, no longer interrupting. Lord Tang, quick, it's too bloated. Help me. Miyata said anxiously. Lord Tang looked coldly. You're pregnant. I don't dare to help you. Bear with it. Fly for 2 more days. One of your people, the Elixir King, seems to be there. Ask him to help you. 2 more days? No. The 2 screamed and held their stomachs. Lord Tang ignored them. The airship flew quickly into the distance. Silver Moon Sea. A group of Qing Emperor's subordinates were all killed in the blink of an eye. In front of them was a cloud formation. Gu Hai looked coldly. Hallmaster, should we go in? Mu Chenfeng asked. Gu Hai shook his head and remained silent. 7 kills and Miata were gone. All of Qing Emperor's subordinates were killed. However, were there any other Qing Emperor's subordinates in this formation? Gu Hai was very cautious. Prepare to set up the formation. Use the formation to break the formation. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Now, they could only set up a chess formation to break the formation in front of them. There's no need, Mr. Gu. There's a Guqin Dao formation here. Miata has already left. Without him, I should be able to use the Guqin Dao formation to break his formation. Yunemo smiled. Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, Villa Master Yun? Gu Hai immediately smiled. Yunemo nodded. He took out a Guqin. Ding 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 ding. While Yunemo was playing the Guqin, the seawater not far away suddenly trembled. A large amount of seawater rushed into the sky and dissipated some of the fog. However, the sea was too big. It would take a long time. Ding 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 ding. Rumble. With the sound of the Guqin, the seawater churned wildly. Waves rushed into the sky and quickly dissipated the fog. For a moment, the people of Silver Moon Sea set off a huge tsunami. Run, run. I can't control the formation. Help. Run. One figure after another soared into the sky from the fog. They fled in all directions. There's still someone else. Mu Chenfeng's face darkened. Release the arrows. City Master Sima shouted. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, arrows shot out in all directions. Some of the green-clothed men screamed as they were shot to death, while others managed to escape. Gu Hai did not bother with him, continuing to wait. Hong. With a loud sound, the Guqin Dao formation opened Miata's formation. In an instant, a huge tsunami swept in all directions and exploded the rolling fog. Buzz. As the sound of the Guqin ended, water fell from the sky. Instantly the sky was clear. Mr. Good, I didn't disappoint you. Yunemo smiled. Thank you, Villa Master Yun. Gu Hai said gratefully. Mr. Good, you're too polite. Yunemo shook his head. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to the sea and saw the huge golden egg. That's the black tortoise pearl. Yunemo looked at the golden egg and said. City Master Sima and the others widened their eyes because they could see a snake and a tortoise in the center of the golden egg. They seemed to be confronting each other. There was also a group of Xuanwu around it. Gu Hai quickly flew closer. The group of black tortoises were covered in wounds, as if they had been tortured to extort a confession. At that moment, the Xuanwu were ecstatic when they saw Gu Hai flying over. However, after the ecstasy, the Xuanwu had complicated expressions. Greetings, greetings, Your Majesty. After hesitating for a while, the Xuanwu respectfully greeted Gu Hai. The appearance of Supreme Feng Yu made the future of the Xuanwu clan complicated. No one knew if they would ally with the Han dynasty. The Xuanwu looked at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. However, it was Gu Hai who had saved everyone. In the end, the Xuanwu still bowed to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded and turned to look at the Xuanwu pearl, where Shangguan Hen's expression was twisted. Chapter 518. Within Xuanwu's bead, Shangguan Hen's face was contorted. He was even trembling in pain. Behind him, the two huge illusions, the black tortoise and the black tortoise, were facing each other and roaring furiously. Gu Hai reached out his hand to touch it. Boom. Xuanwu's bead knocked Gu Hai away. It's useless, Mr. Good. Qing Emperor also tried to break Xuanwu's bead, but he couldn't. Maybe he didn't try his best, but in the end. Yunemo explained. Why, Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu immediately surrounded Yunemo anxiously. Ah! Shangguan Hen suddenly screamed in pain. His head was trembling more and more violently. Shangguan Hen, how can I help you? Gu Hai stared at him and shouted. Help? It's too late. Ah! Feng Yu's voice came from Shangguan Hen's bead. Boom! A large amount of black gas suddenly gushed out from Shangguan Hen's neck. As soon as the black gas came out, the trembling Shangguan Hen's head was strangely deformed. It became bigger and bigger and more deformed. 4 cycles. The life-extinguishing saber slashed at it. Hong. Under the fierce slash, Xuanwu's bead still couldn't break through. Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu anxiously tried to stop Yunemo. Get lost. Gu Hai glared at the Xuanwu anxiously. The Xuanwu anxiously stared at the Xuanwu anxiously. Your Majesty, it's too late. Ha. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Boom. The power in Xuanwu's bead surged toward Shangguan Hen's deformed head. Buzz. With a sudden shudder, the head suddenly stopped. Seat. Mu Chenfeng, City Master Sima, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked in front of them in shock. 2 heads. Yinemo was surprised. However, he saw that Shangguanhen's head had split into 2. It seemed that another identical head had emerged from his neck. No, it was slightly different. The new head had a sinister look on its face. Shangguanhen, I'm out. Ah. The sinister head laughed evilly. Fengyu? You bastard. Shangguanhen's head said hatefully. Xuanwu's great splitting technique? Supreme martial artist, why are you? The group of Xuanwu immediately exclaimed. Ah! Shangguanhen suddenly screamed in pain. Split roar. Fengyu said malevolently. Rumble. However, they saw that more and more black gas was emerging from Shangguanhen's neck. That supreme martial artist Fengyu's head became deformed again. Bang! A right hand emerged from the neck. Bang! Another left hand emerged. Shangguanhen now had 4 hands? When the 2 new hands appeared, they seemed to have found a place to exert strength. They supported Shangguanhen's shoulders and slowly crawled out from Shangguanhen's neck. Roar! Roar! The black tortoise and black tortoise behind him roared and approached Shangguanhen. That supreme martial artist Fengyu seemed to have crawled out from Shangguanhen's body. Guhai and the others were all shocked. Split? Can split? Guhai said in astonishment. Ah! Shangguanhen and Fengyu both roared and were enveloped by the black gas. Within the black gas, Fengyu's body strangely appeared little by little and slowly crawled out from Shangguanhen's neck. Ha 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 ha. Fengyu came out little by little with an evil smile. Finally, a pair of feet completely appeared. I'm out, I'm out. Ha ha, Shangguanhen, what can you do now? Ah. Fengyu laughed loudly. Fengyu crawled out from Shangguanhen's body. The wound on Shangguanhen's neck strangely healed. Fengyu, you actually dared to split. It's fine if you split me, but you didn't even let off a god. Shangguanhen stared at Supreme Fengyu. Humph, if it weren't for you would I have split Xuanwu's body? Now, I only have 1 snake god. Humph, it's your fault. Supreme Fengyu said coldly. Roar. Supreme Fengyu stretched out her hand and used energy to create a set of clothes to cover her body. The black tortoise and black snake behind the 2 suddenly roared loudly. As they roared, Xuanwu's pearls trembled violently. Then, the black tortoise moved behind Shangguanhen while the black snake moved behind Supreme Fengyu. They were completely split. Roar. The black tortoise and black snake revealed a ferocious expression. Shangguanhen and Fengyu watched coldly. Umph. Shangguanhen snorted coldly. He no longer paid attention to Fengyu and suddenly stretched out his arms. Black Tortoise God, this is the power left to me by the previous Supreme Being. Quickly absorb it for me. Shangguanhen shouted loudly. Rumble. The energy in Xuanwu's pearls surged wildly into Shangguanhen's body. Black Snake God, I am the previous Supreme Being. This is my power to begin with. Help me absorb it. Fengyu shouted. Rumble. The surging energy quickly surged into Fengyu's body. Shangguanhen and Fengyu looked at each other coldly. The huge Xuanwu's pearls seemed to be slowly shrinking. Humph, you want to compete with me for this power? This is mine to begin with. How can you compete with me? You are only storing it in your body now. You can't refine it. Supreme Fengyu sneered. Roar. Behind Fengyu, the giant snake let out a thunderous roar. Then it surged into Fengyu's body. Fengyu's body quickly swelled and changed shape. She slowly turned into an enormous black snake. The snake's mouth spat out energy and its body grew bigger and bigger. I have memories but no experience. However, what is mine is mine. Do you dare to kill me and snatch it? Shangguanhen shouted coldly. Boom. The black tortoise behind him immediately rushed into Shangguanhen's body. While it was spitting out energy, Shangguanhen also turned into a super huge tortoise. Rumble. The entire Xuanwu's pearls shrunk and were quickly absorbed by the snake and the tortoise. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-feet-long Xuanwu's pearls had shrunk to the size of the tortoise and snake. The black tortoise's body emitted a large amount of energy. Its body had expanded to 5,000 feet, which was already its limit. Clearly, Shangguanhen had to store the energy in his body. As for refining it, it would take a long time. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the black snake had expanded to 15,000 feet long. It was a super huge snake. As it absorbed the energy, it was completely refining it. Ha ha ha, without your imprisonment my cultivation is growing fast. It should have been like this long ago, long ago. Fengyu roared. As he roared, his body emitted a super aura. Retreat. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he quickly led everyone to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake's aura had reached the peak state of Xiu the Great in the past, and it was still growing. The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky began to revolve around the giant snake. Supreme, supreme. The group of Xuanwu cheered excitedly. This was the aura of a supreme, the aura of an invincible supreme. The giant snake stretched out its neck, revealing a flattened neck like a king cobra. Behind the flattened neck, there seemed to be a moon-like pattern, and a gloomy aura was emitted. The snake swung its tail, and the gloomy aura instantly enveloped the entire Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Sea was instantly frozen, and the turbulent sea was instantly frozen. This aura. Yun Mo revealed a shocked expression. It has already surpassed Xiu the Great? Gu Hai's expression changed. Crack. The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a rainstorm, and it instantly hit the entire frozen sea. All the Xuanwu people in the world, listen up. I'm back. All the Xuanwu people, immediately report to me at the Silver Moon Sea. Roar. Supreme Fengyu roared. On top of the giant snake's head, a snake-shaped blue light seemed to appear, and the blue light shot out in all directions. Buzz. Below, the group of Xuanwu people were ecstatic. Voice of God? This is the voice of God. The group of Xuanwu people said excitedly. Buzz. With the Silver Moon Sea as the center, the blue light started to spread in all directions of the divine continent. The Great Qian Celestial Empire, heavenly courts, in a courtyard. The angels from the Solar Divine Palace were gathered here. The six-winged angel Yehua was sitting on a chair, discussing something with a group of subordinates. Suddenly, a group of people's expressions changed. Huamble. Everyone stood up. What's wrong? Chuayin? Did I say something wrong? Gu Hai will definitely come to heavenly courts to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference. At that time you will be the one to assassinate Gu Hai. Yehua said coldly. Ha 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 ha. The leader suddenly raised his head and laughed. Chuayin, are you crazy? Why are you standing up? Have all the Xuanwu people lost their minds? Someone beside him sneered. The leader Chuayin laughed coldly. No need, second young master. From now on I will not follow you. Ha. What did you say? Yehua said coldly. Without the protection of the Solar Divine Palace, you are just stray dogs. Someone beside him said coldly. Everyone, we should go back. Haha, Supreme Martial Artist is back. Supreme Martial Artist is not dead. We should go back. We are no longer the slaves of the Solar Divine Palace. We are the Xuanwu people, the most powerful people in the world, the Xuanwu people. Chuayin shouted. Yes. The Xuanwu people immediately responded. Voice of God? Through the god of a race, the voice was transmitted to all the people. In an instant, all the Xuanwu people heard Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu's voice. Chuayin and the others did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Boom. They did not want anything. They did not want to pack anything. Go, 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 go. They were going to the Silver Moon Ocean to meet Supreme Martial Artist. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. Miao Qin and the Xuanwu people's expressions changed. In the end, Supreme Fengyu has the upper hand? Miao Qin revealed a bitter smile, thinking that Shangguanhen was done for. Elder Miao, what's going on? Why are all the Xuanwu people so agitated? Gu Qin came forward to ask. Your Highness, I am sorry. Although I am very willing to follow Supreme Shangguanhen, Supreme Fengyu won in the end. I have to leave. I am still a Xuanwu. Sorry. Miao Qin shook his head. Let's go. Rumble. The Xuanwu people quickly flew towards the Silver Moon Ocean. Chapter 519. Fengyu shouted. Through the mysterious snake god, her voice was transmitted to the entire clan. The giant snake turned its head and looked at Shangguanhen and the others. Greetings to the Supreme. The Xuanwu excitedly saluted Fengyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All around the Silver Moon Ocean, streams of light suddenly flashed. The nearby Xuanwu clan members had heard the sound and were excitedly flying over. Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. The newly arrived Xuanwu clan members saw the giant snake and immediately cried out with tears in their eyes. Although the giant snake looked a little different from before, its aura was unmistakable. All the newly arrived Xuanwu clan members were extremely excited. Feng Yu ignored the Xuanwu clan members. Instead, she coldly looked at Shangguanhen's giant black tortoise form. Shangguanhen? Ha ha ha, now you can't do anything, right? I've already split from your body, so I'm no longer under your control. You've taken half of the black tortoise pearl's energy, so the other half should be mine. Supremacy Fengyue's eyes were cold and murderous. The giant black tortoise's body flickered and instantly transformed back into Shangguanhen's human form. Shangguanhen flew to Gu Hai's side and coldly looked at the mysterious snake. Feng Yu, you split my body. Do you know that I'm not complete? My cultivation will be affected. Even my soul is split in two. Are you trying to split the Xuanwu clan apart? If you talk too much. Feng Yu coldly said. Feng Yu's body emitted a cold, murderous aura. You want to kill me and take the energy in my body? Aha, come on, kill me. You're my split body. Our lives are the same. If I die, you must die. Do you dare to kill me? Come on then. Shangguanhen said coldly with a ferocious expression. Supreme Being Feng Yu stared coldly at Shangguanhen. She spat out her snake tongue, and her eyes were filled with coldness. You're right, I can't kill you, but what about the others? What about that Gu Hai? Go and capture Gu Hai for me. Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold snort. Yes. All the Xuanwu immediately responded. At this moment he completely disregarded Gu Hai's previous rescue. The words of the supreme martial artist were orders. The group of Xuanwu immediately charged forward. How dare you? Shangguanhen glared at him. Suddenly the aura of the black tortoise spread out, and the pressure of divinity caused all of the Xuanwu's faces to fall. They stopped in their tracks and dropped to their knees. Supreme martial artist, please forgive us. The group of Xuanwu immediately said bitterly. Shangguanhen stared coldly at the group of Xuanwu. Do you still recognize me? Now that's fine. Now listen carefully. Whoever dares to touch Gu Hai will be regarded as a traitor of the Xuanwu clan, and will be killed. The group of Xuanwu's faces changed and they turned to look at Supreme Feng Yu. Supreme Feng Yu looked coldly at Shangguanhen. Hey, you have the black tortoise god, so they don't dare to touch you. So what if I do? Today I'm going to kill Gu Hai. Let's see what you can do to me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Supreme Feng Yu. Shangguanhen sneered. Feng Yu? You're afraid of Gu Hai, aren't you? That's why you want to kill him? Shangguanhen tried to provoke Supreme Feng Yu. However, Supreme Feng Yu didn't fall for it. Instead she said coldly, maybe you're right. I see the shadow of Old Man Guanxi in Gu Hai. Old Man Guanxi never did anything when he killed people. He could easily mobilize people and kill people. Gu Hai also has this ability. Today I won't kill him. In the future he will definitely scheme against me for you. So, I might as well die here now. Shangguanhen sneered. You want to kill him, but what if I insist on protecting him? Protect? You won't be able to protect him. You have the power to open the Heaven Palace now, but it's only the lower Heaven Palace. Ha ha ha, in front of me, who can you protect? Supreme Feng Yu pointed forward again and looked at Shangguanhen disdainfully. In Supreme Feng Yu's eyes, there was no one here who could stop her. Killing Gu Hai was a piece of cake. Even if you have countless schemes, I can defeat 10 with my strength. No one can save you. However, Supreme Feng Yu had just moved forward a little when her face suddenly stiffened and she stopped. Shangguanhen, are you crazy? Supreme Feng Yu suddenly exclaimed. Ah, can I protect Gu Hai now? Shangguanhen sneered. However, she saw Shangguanhen take out a long sword from somewhere and put it to his neck, as if he was going to commit suicide. You. Supremacy Fengyue's eyes widened. If you dare to move forward, I will die in front of you. No, if I die, you will die too. At most, we will die together. Ha 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 ha. Shangguanhen laughed arrogantly. You dare? You are going to commit suicide for him? Supreme Feng Yu glared. Shangguanhen said coldly, I will commit suicide. I believe that the Emperor will be able to find my divine soul one day. I believe that he will be able to revive me. But what about you? After you die, what will you have? Who can save you? Gu Hai can revive the dead? Who would believe that? Supreme Feng Yu glared angrily. I believe you. Shangguanhen's voice was firm and firm. Supremacy Fengyue's expression flickered with uncertainty. I said that I will protect him. I will definitely be able to protect him. Even if you want to kill him, you may not be able to. Shangguanhen sneered. Umph. Supreme Feng Yu glared and snorted. Obviously, it was impossible for her to attack again. However, she didn't expect Shangguanhen to be such a ruthless person. Suicide? Suicide to protect a person? Although she was the incarnation of evil, she didn't have the heart to seek death. Supreme Fengyu snorted and turned into her human form. Shangguanhen sighed secretly. He turned his head and looked at the group of Xuanwu. All Xuanwu, listen up. Whether you listen to me or Supreme Fengyu, I now command all the Xuanwu with the will of the god Xuanwu. From today onwards, no matter who you are, no one is to make things difficult for Guhai. You are not to make things difficult for anyone in the Han dynasty. If you violate this, you will be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. The group of Xuanwu looked at each other, then looked at Supreme Fengyu. In the end, they said respectfully, yes. Shangguanhen looked at the Xuanwu coldly, then turned to look at Guhai. Your Majesty, let's leave first. You can't leave. Fengyu suddenly said coldly. Shangguanhen said in a deep voice. What if you are killed outside? So you are not allowed to leave. Stay by my side. Fengyu said coldly. Did I say I was leaving? Shangguanhen snorted. Supreme Shangguan, why don't you come to my Silver Moon Villa? Yunimo said with a smile. Okay. Shangguanhen nodded. Go to Silver Moon City? At this moment, Supreme Fengyu didn't stop him. After all, Silver Moon City was right next to them, within her sight. Shangguanhen and Guhai left for Silver Moon Villa. City Lord Sima was very confused on the way back. Supreme Xuanwu? Resurrected? Stationed in Silver Moon Ocean from now on? Is this a blessing or a curse? A group of Xuanwu transformed into their human forms and followed Shangguanhen under Supreme Fengyu's instructions. On the surface they were there to protect him, but in reality they were there to monitor him. Silver Moon City. The army that took revenge for the people returned to the city and was greeted with cheers. However, Guhai didn't have time to care about it. Instead, he went to a hall in Silver Moon Villa with Shangguanhen. Only Guhai and Shangguanhen were in the hall. They even used a soundproof enchantment. Shangguanhen, thank you very much. Guhai said with a smile. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Your Majesty risked your life to come here for me. So what if I threatened Supreme Fengyu? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. If I died, would you resurrect me? Shangguanhen said with a smile. I must resurrect you. Guhai said with certainty. Resurrect? How could it be so easy? However, if Shangguanhen really died because of him, he had to do his best. In that case, I can rest assured. At least I didn't make the wrong choice in our alliance. I was able to escape from Supreme Fengyu's imprisonment, and all my hopes were on you. So I had to do what I did just now, Shangguanhen said solemnly. Guhai nodded solemnly. The two of them told each other what had happened during this period of time and sighed with emotion. What do you plan to do next? Stay by Supreme Fengyu's side? Guhai said in a deep voice. Shangguanhen said with a smile, I'd better stay in Silver Moon Sea for the time being. With the strength of the Celestial Palace, there is still a lot of energy in my body that has not been refined. If I go out now, I will be a human-shaped treasure. I don't know how many jealous people will come looking for me. With Fengyu by my side, they won't dare to do anything to me. Guhai was silent for a while. Although Shangguanhen said it casually, Guhai could hear the deep helplessness in Shangguanhen's voice. Don't worry, I will help you find a solution as soon as possible. Definitely. Guhai said with certainty. Shangguanhen was silent for a while and nodded. The Han dynasty is developing rapidly. It's good that you stay in Silver Moon Sea. Help me protect Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa, Guhai said solemnly. Oh. Because of Yun Mo, the Han dynasty will usher in an explosive development. So Yun Mo's safety is of utmost importance. The entire Xuanwu clan will gather in Silver Moon Sea, so protecting Yun Mo shouldn't be difficult. I'll leave everything to you. Guhai said solemnly. Don't worry, with me here, Yun Mo will be here. Solemnly Shangguanhen said. Guhai nodded. Your Majesty, are you going to the Thousand Sage Conference next? Shangguanhen asked doubtfully. Guhai nodded. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to start. I have to meet and kill many people. I have to leave as soon as possible. Shangguanhen nodded. Alright, I have a theory about the resurrection of Supreme Fengyu. Guhai said with a frown. Could all of this be part of Old Man Guanqi's plan? Guhai said solemnly. Whoosh. Shangguanhen immediately stood up, showing a horrified expression. Guhai shook his head. I don't know if it is or not. Be careful. I will think of a solution for you as soon as possible. Shang Wanhen's eyelids twitched for a while before he finally nodded. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, "In that case, after everything is settled, I will head north to Heavenly Courts." Chapter 520. Venerable Lun Yin followed Mo Yike and Bingheim to Heavenly Courts. Gu Hai stayed in Silver Moon City for 2 days before bringing Mu Qinfeng to the airship. With Mu Qinfeng and the other Wood Branch disciples leading the way, they headed for Heavenly Courts. Heavenly Courts in a huge plaza. A large number of soldiers were stationed around the plaza, with giant dragons circling above. This was one of the garrisons of Heavenly Court's dragon tribe. It was called the Dragon Qin Hall. No one was allowed to approach the Dragon Qin Hall. Even the Deqian officials were not allowed to approach without permission. The might of the dragon was limitless. The Deqian's national beast looked down on the world. At this moment, a man in white was standing outside the Dragon Qin Hall, quietly looking at the majestic palaces in front of him. This man was none other than the former Dragon Crown Prince who had been imprisoned in the Han Dynasty, Ao Shun. Dragon Qin Hall? I'm back. Ao Shun smiled. Halt. Immediately, a large number of soldiers blocked Ao Shun's path. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Dragon Qin Hall? A soldier glared at him. Oh, look at his forehead. There's a sinful mark. He's a sinful dragon. Another soldier exclaimed. Insolent sinful dragon. How dare you leave your post and return to Heavenly Courts? Are you tired of living? Quick, inform the dragon tribe. The soldiers glared at him. Oh, isn't this the Crown Prince? Suddenly a voice rang out. It was a man in armor who suddenly flew over. Commander Qin, this sinful dragon wants to barge into the Dragon Qin Hall, so. The soldiers cried out. Commander Qin smiled. This is the Dragon Tribe's Crown Prince. Don't you recognize him? The soldiers' expressions changed. The Dragon Tribe's Crown Prince? Isn't that Crown Prince Ao Shing? How? The soldiers looked at Ao Shun in shock. Yes, that's Crown Prince Ao Shing. But this is the previous Crown Prince. It's a pity that he was stripped of his position and became a sinful dragon. Isn't that right, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Commander Qin sneered. If it were in the past, Ao Shun would have been enraged already. However, after being imprisoned in the Han royal dynasty for so many years, Ao Shun's temper had improved significantly. He smiled faintly and did not think much of it. You recognize me? Ao Shun smiled. Why don't I recognize you? All right, Crown Prince Ao Shun definitely doesn't recognize me. In your eyes, I'm just an insignificant ant. I remember when Crown Prince Ao Shun led the Dragon Tribe's army to the west. When he returned, his shoes were dirty. At that time he stepped on my head and wiped the dirt off his shoes. What about now? I'm already one of the Dragon Qin Hall's guards. And you? A sinful dragon, a prisoner, and even followed the traitor Liang of Gojoseon. You still dare to come back? Commander Qin sneered. Ao Shun smiled. Go tell my brother that I'm back. Tell Crown Prince Ao Shing, who do you think you are? You think you can see whoever you want? You're a sinful dragon of the Dragon Tribe, and also a disgrace to the Dragon Tribe. I heard that you were stupid enough to lead the Dragon Tribe to your death in the Thousand Islands Sea. You were tricked and sealed your cultivation? Do you know? You've disgraced the Dragon Tribe. You can't see any dragon of the Dragon Tribe as you please. You want to see the Crown Prince? That's right, this used to be your temporary residence, but now it belongs to Crown Prince Ao Shing, Commander Qin sneered. A disgrace to the Dragon Tribe? Perhaps. Alright, go and tell him. Ao Shun didn't feel humiliated by the ridicule. Instead he smiled and said again. More and more people gathered around Ao Shun. Suddenly, a giant dragon circling in the sky seemed to notice the commotion and flew over. What's going on? The giant dragon shouted coldly. Commander Qin immediately turned and shouted, Crown Prince Lin, it's this sinful dragon Ao Shun. He disobeyed the imperial order and came to Heavenly Courts without permission. He even said that he wanted to see the Crown Prince. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Sinful dragon Ao Shun? The giant dragon was startled. He looked at the white-robed man in the center of the crowd, Ao Shun. The moment he saw Ao Shun, Crown Prince Lin's expression changed. Crown Prince, you're back. Crown Prince Lin said excitedly. Ao Shun smiled faintly and nodded. Crown Prince Lin, he's a sinful dragon, a sinful dragon. Because of him, many dragons of the Dragon Clan had died. He's going to be sent to prison for coming to the capital without permission. Commander Chen's heart skipped a beat. Fuck off. Crown Prince Lin cursed. Commander Chen's expression changed. Father, Uncle Jen, the Crown Prince is back. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back. Crown Prince Lin turned and shouted at the Dragon Star Hall. Rumble. Around the Dragon Star Hall, almost all the dragons roared and rushed into the sky. Little Lin, what did you say? Little Lin, how dare you lie to me? I'm going to kill you. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back? Is that true? In an instant, the dragons around the Dragon Star Hall were in a frenzy. They rushed into the sky and flew toward Ao Shun. Commander Chen's expression changed. What? Isn't he the disgrace of the dragon race? Inside the Dragon Star Hall, at this moment, Crown Prince Ao Shun sat before his desk, using a brush to review some of the dragon race's administrative matters. Your Highness, you are so diligent. The dragon race now trusts you, a subordinate at the side said with a smile. Perhaps. The dragon race's obsession with my big brother is too deep. Crown Prince Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. No, Ao Shun? Betraying the dragon race and allying with the Liang of Gojoseon is already one of his crimes. Furthermore, he left such a disgrace to the dragon race on 9-5 Island. The entire dragon race should be bitterly disappointed. The dragon race's crown prince should only recognize you now. You have already surpassed him. Don't you see? Every time you return, half of the dragon race comes to welcome you. Sometimes 1 or 2 elders even come personally. This is the dragon race's acknowledgement of the crown prince, growing more and more. That subordinate said with a smile. Another subordinate at the side smiled and said, That's right. Your Highness, this old servant remembers that when you first became the crown prince, almost no dragon race came to welcome you every time you returned. Now, with the crown prince's diligence, more and more dragon race members are convinced. Half of the dragon race came to welcome you. Back then, even Ao Shun might not have such support. When his subordinates praised Ao Shun revealed a smug smile. Although he did not say anything, he felt very happy in his heart. Just at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Father, Uncle Jen, the Crown Prince is back. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back. Crown Prince Lin's shout made Ao Shun, who was holding a brush, pause and his face sank. Roar, 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 roar. Many large dragons soared into the sky outside and gave off loud cries. Where is he? Where is Crown Prince Ao Shun? Little Lin, you lied to me. I'll kill you. Excited voices rang out from all around the palace complex as one giant dragon after another flew into the distance. In Ao Shun's study, the expressions of his subordinates changed. Oh, that's Elder Jen's voice. Isn't Elder Jen in seclusion? He would never come out from his seclusion unless a supreme being came. What? Is that Elder Lin's voice? Didn't Ao Shun betray him at the Silver Moon Sea? Why is his voice still so excited? Are they all crazy? Almost all the dragon race members are out? How is this possible? Anxious voices rang out outside the hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun's subordinates lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. They just said that half of the dragon race would welcome Ao Shun when he returned. Now that Crown Prince Ao Shun was back, almost all the dragon race members were out? Wasn't he the disgrace of the dragon race? Why were the dragon race still so supportive of Ao Shun? Smack. In the study, the brush in Ao Shun's hand made a crisp sound. Ao Shun, who had a gloomy expression, subconsciously broke it. In the outside world, Commander Chen's jaw dropped as he stared at the dragons roaring toward him in astonishment. Many of the dragon race members would not come out to welcome Crown Prince Ao Shun. Why were they so excited when they heard that Ao Shun was back? That expression? Why was this happening? Wasn't Ao Shun the disgrace of the dragon race? He was a sinful dragon, not the Crown Prince. Why were they still so supportive? Crown Prince Lin had already turned into his human form. He walked to Ao Shun excitedly. Crown Prince, you are finally back. Little Lin has been waiting for a long time. Crown Prince Lin said excitedly. Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, I am no longer the Crown Prince. You can just call me Brother Shun. No, in my heart you will always be the Crown Prince. You will always be the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Lin said incoherently. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. You are back. Crown Prince. I am Little Dongzi, the Crown Prince. The group of dragon race members excitedly turned into human forms and rushed over. The group of soldiers that had blocked the way immediately shrank back and quietly retreated with ashen faces. Aside from the younger generation of dragon race members, there were also a group of dragon race elders. This was especially so for Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and the others who appeared at 9-5 Island. The group of elders saw Ao Shun's white robes. Why do I feel that Crown Prince Ao Shun looks like he has been washed clean? Me too. It feels like Crown Prince Ao Shun has been reborn. The group of elders smiled as they flew over. However, the younger generation of dragon race members had already surrounded Ao Shun. The group of elders smiled and did not approach. Crown Prince, why are you not going in? Come, let's go in. We have kept your place for you. No one dares to touch it. We just waited for you to return. That's right. Crown Prince, let's go. Let's go in. The group of dragon race members surrounded Ao Shun. Ao Shun smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to step into the square with the group, Ao Shun suddenly smiled. My shoes seem to be dirty again? Huh. The group of dragon race members were slightly stunned. Ao Shun looked at Commander Chin. Crown Prince Lin immediately flew into a rage. Bastard, are you courting death? How dare you make things difficult for the Crown Prince? Although Crown Prince Lin did not know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened. He immediately looked at Commander Chin angrily. You are courting death. You are courting death. The group of dragon race members immediately glared at Commander Chin. This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one knows his mistake. Crown Prince, I'll be your stool. Commander Chin crawled over in fear and lowered his head. He wanted Ao Shun to step on his head and wipe the mud off his shoes like he did in the past. He looked at the trembling Commander Chin kneeling in front of him. Ao Shun did not step on him. Instead, he smiled and said, Forget it, I won't step on you this time. I'm just giving you a reminder. Any grudges of the dragon race are not for an outsider like you to interfere. Yes. Commander Chin lowered his head in horror. Let's go. Ao Shun smiled as the group of dragon race members swarmed into the depths of the square. Umph. The group of dragon race members snorted coldly at Commander Chin. The group of dragon race juniors listened to Ao Shun's orders, while the group of dragon race elders looked at each other. Ao Shun doesn't have the same arrogance as before? No, I feel that Ao Shun's arrogance is even sharper. Oh. The group of dragon race elders watched in amazement as Ao Shun dealt with the grudge just now. Arrogance, he was still so arrogant. It was just that he was not as reckless as before. The group of dragon race members left. Commander Chin lay on the ground trembling for a while before he caught his breath. At this moment, another commander walked over. Little Chin, are you crazy? How dare you find trouble with Crown Prince Ao Shun? If it were Crown Prince Ao Shun's past temper, you would have died long ago. Commander Chin said bitterly, how could I have thought of that? Isn't he the disgrace of the dragon race? Disgrace my ass. What do you know? Do you know Crown Prince Ao Shun's past? He is the pride of the entire dragon race. Next time, keep your eyes open. Don't court death and implicate us. The commander said coldly. Commander Chen's face stiffened. On the other side in the dragon race hall. Let's go and welcome my big brother. Crown Prince Ao Shing took a deep breath and said, Kwang. The door of the dragon race hall opened. Ao Shing stepped out of the dragon race hall and immediately saw that almost all the dragon race members in the distance were enthusiastically surrounding Ao Shun. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.